because
yes, it does.
Well, no, because there are images where the mountain is like literally like halfway, in the fucking like water or whatever, and no, a mirage can't hide all that. Even if you say,
it can. Yes, it can.
Well,
yes,
more.
it can.
It can hide the whole entire mountain.
Well, let me. Okay,
wow, I don't see that. That's like,
what are you talking about?
Impossible for me to imagine. I can't imagine
I've seen it.
a mile worth of mountain
seen it.
being obstructed by a mirage.
I've seen it.
Then you need to wake up.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I guess in some of these images they don't quite, show where level is. But if you were to, for example, have something to measure level, right, and then kind of, use that as a reference with the horizon, you would kind of know where things are situated. Because here's the thing: if the mountain is situated below level, then you know that mountain is actually being brought down. At that point, it's actually sinking. All right, that no longer is that like, hidden. That's more of a sinking effect at that point. You know what I'm saying?
You'd have to prove that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I guess we would need like some kind of like, like reference, like a little like level reference.
Can I?
How can you
George?
say
your mic is bad? Whoever that is.
that, man? Because you cannot.
George, drop out and come back in, bro.
George, we can't hear you, man. We can't hear you.
When George gets sorted out, I got something I gotta say.
You can never have.
George's name is the only name that doesn't end. George, Orge.
Oh wow, yeah, that's fucking crazy. Anyway, what's up, Kosho?
No, that's cool. That is cool. I mean, but no, I was just gonna state that I agree about refraction. So in the cases that Travis is talking about, like inferior mirages or just sort of mirroring, it is true in those cases that the atmosphere conditions itself purely could obstruct something in those cases. However, barring those cases, and so in lieu of those cases, some other case, I guess, could you explain the observation that Rakia had posted? Like, I will post it again. I posted this shrimp boat, and I posted another picture of a shrimp boat to show you how much of it is hidden. So given the image that Rakia posted, could you explain the conditions that would create this image? Because it's not mirroring or inferior mirage. So,
did you post something?
Yeah, I posted it. I have a shrimp boat overlaid over the image.
Yeah. Okay, look, I've done this on my channel too. Okay, you can't fucking blink test this shit. You guys expect it's like talking or
Why?
Image. Oh my god. Fuck me, man. It's like look. It's hard for me not to be so caustic and cruel. Okay, it's refraction. There's magnification. You can't just assume that you can blink test. I've done this. I have set up my targets over and over and over again, overlaying them, trying to match them up. If you match one part up, the fucking rest of it's all gone. It's off. Nothing matches.
Yeah, you can't even do a fucking blink test on this shit. Come on, guys.
Okay, so let me reiterate my question, because the other shrimp boat, it's not really important. The blink test is not relevant completely. What's the relevant question is simply what are the conditions that would allow this observation to be seen? Because like I said, in mirroring and inferior mirages, that's true that it can hide those in themselves can hide part of the so they can obstruct things. But those are plain like those conditions are plainly obvious, right? So
so again, the entire field of view is affected by refraction. The floor in this image is being lifted up and magnified so that it looks like you're lower down and closer to it. Okay. Also, past the mirage or past the horizon is another lens that's creating the effect on the boat, which very often has to do with magnification above the mirage. Okay. So if you were to say, okay, so then in what condition would I see the entire shrimp boat? Well, that would be for me another aspect in which remedial research needs to be done, because in that instance, you're not going to have the inferior mirage, which also means that the entire floor that you're looking over is going to change apparently. So it's going to drop down and look like you're farther away from it, which is the condition for looming. So in a looming situation, you're going to be able to see the entire boat.
Okay, see, the issue I have with that is there's two scenarios I could imagine. One where the very front, the where the water is basically, which is near where the boat is, where the water is, that is being either refracted at a greater degree than where the boat is, just right beyond that, a much greater degree, or they're being refracted in opposite directions, where the water is being refracted up and the boat is being refracted down.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the conditions. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm saying you guys, and we don't know what the fuck is happening. Like, we don't know. You guys don't know. We don't know. But I'm gonna try to address the look when Rumpus and Zanuck and Ruhif would all tell me, Travis, you can't tell me that the rest of that boat is within that degree of mirage. The reason why they said that was because they imagined that the mirage was a vertical image. It's not. That mirage is extending over the horizontal plane from the apparent horizon to the boat. That mirage is like a shadow on the ground. You see a tree in front of you, and that tree's shadow can take different degrees. It can be very shallow, which is acute, or it can be very obtuse, which is length, right? It can stretch out far in front of you. You understand what I'm saying? So that the mirage must be thought of as a shadow. Not as a shadow, but in the same way that it's extending over the floor. So that so that the mirage can actually be covering miles of space. Not vertically, horizontally.
Okay, that's fair enough. But like I said, so the conditions that you suggested, one of which was opposite directions, and the other one was where the closer part to water is being refracted greater than the ship, which is just not that much further behind it, but still further behind it. This would imply that either the conditions are incredibly different between these two locations, or because the one that's further away should be experiencing more refraction because it's going through more atmosphere. So the conditions would need to be extremely, extremely different. And I mean, to cause inferior mirages or superior mirages, 10 degrees within 100 meters vertically needs to be there. So I would imagine that if there's two different strengths of refraction for something closer, you'd have to have something like greater than that, like a huge, like, then that doesn't seem. I can't imagine that.
I know that you can't imagine it, Kosho, but I think that the profundity of my suggestion and my claim and my hypothesis ought to make someone honest go, fuck, that's really interesting. And if Travis is right, this shit needs to be redone.
No, right, but that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to see what you're assuming. I'm trying to see to its conclusion, and that would suggest, like I said, a 10-degree, a greater than 10-degree variant within 100 meters. That's
10 degrees of what?
Temperature.
Yeah, but see, you haven't even justified that you have an ability to say how much of a gradient affects what, where, when, why, and how.
And that's just what they claim are creating superior mirage.
They don't give us any idea of the degree of gradients to get an inferior mirage. They just say a steeper gradient or a steeper increase. They don't give any value to it, Kosho. They don't say that.
No, what are the words he used? What are the specific words Andrew Thomas Young used, or whatever we were looking at that one night, where you have an increase in the?
I can't remember.
Oh, come on,
Yeah.
Travis. This is your
The lapse
fucking
rate.
thing, bro.
The lapse rate, the steep incline, the steep increase in the lapse rate, blah, 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 whatever. But what I'm saying is there's no quantification of what steep means.
I mean, I'm not using Andrew Thomas Young's description. I'm what am I looking at? Something called Skybrary.
Yeah, Skybrary is a joke, man.
Well, wouldn't
They're
a
a joke.
steep lapse rate be a great variance in temperature? Like,
How much
Water.
is a great variance, Howard? Where have you been for the past 2 minutes?
oh, I don't know, 20 degrees, 10 degrees. I don't know. I don't know what a steep
Yeah,
lapse
you don't
rate
know.
would be.
Right, you don't. And
But
I'm going to tell you,
it has something to do with it, so it would be something that we should look at.
I'm going to tell you that it's not 20 degrees. It's not steep. Like that's like a mischaracter. That's like a wizard using a word that's got no value to it. I've seen differences from day to day with 2 or 3 degrees, not 20. That's insane.
Hey, but why do you say these guys are a joke?
Because they are armchair scientists. They don't have any field experience. They produce other people's images to prove their claims. I even contacted Skybrary, okay, and asked them if we could get into a discussion. And they wouldn't even let me have a discussion with them because I don't have a peer-reviewed paper. I'm like, look, I'm just a guy. Like, I've done 4 years of research. I've got a shit ton to talk to you guys about. Like, you don't have get a paper. Thanks a lot, Sean Hawkins, by the way. Yeah, get a peer-reviewed paper accepted, and then we'll talk to you. But what I'm saying is, when I went to their website and looked up their shit, it's the same rhetoric, man. It's nothing new. It's nothing different, and it's nothing more specific or clinical. You guys don't have any information.
You literally have nothing. You have baseless assertions all day is what you guys got.
You guys have a lot of rhetoric and not a lot of room for responses.
No, we pointed out you have baseless
I was going to respond to
assertions.
Travis.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway, I'm seeing that these Skybrary people, they don't seem like a joke. They seem like they're made up. They get their information from the Honorable Company of Air Pilots, some European thing, and then the Royal Meteorological Society, as well as the FAA. So it's just like they're using this data that's collected from meteorologists.
Look up. Okay, great. So take a few minutes and do a quick look to see what they describe are the conditions for an inferior mirage, and if there are any numerical values.
Well, I was describing the Fata Morgana, but I'll go back to the inferior mirage.
A Fata Morgana is an inferior mirage.
I thought it was a superior mirage.
No, a superior mirage is an inferior mirage.
Okay, well
there are no superior mirages.
Well, it describes it as a superior mirage. And
I know the science is wrong.
Regardless, they have numerical data for it. That's
Like
where I got the 10 degrees per 100 meters.
I've got numerical data from when I made a peanut butter and jelly cheese.
Yeah, but listen, Kosha, we're not looking up over or through 100 meters. We're looking over 6 feet.
I know. So let me be clear. It's saying that gradient is what's needed. It needs to be variant of 10 degrees over a short enough range of 100 meters. So if
that's not even true.
That's what they're stating.
Okay, look, I've taken measurements with my Amazon thermometer and barometer and all this other kind of shit. It's 2 to 4 degrees, not 10.
It's saying 10 degrees within 100 meters.
So whose word do we take? I mean, I know you have your own word to take, but I mean, in terms of us, though, I mean, who do we decide is right?
Do it yourself.
Go do it yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, hold on. I mean, yeah, I could do it myself, but I could also just,
You could just read their paper and believe them over Copernicus. That's why we're saying do it yourself, because we've done it. That's how we know.
You guys haven't done it. You guys haven't measured the temperature. You guys didn't measure the temperature gradient in that range. You probably maybe measured one temperature. You didn't go to all the different altitudes.
We live on a globe because you can't stop nitpicking. That's what it is. Globe because you can't stop.
That was them nitpicking.
Man.
This is me responding to their nitpick.
Yeah, that goes both ways.
There's no proof. There's no proof. They've given you a value, 10 degrees per 100 meters. How did they arrive at that value? Show me your fucking field research numbers. Where did they get that value?
Yeah, we want to see
Oh, they
some
would need to
actual
be a
fucking data put
thermist-
on the
We
table.
want to see the data.
I know. I'm tired of this fucking bullshit where we go through this day after day and we never get any actual data. You guys just got all rhetoric like Kosho tried to project on us 2 minutes ago. You guys got all rhetoric. Heard Kosho?
He just said, he
Yeah,
just
no,
blurted
it's
out,
not-
you guys haven't done it. Like
no,
he
no.
knows,
Somebody just said that
like
to
he's
us,
seen
dude.
all my books. Like he knows that I didn't go up and down the corridor on the lake or go over the bridge and take different readings. He knows because he's
Yeah.
Kosho.
Yeah, I know
No,
that.
you're
I
full
know.
of
I know
shit.
that none of you guys have done that.
You're
I
full of
find it
shit.
amazing. I find it
But,
amazing. I find it amazing that because you don't know the temperature, that's why you don't know that the world is a ball. That's
Okay,
hilarious.
so somebody just claimed that about us, right?
Typical.
All I did
Yeah,
was
that's
claim the same
typical.
thing about you guys. That person who claimed that about us also claimed that we were nitpicking. You guys responded
We
by
didn't
telling
say
us
we
to
didn't
collect the
know.
data for
We
you.
said show us the
So
data. We said show it. You said you had it. You said it's 10 degrees for 100 meters. We asked for the data. Where is it?
I didn't say I had that data. I said I had the description of that. He was
So you
saying that they
don't
don't
have
have.
the data.
He was saying, yeah, I never said I had that data.
You're
So
just
you
getting
don't
into
The
have
point
the
is that
data.
you
It's
guys don't have that
nitpicking.
data, but this
You're
is y'all's
nitpicking with
claim.
words. That's all it is. Nitpicking with words because you don't have the data. That's what I mean.
How am I nitpicking?
Y'all
Because I
want
don't
the
have
data, but you don't have any data.
You have no clue, Left Lane, what data we have. You have no clue.
Listen,
You've never
left
presented
lane.
it.
My God,
What
left
does
lane.
that mean?
Left
You've
lane.
never
Let's,
seen that other person's data, but you're
yeah,
you're
right.
speaking that like it's God.
Exactly.
Why are y'all
exactly.
asking for data that you've never presented?
Oh my God.
This is why
Bro,
we
You're
get
thick,
Kosho
dude. You
Kosho
are
came in
thick
and
if you
said,
don't see this
no,
point.
Kosho
Yeah.
came in and said you need 10. Kosho came in and said you need 10 degrees per whatever. All right, how'd they come to that conclusion? Let's see the data.
You'd have to ask them.
We present data for that.
You have to ask the whatever the meteorologies of Europe or whatever they're called.
We're asking
Yeah.
you. You're using
Yeah, I
it
didn't
as
do
a
it.
source.
I didn't do it. So
You're using
I
it
don't
as a
have.
source.
I don't have that. I don't have that information.
So
But you can
quit
ask these
using it as a
guys.
source then. Stop.
Yeah, you just
Quit
No, but
believe in
believing.
these
here's
guys.
what we're
Learn
doing.
that
Here's what we're doing.
nonsense.
We're engaging in a conversation where you guys are claiming one thing is happening. I'm claiming something else is happening. You guys don't have. You guys, the amount of data that I have, you guys also have. We lack the same thing. You're asking me for it. I'm telling you that these people claim to have the information on it. I'm not claiming that I have access to how they got that data. If you want to know that, you can go to them. But neither of us,
People make a lot of
neither of us have taken temperature, vertical temperature measurements and then made optical,
Corridor.
images that. Yeah, we none of us have done that. So until any of us do that, then we can talk on it. But none of us have that data. I'm just using the data that these guys have collected.
I happen to agree, so don't use it as a posit.
Yeah,
Travis,
real quick.
have you taken temperatures in your corridor?
Not in the corridor, no.
Right, not
Oh,
in the
hold on,
total
real quick
corridor.
about
Do you
this.
think anybody has?
No, and Rumpus says that's not necessary.
Exactly. I don't think anybody has either. I think they do it just like we do it. They take it, where they're viewing from, maybe go over to where they're, where the sites are, or, check the local weather, the buoys and all that. That's what everyone does.
All right, real quick. We're going to take measurements of the optical corridor. Do we need to do it a horizontal, or where do we take the measurements?
Take vertical measurements. Every whatever resolution you want to go to, 1 meter, 10 meters, whatever you think is necessary. Do that for your target location and your location. And if you want to be thorough, some location in between.
Stake it out the whole way, and just wherever we see the stakes, take the temperature there.
Stakes? What do you mean?
I don't know where we're measuring the optical corridor, right? We got an auto level, let's say, and some stakes.
Oh, okay.
Now what?
No, I said your location, the target location, and if you want to be thorough, then a location in between, and take vertical measurements every whatever resolution you want to feel comfortable with.
Just anywhere in between, or just anywhere in between?
If you want to be thorough, then you would split it in halves, right? You
So-
wouldn't get like a third of the way or something.
So think about this, Kosho, right? I was out shooting on my regular place on the Chesapeake Bay, and it looked to me like there was no inferior mirage. And then when I looked to a farther target, there was a boat going across in a very acute, tight inferior mirage that was so far away and so small that it was almost like only close enough to the opposite shoreline. So then within that spot right there, you know, it's like that's where the gradient had to be happening. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't happening anywhere else. It was only at that particular distance. It's just there's so many things out there. Once you get out there and start making these observations, that the book information doesn't make sense. It doesn't comport.
Shit don't add up, homie.
Which part doesn't make sense?
I don't know. I'm just being Travis's hype man right now.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Another one.
Another one.
Listen, the point is, you guys are making wild claims about what's going on in the distance, long range. You don't know. You have no way to tell where the actual positions are, where the light is actually bending. Okay.
Meanwhile, it looks flat AF.
No, it doesn't look.
Talk to
flat.
him. No curve. I can't see none. Even if you did see some curve somehow crazy, we got refraction going on, remember? That's how you guys debunked the black swan. Now I'm going to shove it down your throat every day for the rest of your lives.
That wasn't how the black swan was debunked. I mean, the claim that Quantum Racer put on the argument was just false. It debunked
It's
itself.
false because refraction.
What was the claim?
It debunked itself.
What
He
was the
said
claim?
False because
it
refraction.
said if the Earth is of this size radius, then the horizon, which he later changed to geometric horizon, should be no further than, in all caps, this distance.
But
all
it can
those
be
things,
further
all
than
those things
because
are
of
not true.
refraction, right? But it can be further because of refraction, right?
It can be further because of let's see, the horizon.
That was the problem with the argument. It didn't include refraction.
That's what I just said, and Kosho said no. That's not why.
No, I'm saying the problem with the argument is he's saying he later changed it to the geometric horizon, and then he used that argument to say where the geometric horizon should be to describe what's happening in the image, when what's happening in the image is not the geometric horizon, so it doesn't even apply to the image.
Right? Because of refraction, right? You just said no to me. That's not why it's the black swan's debunked.
I said it's wrong on its face. It's just a wrong statement.
Because there's refraction, right?
Refraction is one of the reasons. Yes.
Oh, what's the other one?
The geometric horizon is not describing something that you're.
Well,
then
there you go.
No,
exactly the.
Hold on. What'd you say?
The argument isn't true. The argument just isn't
because
true.
of refraction. Yeah, we know. Which I'm going to ram down your throat for the rest of your life now.
Refraction is the main cause of that. But the
What's
geometric
the other
horizon, the geometric horizon, is not something that you visually. It's not describing something you visually see.
Why? Because of refraction.
So that statement doesn't apply to any observation.
Refraction, right?
So that statement doesn't apply to any observation at all.
So why don't we see the geometric horizon? Because of refraction, right? You said there was something else other than refraction.
Because the geometric horizon is not defined as something you see. It's defining something different.
I know because of refraction, but you said there was something other than refraction. You're not giving me anything other than refraction.
What do you want? Like you want?
Dude, I want just Kosho to stop making shit up on the spot every fucking day because that's what.
I didn't make that up on the spot. If you tell me if that argument applies to what he's trying to make it apply to, it doesn't.
Nope, because refraction. It doesn't because refraction. I agree with you.
Refraction is one of the main causes of that. But the definition of the geometric horizon.
What's the other cause?
The definition of the geometric horizon isn't even going to be describing something you see. So the fact that he's using that to explain the argument, it makes the argument invalid.
Other than refraction, please, for the love of God, Kosho.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other cause besides refraction?
The definition of the word.
Geometric horizon, which we don't see because of refraction. What do you have other than nothing? You have nothing. I'm going to ram it down your throat for the rest of your life.
See, what we're trying to say is that you're claiming that there's this curvature, right? This geometric horizon exists. And we're saying, well, where? Well, you can't really pinpoint it. It's a thing that happens in the distance. It has to be happening, right? And it's like, okay, well, we want to pinpoint it. Well, there's this thing called refraction. You can't. It's like, okay, so sometimes it looks flat. Sometimes, you assume globe, right? So it looks globe, when really it's just obstruction caused by multiple causes, right? But you're saying that, well, it's globe and we should measure it. Well, how do we measure it? Well, it used to be 8 inches per mile squared, but then now there's this thing called refraction where it's not 8 inches per mile squared, which is called changing the goalpost. Okay, so the new goalpost is we can't measure it. Okay, then how do we know it's there? Well, on TV, I saw the government program where they show a space. Like, oh, the government, like the people who are taking tax dollars. That's a conflict of interest. Like, give me your money. I'll show you this TV. Right? We can't measure it, but trust us, it has to be there. Elon's a smart guy. We're going to Mars. Come on. Really? That's all you got? You don't have any geometric horizon anywhere to be found?
That was a good
Well,
point.
no, you can't measure it because refraction.
Why are
Real
you
good
talking
point,
about
man.
Elon Musk? What the fuck?
You took this all over.
If that's all you heard,
I heard PBS.
then I'm sorry for you. Maybe go back and listen to it again.
Regardless, the geometric horizon is specifically describing a mathematical relationship between some point above a sphere and the tangent line that intersects that point.
Yeah, we know. But
So the point is that it's never been expected that that's where you see. That would be where you see if you always saw in straight lines. But
all right, Kosho, so you never see the geometric horizon. That's what you said, right?
Well, no, I'm saying that it's not that term is not describing something you see. That doesn't mean that there will never be a point where light might be traveling in a straight line. It's just not expected to.
Boats are not going over the curve.
No, that's not what I said.
Well, that's supposed to be the geometric horizon that you just said we can't see.
No, I'm saying the geometric horizon is a mathematical term. The thing that's
geometry.
the thing that's obstructing the boats would be the curve of the Earth in between you and the boat.
So you said the geometric horizon is a mathematical term, so it only exists in an abstract.
It describes the geometry due to the fact we have an atmosphere. It presents to your eye through a refracted beam of light, which means that it may be here or it might be there, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Okay, so Kosho, but other than refraction, Kosho, what was one of the reasons why his argument was invalid? We heard the geometric horizon, which we don't see because of refraction. So other than refraction, what was there?
Jeremy,
you said there was some other cause.
Gravitational lensing.
Gravitational lensing?
Yeah.
On the surface of Earth?
Sure, yeah. The point is that it doesn't travel in straight lines.
Okay.
And the geometric horizon is a term used to describe a straight line and where that would intersect the surface of the Earth as a tangent line. So the point is that geometric horizon is not something that is expected to be seen. It doesn't matter what's causing it.
This is like keyword bingo.
Yeah. Gravitational lensing, refraction. What else you got?
Come up with something else.
Tell me I don't understand.
I didn't say you didn't understand. I said QE's argument. I said QE's argument was invalid on the face of it. Even before you try to see.
It was actually the point.
Can you address my argument though? That we don't have anything but what you see on TV.
No, what Q was trying to do. The purpose.
Can we stop talking about QE and address the fact that we can't see this, curvature because of refraction, except for on TV?
That's not true at all.
Okay, so where's the geometric horizon?
If you haven't seen it, Hank, I'm not going to stop talking every time you want to start talking. Okay, so just please don't do that. But if you want to see the curve and you don't want to see it on TV, you can use one of the measurement techniques, like drop from horizontal or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Drop from horizontal?
Yeah.
Where'd that happen at?
Everywhere.
All right, let's see it. So we're gonna look out and we're gonna see stuff dropping in the distance. That's its actual position, and we're gonna say it's Earth curve. Is that what you're about to do? You're gonna get squashed on that. Are you sure you want to do that?
I wouldn't do that, but I would probably measure something that I was sure was a, straight line, like establish a straight line, and then
All right, cool.
compare the Earth and see if the Earth matches that straight line.
Yep. How you getting a straight line?
You can just connect 2 points in free space.
Oh, that's it. Easy peasy, right? Let's go. Let's do it. What are we gonna do? I got 2 points out in an open field.
Take coordinates of 2 ends of a bridge and take coordinates all along the bridge.
Oh, you're using GPS coordinates?
Yes.
The one where they account for refraction?
The one where they're within a centimeter of accuracy.
So this is the one where they account for refraction, right?
Where they're within a centimeter of accuracy.
Are they accounting for refraction in this?
They're correcting for anything that would have given them error.
One of those things would be refraction, no? The ionosphere, remember what happens in the ionosphere?
It very well could be.
It very well is. What do you mean could be?
Why wouldn't you just say yes, Kosho?
Because they don't correct for refraction explicitly. They don't do that at all. What they do is they make corrections for the error, and whatever caused the errors get fixed.
Hey, deceiver. He asked you if one of them.
Don't speak to me, Ricky. I won't be responding to you.
Yeah, I know, because I'm going to call your ass out.
No, because you're going to interrupt me when I'm in the middle of responding to Jeremy.
Oh, please. Seriously, you even said the other guy was interrupting you. That guy's chill. You're just using that as a tactic to buy time on your pissant argument. Now, the question was, is refraction one of those? Can you answer that? Yes or no?
I know he doesn't want to Jeremy, as I told you earlier, Jeremy, the errors that are caused, it doesn't matter. The base station knows that there's an error. It makes corrections based on where the position it's being told it is versus where it knows that it is. It takes that vector and applies it to the receiver. What caused those errors are irrelevant and not at all explicitly, corrected for. It's that.
Well, according to you,
it's that position. It's that position that's corrected, and it's corrected simply by seeing the vector of the error.
According to you, they're irrelevant. They could be very relevant. You don't even know. You don't even know how they're correcting for refraction in it. How they know how to make a? They did the straight line thing. 2 point. Did they make 2 points and then connect them?
I just told you how the centimeter accuracy is formed. Once you have centimeter accuracy of 2 points, the straight line forming a straight line is trivial. You just connect it. You just connect it. You establish it in the grid system.
For the audience, because Kosho is too much of a wimp to deal with me, that's not a measurement. That's calculation. When you take known factors that are not first order measurements and calculate them in, that's no longer a first order measurement. That's a calculation. So whether it's refraction or 10 other things that you correct for to correct your error, right?
Don't they use differential GPS in construction sometimes?
Why wouldn't they?
Okay, does it work?
Yeah, for what it's used for the accuracy that's needed. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, all right.
100%. And it's a calculation. If they're going to use shots or do things that they only need to be within a certain error margin, then yeah, no problem. They can calculate things and assume things and do whatever. It doesn't affect anything. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't cause the water to not drain or the building to not be level.
And what ends up happening is because they do it that way, every trade is always having to adjust and fix and change things because then the blueprints don't match up to what they originally called for. So when you're building something that were based off of these, we gotta, here or there, it might be this or that. Well, that's why they have tolerances. They go, okay, well, don't worry about it. We have a 1/2-inch tolerance, so don't worry about it. And that's going to be the next trade's problem, not ours, because we're within our tolerance. So then, then when we're done with our steel, then the carpenters or the drywallers or the hard, the tin knockers come in. They're like, hey, what the fuck? Like, we're off. Well, sorry, but we're within our tolerances. Go talk to the engineers. Go talk to those who wrote, who drew up the blueprints. It's because they are not using the accurate measurements, just like he said, just like Rakia said. Yeah,
We
it
were
worked.
10 inches off today. 10 inches off the front the front property line benchmark, which is the manhole cover by the service road by an interstate. And the property line in the back had a benchmark near a canal that led into a drainage pipe. It was 10 inches off. So if we were to use the one in the back, we would have been 10 inches low on our farm. We'd have been 10 inches below minimum flood elevation.
Yeah.
Guess who caught that one? Left
You
lane?
did.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, and that's the thing. That's why when people who just maybe they're not in the field or maybe they just don't know about it, but they've heard about it, when they don't realize that like measurements are everything, because it could make or break you. It could literally make a company go bankrupt if you're off and they have to redo everything and you lost all the money on the job. And they don't realize though that if you're just gonna guesstimate and let's account for a refraction on this day and it just so happened to be really hot for some reason, that's not how they do things. They can't do it that way because there's real money involved and you can't go based off of projections to where everything's just all dilly dally, like, yeah, we'll say it's 5 feet. No, go double check, measure it, make sure you're gonna have an eye for it. Like you said, you caught it because something didn't make sense, something wasn't right, but you went and measured it, you went and saw it.
I completely agree with what you're saying, right? And I want to use this analogy. Like some people may be feminists, like maybe some people in this room, but when shit gets real and hits the fan, like Ukraine, like, do you think there's any feminists like, nah, women should be able to leave the country. They should, fight just like the men. Like, no, those women are getting the fuck out of it, right? As fast as fucking possible. There's no feminists on the Titanic or the Ukraine. And this is my analogy to circle it back around to when it comes to investing money and making money, nobody's trying to say, well, let me get into this theoretical stuff. That only happens on the internet. But once you go to investing and trying to make profits, you're not going to go on this hypothetical what ifs, right? You're not going to base your income off of this orthodoxy from basically postulations that you have. Thanks.
Yeah. And they just don't get it because they're not out there doing the work. They don't realize that. I mean, they'll talk all day about, but if you take a theodolite or if you take like they'll say it because they heard someone else say it, but they have no real world experience on how it actually works. They never transferred a benchmark, never. But they'll argue about it though. But they never done it though.
Oh, so have you ever transferred a benchmark? I got benchmark and transfer and Pete motherfuckers. All right, I got guys for that. You got any guys that do that?
You ever created a straight line segment?
Hold on. One at a time. You ever transfer a benchmark? Rocky, have you ever transferred a benchmark?
You mean today? Yeah, several times.
Today, yeah. All right.
Today.
Good. We got all
before
kinds of
lunch?
guys
Yeah, I
transferring
did before
benchmarks.
lunch.
I always say I got guys for stuff. I got math guys. I got guys that do this, refraction guy. I got benchmark transferring motherfuckers. See that? You got? Do you have any of them guys? Kosho, did we scare you guys? Scared him off. You gotta be easy with Kosho.
I know he's fragile.
He's fragile, yeah.
It's just crazy how
Gio probably scared him off.
They all gang up together. They all gang up together and they want to talk their trash and they'll tell you what the books say. They'll tell you the way it works and we don't understand anything. But then when the shit hits the fan and they don't know what they're just yapping their lips. They don't know truth.
Yeah, and they definitely think that GPS is accurate, but GPS is inaccurate as shit. The thing is that why it works on your phone and whatnot is because of the data they've collected and they have taken away the actual garbage data. When TomTom came, the GPS was like shit. I mean, you were off by freaking like 3 streets and shit. It was ridiculous.
I remember those days.
Yeah, the data collection that's being done these days is incredible. So think about if they're just triangulating, right? They know every position now almost, especially in cities, right? They're gonna have multiple readings from the same point by multiple, receivers. I mean, of course it's more accurate now.
And
Well, the
it's
guy
not
that
the,
made
it's
it
not
more
the, and again,
accurate.
it's not the accuracy. It's just that okay, you're on this point, but by what all the okay, you might be here, but they know that okay, this is junk, and in accuracy, you have to be in this part of the street.
I'm telling you right now, the refraction shit is circular. They don't have any actual positions. They know how refraction works only because it has to be going through their atmosphere and their globe. So they already know it's a globe before they even start this refraction business. Whether they do or don't use 7/6R, it's irrelevant if they even use those numbers because either way they have to have the refraction working through a curved gradient like they do. Otherwise, the refraction doesn't work for them like that.
Well, they only started using refraction because people started realizing that with new technology, we're seeing way too far that mathematically we shouldn't have been seeing. So they had to throw in an element that now justifies their lies. It just comes with the territory at this point.
I mean, the refraction's happening. It's definitely happening.
Yeah, no doubt. There's real science that they're trying to mix in with their pseudoscience. So they're using refraction on the ball to justify the ball. But refraction's a real thing, so they're trying to get away with that. They try to look like smart, like, oh yeah, you just don't understand refraction. You don't
Yeah, but
understand how light works.
that was the whole
Dude,
point of Q. Matter of fact,
Go
that
ahead,
was the whole
Albert.
point of Q. That was the whole point of QE's argument because they wanted to say that the horizon was where boats went over, but when all of a sudden, whoa, where's the horizon at? Well, that's because refraction. Oh, so it's not a physical location. Okay.
Exactly.
That reminds me, you said they got this pseudoscience. Fight the Flat Earth was on. We're talking to these guys last night in that other server, and he was telling them how the Foucault pendulum was science. Last I heard, it sounded like he was winning.
Oh wow. Well, again, it's because they use real science and they mix it with pseudoscience, and then it's a new science, and you can't win against the new science because it makes sense in the way they put it together. So you can't argue something when they're using it to prove it. They're using the model to prove the model, but your whole argument is against the model. Well, you can't win that discussion because they're going to win every single time.
Yeah, when they tell you when they tell you they know how refraction works, then they take and then this is their proof that this is their shit to prove the Earth is curving. But then in that refraction thing, they have to have all the light going through a curved gradient for it to work like they say. Yeah, you can't win that. You can point out how it's circular reasoning, but other than that, I mean, there's nothing to even talk about at that point.
Yeah, like I've said before, if I build a box and I know the dimensions, you can't argue the dimensions with me. I know the dimensions, but you're arguing my dimensions, and then as long as I keep hand waving whatever you say that go against my dimensions, I'm always going to win because I made the box and I know those dimensions are true. But the whole point is you're trying to say that's false. It's not right. It's not working. Logically it doesn't make sense. So that's just what we deal with every day for years now.
How long have you been in this for?
What was that?
How long have you been in this for?
I want to say around 2016, 17, I think.
Oh, really? Where'd you used to be at? 24/7
I used to be under a different name a long time ago. When I first joined Discord, is because one time I was on YouTube. I want to say like maybe 2015.
Yeah, but where was you at though? 24/7
on their server, and then 24/7 a long time
Whose
ago.
server?
on Flat Earth. Nathan Oakley's. Well, Betty's
Science
server.
or pseudoscience. All right.
Yeah, I'm there. That's how I learned about Nathan Oakley's server, and I was like, oh shit, like this is pretty cool. Like because I was just getting into it, and maybe that's why I even popped up on my suggested YouTube video way back then when they used to actually suggest his videos. Now I don't even see him suggesting no more.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
Yeah, they algorithm
You'd think you'd want to
his
give
ass out of
people
it.
what they wanted, right? Like you'd want to give people, you want to watch people watching YouTube. So you would give them what they want. If they're into conspiracies, you'd give them flat earth stuff. They're going to watch more YouTube. It's like they're going against getting money on this, which is weird
I
because
know,
all
right?
they care about is the money.
I think that Elon Musk needs to buy YouTube now.
Right?
You should buy YouTube,
dude.
right?
Dude, if he does that, that's a game changer, even more than
you'd
what
have to
happened
buy
with
Google.
Twitter.
You know how much that would cost?
Oh man,
Yeah, it's nuts. I don't think Elon Musk can afford that.
What's that like? It's probably trillions for Google. No, my boy works for Google. He makes like $1 million a year as an engineer. He goes and sets up infrastructure in like Bolivia and fucking Nigeria and shit. These like ridiculous fucking third world countries or whatever that have like no infrastructure. Google just goes and like sets shit up.
I think when Google bought YouTube, I think they paid a few billions, right?
Yeah, well, no.
I
Well,
don't know
first
how
they
much.
offered them, I think $1 billion. It was going to be like the biggest deal ever back then, and then but YouTube turned it down. I remember that YouTube. They like those guys, those two guys that founded it. They turned it down, but I think eventually they got convinced to. I forgot how that all worked out, but I think they ended up having to give up something.
They probably put this. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say because then they had too much power, and the government wasn't gonna let them just run this shit on their own. Two fucking college dropout dudes, you know what I mean, or whatever they did.
The elites probably put the squeeze on them, like, yo, you better sell this shit, or we're just gonna take it. You know what I mean? Because they want to control all the information that's coming out. So
exactly.
I mean, YouTube has a lot of fucking information going out every day. If you were in the game of trying to own every newspaper, radio station, and major media source, you would definitely be trying to get your hands on YouTube first things fucking first.
Correct.
Yeah, it was 1.5 billion.
Yeah, but check how much it is now. It's
I just googled it right now. They approximately have 700,000 hours of videos made every single day worth on their platform. Every day. 700,000 hours of fucking videos. That's a lot.
You could never watch all YouTube.
Never.
Even if
you can never watch one day's worth ever.
They stopped right now, and you could dual screen it. You still wouldn't be able to watch all the YouTube. Yeah.
Never. There's so much shit on there. How much did they end up selling? Let me check. Let me look into it. How much did YouTube sell for?
I bet you it's worth
1.65 billion.
Yeah, 1.65 it says.
I bet you it's worth $1 trillion right now.
Dang, that would be interesting. What it's worth right now? Let me see. I know that those two guys that made it though, they made out like bandits, man. Those guys are fucking rich off of fucking a simple, just creating a platform to post videos on.
Simple little computer program.
It says it's worth 180 billion right now.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's just YouTube though, or is that Google?
Yeah. Yo, YouTube. That's YouTube.
Oh.
Let me see how much does Google is Google worth?
Google's got to be in the trillions. I want to change my number. Wait, are we doing Prices Right rules?
Yeah. What is it? How much is Google? Oh, dude, you were actually close.
Was I?
Yeah, it's 1.3 trillion, or yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
1.3 trillion. That's how much it's worth. Well, actually, it dropped. It was in 2020. It was worth 1.2. Now it's only worth. Oh, hey, I'm sorry. It's gone up. It's 1.8 trillion now.
Oh, there we go. Let's go.
You're almost up to 2 trillion.
I don't even have any Google stock.
Yeah. No, I sold all my stock a long time ago. I wouldn't have bought a
dividends
truck.
Huh? You get your fucking dividends up, bro.
No, I cashed out on all that shit. Man, back in I want to say maybe 2004, 2005, I sold all my stock and got out of everything, and I stopped trading. Even then, I started messing around with crypto about like 4 years ago. Got out of that too. I'm done playing with. I could die tomorrow. It doesn't matter. I'd rather spend my money now. Fuck it. But I do suggest that people go invest. I will advocate that people should invest their money. It's a smart thing to do. Or more importantly, go buy property. I'll always encourage people to go buy property. If I could tell my younger self, they say, what would you tell your younger self? Everything you know today. I would tell my
buy
younger self,
Bitcoin when it.
right? Yeah, jump on Bitcoin. No. I would tell myself that to focus on buying property. Like when I was 20 years old, I bought my first property, and my mortgage was like $700. $714 was my mortgage, and then I bought a G35 in 2004, and my G35 payment was $784 over that. $780. So my car payment was more than my house payment, and I was able to afford it every month because I was making good money back then. But but hindsight's 2020. But stupidly, I'm like, dude, I could have just had 2 fucking properties, and I was able to afford that. I should have got 2 properties. I would have rented one out and then lived in one, and by now I just would have probably built an empire by now. But since that was
Oh yeah,
fucking
it used to be
23
my
years ago.
dream. It used to be my dream to own many 2-family houses.
Yeah,
Then you could just sit back, relax, catch a contact, sip your cognac.
yeah. That I mean, honestly, for anyone that's young in here, dude, go do that now. And you don't have to go buy a house that's, if it's too expensive for your credit. I would suggest go buy a studio, as long as it's a property, a mortgage, as long as it's a mortgage, something that you can claim as land, yours.
I would tell you to just go buy REITs. The stock market. They pay you every month.
Yeah, the only problem though is that this is what I even had with stock market in general. That's the wealthy man's game. They manipulate the market. Now, true, you could sit back and collect, and go in the long run, but really those things are for whales. They come in, make
you just, bro, you invest a few bucks month after month. Before you know it, in 10, 15 years, you're getting a couple $100 a month extra ticking in passively. You ain't got to do nothing.
Well, yeah. Well, that's in theory, but the problem though is that if in time, if the whales want to manipulate the markets to make more money and pull out, and they tank your stock, and all your money you had is now gone, it's like, well, that sucks, and it does happen.
Yeah, you got to get into the big shit though. The people that are like, I'm in a company that rents. Anyways, this isn't for this room.
Yeah, we can talk later about it. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I would suggest anyone that's young here go buy property and keep buying property. Just buy, because it. I mean, especially coming up in the next couple of years, it seems like the market's going to crash, and you have some opportunities to get some properties there. But yeah, that's what I would have. I'll go back and do that as a young guy. I still want to know if Kosho has ever transferred a benchmark.
So is the chat dead? What's going on here?
Yeah, you guys stop talking.
All right. Well, since no one's talking, I'll just bring up something real quick. There was a debate. Okay. Anyway, there was a topic yesterday about what was it? Like graphics and whatnot, like 3D graphics. And I actually looked into at least my renderer that I made or whatever. And yeah, that from the looks of it, it's relative to the camera. So relativity is sort of a thing in video games and whatnot. Yeah, just wanted to bring that up because the other guy the other day was all like, "No," and I was all like, "Well, yeah," and you know,
Are you talking about Stingray came in talking about it?
Well, no, Stingray also came in, but I don't think he was wrong. I think I just think we had different interpretations. 'Cause I know Stingray is pretty like legitimate, you know, and he
Yeah,
also did.
he just goes way too far technically in depth in what he's saying, and I don't understand half of what he says.
Yeah, but yeah, I definitely don't think he's wrong. I just think his interpretation is different because when I was looking through my math, now granted, I'm not like super great at this. Like I know Bacon's way better, and you know they're way more qualified people. But when I was looking through my math, when you're actually drawing the points of like a cube or whatever on the screen, what you do is you know the cube has some numbers, right? It has basically it has coordinates, right? It has X, Y, Z, whatever. Those, I guess, can be seen as global, like global coordinates, but that's technically not true because those X, Y, and Z coordinates, that's technically relative to your camera. At least when I was doing my render, or whatever. Like what happens is you put those numbers in, and then depending on a few different things, like if you rotate the camera, then it's gonna shift that. But from the looks of it, though, it's relative to the camera, which means there isn't really I think you actually have to define a global position in a way. You have to define global coordinates for it to be like a thing, But with that being said, it's all relative to the camera, though. So yeah, I mean, I don't think I was wrong in saying that when you move your character in a video game, in a sense, the world really is moving around them, which is just interesting because in a way, it's kind of like it's almost like confirming. It's not confirming, but it's almost like it mirrors relativity, where if or not maybe it's not relativity, but relative motion. Let's go with that. Where relative to you, if even if you are moving, let's say 20 miles an hour, relative to you, you're kind of like stationary, and everything else is moving 20 miles an hour towards you. So I don't know. I just wanted to kind of bring that up. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy math. Crazy shit. Anyone else want to bring up something? I just wanted to bring it up because it was kind of dead. It's kind of dead in here.
Well, speaking about, you're talking about graphics like in a video game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just came across this video. It's showing it's let me see if I can find it. It's showing the new graphics engine that's just like crazy realistic. Like, let me try to find it. Oh wait, I'll go this way. This will be quicker. Let me see. I'll
intro for the new Fortnite.
No, the new Fortnite.
No. It's the Quest Pro. Here, let me. I'll download it and I'll post this guy's video.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This is crazy, man. Like, watch, check it out. It's 30 seconds long, but it's so realistic. No, wait, wrong video. No, that's actually a cool video too, but that's not the engine. Hold on, that's a cool video too, though, but that's not the one I was pointing out. Here's the one I'm pointing out. This is the engine 5.1. It looks so real, dude. Like it's going to be crazy what the video games are going to be in the next 5 years. Yep. I can't even fathom. Yeah. Here you go. Check that video out. That is so sick.
Wow, look at that.
But yeah, like that new Fortnite, it's like a bunch of FEs. Basically, is the map.
What?
Looks like FE.
Flat Earth?
Flat Earth with,
Oh my goodness, come on.
Flat lands in space with waterfalls.
You're funny.
Fortnite Chapter 4. I don't play it. I just had an ad, and I was like, oh, I just paid attention.
I don't either, but it is kind of cool that they're adding so many characters. They added like Dragon Ball and shit, a lot of anime.
Right.
know.
So just a bunch of like a whole generation of kids is growing up playing on a flat Earth thing after Minecraft. It's like, it's just like it's a matter of time before you're the generation, and then you'll be like an old fuddy duddy.
Yeah, right. We'll see about that.
Generations of kids underneath you that grew up on Rick and Morty, season 28. Did you see the Helios episode? Did you see the Helios episode of Rick and Morty?
Helios.
The last one, the most recent one. It's fucking awesome.
I haven't. I haven't caught up with Rick and Morty too much. I've seen like some, but unfortunately, I haven't seen the.
You're not like an avid watcher of Rick and Morty?
No, I mean I like it. I just don't have a legitimate way to watch it. I don't really have any subscriptions, So like, if I'm gonna watch it, I have to like watch it on like YouTube and like through clips, like tiny clips or some shit. And that's annoying. So
no. Hey, just download a movie HD, and I just watched the latest one last night. The one where he's a sun god or the Sun King. Morty becomes a Sun King, but you can download it. It has all the TV shows and all the movies like on there. It's called Movie HD. You download it, everything for free.
A little risky though, right? Like those things could have like viruses.
No, I mean don't. It's an APK, which you have to do it like on an Android phone and go like allow it to download unknown sources, but that's not a program that's gonna like screw you over. Just make sure you download it from the right place. Like, yeah, it could be tricky and filled with viruses if you download it from another source who's like, trying to do that. But let me tell you where to get it from though. That way you know where to get it from. It's called Movie HD. And the link you just put Movie HD apkdownload.com. You're getting it from download.com, so like it's a trustful source, I would say. Trustworthy source.
All right. Maybe I'll check
it out. If you download it and then like the way it works, and you might have to download also like through the store. I think it's called an AM player, because that's the video that's what they use to run their videos. So they work hand in hand. So all you do is you just click on it. You click on what episode. It has all the seasons, and every week they update. And then you click on it, and then you just pick on whatever file you want. Like there's like a 1080, or 7. They have different, depending on your bandwidth, whatever you want to use. So, anyways, it's a good source. That's where I watch a lot of shows and movies. I watched Yellowstone on there because Yellowstone's off of Paramount. I'm not gonna pay for a Paramount subscription. Fuck that. So I watch it on Movie HD, and every week they come out with a new show. Got all my shows on there, dude. I got Tulsa, the new one with Sylvester Stallone. That's a really good show too. Tulsa, Yellowstone, all those shows are free on there. You don't have to pay for no fucking subscriptions.
Nice. I mean, okay. I mean, it's a little bit more than that. I mean, I also don't really like watch a whole lot of shows, like once in a blue moon. But like, I'm mainly just like focused on like my my craft, like what I do. Like I actually like do a bit of animating.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I do like most of like my time is just like animating, whatever. So I don't really have a whole lot of time to just like watch shit. Like just literally like once in a blue moon, I'll just like watch like a show or something. Like for example, Rick and Morty. Whenever they give out like those free episodes on YouTube, because they have done that before, where they've done like 2 or 3, I think, Rick and Morty episodes on YouTube, where you could just watch the full thing, and that's on the actual like Adult Swim channel too.
Yeah,
which is pretty neat.
They're just like trying to promote it.
Yeah, but
it's just so crazy because like I started like I'm Snack to the Future, but I started this account like before Rick and Morty began, and was into the FE stuff like before Rick and Morty was a thing, and it was like 2 years it took, and then or no, I don't know, maybe it wasn't that long, but anyway, man, and it's just like it feels like that cartoon show is like just made for me. And,
like it's what? I'm sorry, I missed that.
It feels like it's like custom made just for me. That's how it feels.
I'm surprised, you guys like Rick and Morty. I mean, it's pretty like, Like,
It's
I mean, I
the
know
best cartoon on. It's the best cartoon on TV.
No, yeah, I like it. You know, it's just
Family
considering,
Guy used to be. You know, Family Guy used to be, I think, like the funniest cartoon on TV. But it's so gimmicked out. You know, like the writing's just dry. It's kind of. Yeah. Anyway. Bored of South Park. The Simpsons. I mean, it's like, oh my god. I think I stopped watching like 10 years ago. They're still making new episodes, aren't they? Did they stop making Simpsons episodes?
no.
Please
No,
let
they're
them
still
stop.
going.
Let those people retire. Let them stop. Like,
Simpsons
there's
makes
no.
way too much
It's like,
money from what I'm aware of.
oh,
I
Yeah,
think
man.
matter of fact, that's on the second page or the second. Watch, I'll show you. The Simpsons, the new one just came out yesterday too. So, or the
You
day
like can't.
before.
They like can't even leave. They just got to keep writing it and keep acting those accents, man.
I mean, but I mean, I don't know. The Simpsons
It's
weird,
the
but I
longest
mean,
running It's the longest running cartoon in history.
yeah, exactly, yeah. But like, yeah, apparently I don't know how, but apparently, yeah, it's still very popular, you know, and it makes a whole lot of money because it has to, because apparently, like the voice actors from it, because they're still, you know, doing the voices ever
They get
since, you know, the
paid
beginning.
bank.
Yeah, they get paid like in the millions. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Dude, they make a lot of money off of the royalties, like off of all every time they have like reruns and like they're making money off of all kinds of platforms, not just not just the
Butterfingers.
not just the new episodes. Like they have merchandise, they got like percentage of that. Like they worked out new. That's remember when they were going to cancel The
I
Simpsons because
know.
they wouldn't agree to the new contract.
When's Disney gonna buy The Simpsons? We'll just buy them.
It's supposed to happen. That Simpsons predicted that. Hey,
But you make
actually,
yeah.
wait, Disney did buy them.
That's what I
What?
thought, didn't they? I thought they bought them already.
Yeah,
Oh my god!
Disney
I
did
was
buy
just
them.
fucking around.
Like I know they
Oh
bought
my
like
god!
Family
Oh
Guy, but
fuck
I
this!
could have sworn they
Disney's the
also did.
evilest piece of shit. I hate Disney. God damn.
Because that's why I even said like Simpsons predicted that. Maybe that's
Wow.
why I even said that because there was a video that someone made like, wow,
I'm not
Simpsons
actually wondering.
predicted that
Why?
Disney was going to buy them, and sure enough, they bought them.
Mm, damn. You know, but a lot of times I'll think of something that's already been thought of before. You know, like Superman. Like I was
Mm-hmm.
thinking yesterday, like what about superb man? You know, like why isn't that a thing? You know, but it already was. It already was a thing.
You're late to the game.
I'm very elite. Very elite.
Any Artemis fans here? Earlier, I put up another video showing their mistakes, their falsehoods. Any Artemis fans want to talk about it?
Artemis. Let me see.
Any fans of the mission to the moon? Yeah, you
Oh, I
guys
mean,
got.
I don't know enough about that, unfortunately.
No, I just posted a video that so there was a live feed of Artemis a couple days ago, and I saw some guy posted it. So I'm like, what? I'm like, where's the timestamp on that? Like, I want to go look into it myself. So then I just went to go look in it. I looked into it and I found it, and I told him, oh, never mind, I found it. And then like you legit, see, honestly, I thought he was like lying. That's why I went and kind of double checked it. And I'm like, oh shit, it actually is from NASA's fucking YouTube. And you zoom in, and the Earth that's supposed to be way in the background,
Mhm.
like
it gets in like in the graphic, it gets in front of Orion. Like makes zero fucking sense. If the Earth is 100,000 miles away, how is it coming in front of your engine or your solar panel or whatever the fuck that was? It's just a bad job of CGI. I'm like, dude, how are they
Can I
letting
see
this
this?
slip? Huh?
Can I see this? Like, can you like? I don't know.
Oh yeah,
I don't know if you.
yeah, I'll give it to you right here. Here you go.
Yeah.
I'll show you. I won't show you the whole 1 minute video I made on it, and I put it online. But I'll show you just a little grab, the zoom in grab that I did. Here you go, dude. It's crazy. Like, wow, what a fucking mistake. But hey, you know.
Let me see.
That's just bad CGI work, dude. They messed up. It's not good. Doesn't look good for them. I'm sure a baller is gonna like. Well, hold on. Let's. There's. I know. I already know. So I can already hear it. You're already saying like, I don't know. Just don't let people piss on your leg and tell you it's raining. That's all. Just don't let them do that to you, man. Don't let your own eyes try and your brain try to deceive your eyes, right? Like all the indoctrination is trying to tell your eyes, shut up, close them. That's not what it is.
I'm mixed about this because that thing to the left. What is that thing to the left? It's just, I mean, it's sort of out of focus, right? But
no, hold on. I hear what you're saying, but now look at it from zoomed out. Hold on, look at it. I get what you're saying, but this is what you're questioning. Like, what is that? Look at. Let me zoom out. It's the whole ship. It's the whole space shuttle.
Because as of right now, what I'm thinking, if I had to, if I had to make an excuse, like the one that, it's logical, and not just making a bullshit.
There you go. Okay, so see, look at. So that's the bottom of the spaceship. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the solar panel, right? It had the solar panel, and then that's the, I guess the camera's on the solar panel. So from far you can't really see it, but that's why I zoomed in.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking. I mean, I could be wrong about this, obviously, but I'm thinking because it does look a bit out of focus, although I can't really tell now. Let me see. Let me zoom into this. Also, do you have like the original?
Oh yeah, from YouTube. Yeah. Hold on. I'll show you the original YouTube video.
Because what I'm thinking is
that is it. But I mean, I'll show you the actual like entire like video then.
Yeah, because this is my little, if I had to guess what it is, thinking maybe it's like an out of focus kind of thing. Like, how like if you bring your finger really close to like your eye, now granted this is like, whatever, but it kind of looks a bit like not blurry per se, but like there's a bit of like, well, I guess it is kind of blurry. But let me real fast pull up a picture so you know what I'm talking about. But I'm thinking maybe it's that kind of effect where it's like sort of like out of focus, the thing in front. And so it looks like it's sort of passing over, but really it's like.
I totally understand what you're saying. You're justifying it. I get it. I get what you're saying, but it's also when you have a CGI going on and you have layers, and when you put them to where they're not overlapping one another correctly, and you slip, like that will happen. Like when you're dealing with let's say Photoshop or whatever, and you have layers, and if you don't lock it, then when it goes in front of it, it will go before it, right? But if you have to lock it in its position that is behind, no matter what happens, it's going to be behind this thing in Photoshop. You do that. So it's just one of those things, bro.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, maybe here's an example of what I'm talking about. Here's what I'm thinking it could be. So let me real fast post this. And once again, I don't know because I mean, I guess it kind of looks like it's out of focus, but also I can't exactly tell. But I'm thinking it's this effect. We have like a finger, and then you can kind of see how it's like kind of like blurry on the edges. You can still see like I'm thinking it's something like that.
Yeah, no, like I said, I know what you mean, but it's that the line. Okay, okay. With that being said, imagine now that crosshair line is on your nail or on your thumb, and you're like, whoa, wait, hold on, it's supposed to be behind my thumb. But so I can understand the outside like blurry part, but you don't. It doesn't even look blurry on the Earth, on the moon, because like the lines look blurry because of the blur of your skin, right? Because there's that little out of focus going on. But in the video, the Earth isn't out of focus. It doesn't get out of focus, should I say, because of that effect. I totally hear what you're saying,
Well,
and it
I mean,
makes sense.
there actually is actually evidence of this. Hold on, let me actually show you real fast. In your video, I actually noticed there is actually sort of evidence. Let me print screen this, because if you look at let me actually also put this in Paint and draw this for you. But check it out though. Look in that video that you posted, right? There's this sort of like thing above the Earth, like this little, I don't know what the hell it is, but it's like a white thing sticking out horizontally a bit. Let me circle it actually, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Here we go.
You mean on the space shuttle?
Yeah, hold on. Check this out. So look at this real fast.
Yeah, that's on the space shuttle. Yeah.
Yeah. So notice how it's sort of cutting into the thing to the left. So I want to real fast. I want to see if I was to draw a straight line down from that. Well, maybe not 100% straight down from it, because I want to see where the Earth sort of does. Yeah. So hold on. Yeah. Check this out.
No, but that is the actual thing though. That's a physical thing, and that's coming out of the physical, like that's a solid object.
That's not behind it.
No, that's not behind it. That's a solid object coming out of it.
Let me see. Are you sure? Because if you, that's not true. There seems to be stuff behind. Yeah, hold on. Let me print screen this now.
That's like the shade, like that's like the darkness or the shade of on the paneling, if you will.
Okay, so let me real fast put this side by side and show you what I'm talking about. So check this out. Yeah, I'm thinking it's just like a weird out of focus effect. So check this out, right? So we have the original. Let me just circle this real fast. So to me, it looks like there's stuff behind it. Let me post this picture. Check that out.
The second video actually, that's a little bit further away and not zoomed in. The second video actually will show you how that solar panel is bouncing in and out. Yeah, that's there you go. The one you grabbed.
So aren't those things? Those seem to be behind at least the top one definitely for sure. But those two things seem to be behind whatever's to the left. This whatever like this metal plating, or I don't even know what the fuck that is honestly, but that's what it seems to me. And so I'm thinking, like, am I wrong on that? Like those things are behind the surface that we're looking at.
Well, because they're on the side of the space shuttle. Like that's like saying this. Imagine you have a mirror or like a door handle on a car door, and you're like, well, is the door handle on the back of the car? And like, no, it's on the side of the door. Like, or like a tail light. You're like, wait, is the tail light on the back end or it's on the side, or at least the angle you're seeing it, or the bumper, like something that is at the it's still on the side of, like that part of it is on the side of the vessel. I totally understand what you're saying, but then see, now we're getting back into refraction, and I was like, oh wait, how's the refraction in space? What's going on here? Or the out of focus, because that means the light is refracting and we're capturing it. Now it's a whole nother argument. But what I'm saying though is that those things, like for instance, the solar panel, you see the solar panel right there? If you watch the video of it, and you'll see it's bouncing like back, like up and down, and it's going in and out of that darkness. Does that make sense? Yeah, Kosho, that was the video I posted. You'll hear them talking. The one where they're talking, that's the original. I mean, hold on, let me get you the actual YouTube video. Maybe that's what you're asking for.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, I'm also going to just show you what I think is. Let's check this out. Because if what I'm thinking is the case,
history.
If what I'm thinking is the case, then it would actually make sense why the Earth, it kind of goes over. Because this is what I'm thinking. All right, so I'm thinking. Hold on, give it a second. There we go. I'm thinking basically, yeah, like that red line right there would be kind of where things start to actually get obstructed by this little side panel. And it's, as you can see, you got the little, like, I don't know what that is once again, but the white thing on top.
Okay,
Like,
so but just like your hold on, I want to point this out though, Arma. Just like your finger on that line, the skin of your finger still put a blur over the line because that does make sense, right? But look at the black shade on that one side of the red line. It is not covering the earth the way your skin covered the lines.
It
And
kind of does, actually. I mean, if
no,
you,
it's not. It's
well,
perfectly
let me zoom
white
in. Let me
still. Like
zoom in. Hold on, let me zoom in real
there's
fast.
a big difference. There's a real, the earth is nicely lit up. You can see it. It's not, shaded out.
Well,
I mean, I get what you're saying, and it's a good reach. You're reaching, but it's
well, no,
okay.
it does do it in the darker parts. It doesn't do it in the lighter parts because that's, obviously that's light. So you're not going to be able to really. That's not going to really matter as much. But it does seem to do it over the darker parts. Let me real fast zoom in and kind of show you what I mean. Print screen. Sorry, I have a new keyboard, so a lot of the.
No, I could
are,
zoom in just using the zoom on the picture and the camera. I get what you're saying, but it's not that darker part. Okay, so when it gets away from the edge of the ship, it still looks like that. So I get what you're saying. Again, I get what you're saying, but that's not effect caused by that shadow of an overlay, because when you look at it when it's away from that, it also looks like that. So I get what you're saying. You're reaching, but it's all right. We're going to tackle one by one, and we're going to get through this. One by one, we'll, discuss the possibilities.
Some might say you're reaching. Don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not convinced on it.
Hey, that's all right. Sometimes, that ball mindset won't let you see that your eyes are showing you something, and you're just like, I don't know, it's tricking me somehow. That's not what it. In other words,
what if it's you who has a confirmation bias?
But there seems to be there's definitely evidence though. I mean, like, I'm telling you, that thing above the Earth is clipping, not clipping, but it's it's showing you that there is sort of this finger kind of effect. At least I would have to assume anyway, because I mean, it's not just the Earth doing that; it's that thing above the Earth as well that's doing it too. So either they got that CGI wrong too, or maybe it's just
all wrong. Yeah, I'll admit.
I'm thinking more maybe it's just the finger effect, because I know what you're saying. There would be that blurriness of the finger, or in this case, the blurriness of the whatever going over it, and it kind of does. It goes over the darker parts of the Earth, not the lighter parts. Though, but I think it's more so to do with like because it's bright and like maybe a few other things. But from the looks of it, though, it seems bright objects seem to like sort of stand out. Like they kind of I don't know honestly, but that's what I'm thinking though. I'm thinking it's the blurry effect.
I just love this weird dichotomy that they invent, where NASA is smart enough to invent this superb CGI where someone can manipulate weightless water, but then this CGI has like all kinds of mistakes. If this were CGI, it wouldn't have any of these mistakes. That's just silly. It's just optics. It's just focal requirements for optics. That's all. Nothing more.
Is there something partially obscuring the camera's view that's very close and out of focus?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Hold on. First of all, Gambino, it's called augmented reality, and it's a real thing that even kids have in their bedroom.
Give me a break, Jeremy. What about the one where he wrings out the washcloth and the water's like sticking to his hand floating around? Don't tell me that's
Have you ever heard
reality.
of augmented reality?
Yes, I have a whole VR headset. It looks nothing like that. That's ridiculous. You're just like
your
shit
shit looks
up.
nothing like that. You think you got shit as good as NASA?
No. What do you mean? Because I'm not in orbit taking video from orbit on the ISS.
No, you're not. They're not in orbit either.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Based on what? Yeah, see, well, let's settle this with evidence and facts instead of just opinions.
Based on
he's kind of lagging.
Based on
you wrote about it the whole time. I'm sorry.
Based on the tons of hours of evidence I've seen of their fakery and foolishness. There's hours
you haven't
I've
seen a single one. Not a
we know
single
they're
one of the
faking
things
the funk,
you posted is actual evidence of fakery. It's just you guys not understanding GIF compression.
We know they're faking the funk.
That's your opinion, but you have no proof of it.
We've shown you guys hours and hours and hours of proof.
Not a single moment. All you have is GIF compression, Jeremy.
No, we have hours of proof. NASA's faking it.
Bullshit. You got nothing. Not a single damn thing. It's just you guys not understanding.
Jeremy, can I present something to Mr. Big Gambino just to see how his level of intellectual?
We don't have anything. There's
I put
nothing
it
to
in the
present. We
chat.
don't have anything.
I put it in the chat for you. It's a question where big Gambino. I want to ask you an intellectually a question. Test your intellectual honesty. How many months or weeks in Antarctica? Sorry, how many months or weeks does the sun sit above the horizon in Antarctica during the summer months in Antarctica, which would begin around, let's say, December?
I don't know. What latitude are we talking about?
We're at the South Pole. We're
The
at
South
we're
Pole?
at yeah, we're at the geographic South Pole, which is Edmondson Scott Scientific Station.
Well, at the equinox, it would just kiss the horizon. In between equinoxes, it'd be barely above or below the horizon.
Barely above. So when would I get a 24-hour sun?
You would get a 24-hour sun. Well, it depends on if it's high enough to give you like sunlight to see it over mountains and stuff. But outside of the equinoxes.
Yeah. So again, so when would I get so outside of the equinoxes is when I would get a 24-hour sun. So not in the summertime, not after the equinox, not before the equinox. When would I get a 24-hour sun? Because December 21st is the first day of winter. Or sorry, December 21st is the first day of summer in Antarctica.
It would just be barely kissing the horizon on the equinox.
So I wouldn't get a 24-hour sun. When would I? In February? In January? When would I get a 24-hour sun?
If
Above
it
the
kisses
horizon.
the horizon,
the
is that considered 24-hour sun?
Let me just do the line of questioning there, Left Lane. You can answer next. I asked Eggshells yesterday and Ruhif yesterday, how many weeks or months is the 24-hour sun above the horizon? Eggshell said 3 to 4 months. That's what his claim was. He said, but not entirely true or whatever he said, but sort of backtracked after he made that statement. Ruhif didn't answer. So you've been close so far as being intellectually honest. You said the equinox would be just kissing the horizon, as you suggested.
Yeah.
So
right.
after the equinox, so proceeding towards January, will I start to get a 24-hour sun above the horizon?
Yeah. Yeah. You will.
Okay. I just presented, you said, okay, that's great. That's wonderful. So now my job is to present, I feel my job is to present data that doesn't match your beliefs. I don't really care if it's flat or a globe. So I presented information for you that's been taken from Edmondson Scott Scientific Station that shows you in December 21st, and then after December 24th, in December, pardon me, you have the longest sun hours of 19.9 hours. And it doesn't actually get any more than that. It actually starts reducing in hours. So in December, it's the only time that you get 20 hours worth of sunlight. However,
the equinox, isn't it?
Hold on, it's in December, bro. So the point is that.
Do you know the
chill
difference
out.
between equinox and solstice?
Yeah. Okay. So you want to change the conversation, or do we want to focus on the data I'm presenting? So
Maybe
again,
he's
it's
just
about
trying to clarify.
It's about a 20. No, it's not about the equinoxes or the solstices. Okay. December 21st is the solstice of December, which is the summer months in Antarctica. That's all we're addressing. We're trying to find data for a 24-hour sun. Now, what I presented in the chat is actual data that comes from Edmondson Scott Scientific Station. There's only 19.9 hours of daylight there. There's never any 24-hour period of daylight ever recorded when it comes to actual observed data. Now, the problem is...
Hours. Is that the same as
not,
daylight hours?
You tell me. Can you show me?
Well, you need to clarify that because it's your data. I can go
No,
look
it's
it up.
not my data. It's coming from...
You
You ready?
this.
Yeah,
Let's
I
go
did.
look it up.
And I'm asking you what I asked you. How many weeks or months does the sun stay above the horizon to produce a 24-hour? You still haven't provided me an answer for that. Okay, which you wanted to focus on the equinoxes and the solstice. No, we're not talking about either one of those.
Yeah,
we're talking about
that's the boundaries of it.
We're talking about daily recorded hours. Now, you have lots of videos on YouTube that claim there's a 24-hour sun. But yet I can show you data from Edmondson Scott Scientific Station that conflicts with these videos that are being presented. That's all
Where?
So in the chat, I post. You just go to Wikipedia, type in Edmondson Scott Scientific Data,
I'm
and go
looking
to
at the
climate.
image that you posted. It doesn't agree with what you're saying because it uses the term mean daily sunshine hours.
There's a total collected. There's total collected monthly hours of the sun, and then there's daily collected hours of the sun.
Sunshine hours. I don't think you know what these terms are. Maybe we should click on the link that says sunshine hours and we can find out.
So go ahead and take a look. Click on the link.
Hold on.
Click on the link. Again, I'm going to reiterate my statement to test your intellectual honesty. So far, you've offered so far. So
Come
far,
on,
you've
data.
offered.
This data.
So far, you've
Give me-
offered
no.
red herrings. So far, you've offered red herrings, which is
Give
a
me your data.
deflection from the point.
I'm not going to continue until you give me your data.
Again, you cannot continue. I'll tell you why. You have no
You have no
argument
data.
to refute this. No, what you'll do is you'll focus on terminologies and terms. My claim here is to
Those are
present data
important in
that's.
science, aren't they?
My claim is to present the data that's already there. I'm unbiased to it because it's not my data. It's coming from Edmondson Scott Scientific Station. There's only 19.9 hours of recorded. I mean, there's 4 hours of daylight missing. Now I'm going to give you
it doesn't
another
say daylight.
list. Let me finish.
Stop.
No,
you finish
hold on,
one
buddy.
point and then
Let me
I
finish.
respond.
I'm going to give you
finish
another
one point
documentary.
and I respond. You can't do multiple points.
Again,
Come
so
on.
this is the level of intellectual honesty. You appeal to the stone. You have no
Data,
argument.
Data, you're not allowing him to speak. Data, you're not allowing him to speak.
He's not letting me finish. He's telling me that I'm wrong and I don't understand words. That's not an argument. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
The data
You're
says.
missing words. No,
The
it doesn't.
data says 19.9 hours in December, and after it falls off, it gets less and less after December. So you want to call solstices? Sure, that's fine. I asked you how many weeks or months. Sorry, can you hear me? I asked you how many weeks or months does the sun sit above the horizon? How many weeks or months does it? No, I went pushed. Anyway, how many weeks or months does the sun sit above the horizon to produce a 24-hour sun? Has not been provided in an answer, but what I have done is actually provided data that you want to debate is definition based. The point is there's no 24-hour sun, and I'm going to back that statement up with another documentary which I presented yesterday, which is let me finish. I'm almost done. I'm going to back that data.
Hold on,
Shut up.
Jesus Christ.
Shut up.
Wrap it up.
I'm going to present two pieces of evidence that agree with each other. And as far as what's written as data and what's been documented in a video. In other words, I'm going to use a video like you guys do. Expedition, Antarctica, 7 minutes and 44 seconds in. As they're doing a tour down there to study the emperor penguins, and the only way they can do it is because the ice breaks open there in the summertime. They claim there's 3 hours of darkness. Sorry, I keep getting cut off here. There's 3 hours of darkness in this documentary that is documented, which matches the data that I just presented. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. Now go ahead and answer.
Okay, sure. Would you like to present data that contradicts the 24-hour sun? Because you haven't yet. All you have here is this plot that you haven't given me.
I have two pieces of proofs. Well, you asked me when I'm going to do it. I just told you that I have
data. All I want you to do right now is give me the source link to this Wikipedia screenshot. That's all I want you to do.
Type in Edmondson Scott Scientific Station. Type it in yourself. It'll come up. Go to climate. You'll see from 1957, they've recorded all of this data, which means there's no climate change either if you look at the data. The point is that information is not mine. I'm just regurgitating it from a source that you can go verify yourself if you're not lazy. Then the second source I provided you is not also my source as well, but in the document itself, it tells you that there's 3 hours of darkness. Now, the only way they can do this observation is in the summertime, which Baldul seems to have corroborated, claiming he said they did the documentary in February. Well, if you look at the data, I'm almost done. If you look, let me finish. If you look at the data.
Let me talk.
I'm almost done. You keep interrupting. So I presented you two things that are not mine. I'm not biased to them because I'm making it very clear to you. I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't care if it's flat or a ball. I'm just pointing out inconsistencies and proving them daily. So again, would you like to answer why I can show? So again, would you like to answer why both of those documentaries match up in the data but conflict these 24-hour sun videos that you present on YouTube?
Okay, good.
All right, now hold on. Yeah, he's done. Hold on. Yeah,
I'm done talking.
Yeah, hold on. I was going to say, Data, that was a lot. I'm just going to mute you just so he can have his full time to talk. So go ahead. I'm not, just temporarily, just so he can respond.
Okay. Well, first of all, I still want the source of this because I have to now type this name in and I have to figure out how to spell it. Amundsen. I want to know what sunshine hours is. So I'm going to click on that. And then I'm also going to look at other data sources that have been posted in the chat, which disagree with you. So maybe you don't know what sunshine hours is. And then for the documentary, let's figure out what latitude that was at, because I doubt that was at the South Pole.
If the sun's out, do you not have sunshine hours?
If there's a 13,000, that's why I want to look it up. If there's a 13,000-foot mountain there, you might not get all those hours you thought you were going to get.
Oh, the mountain's blocking the sunshine hours, no doubt.
Yeah, that's why we should understand terms. And whenever I bring up a term, he just starts interrupting, saying, "No, we don't care. We don't need to worry about."
Well, is that really what's going on?
No, that's the red herring that you want to focus on. He just wants to focus on the red herrings. Focus on the data. Focus on the data. It's not scientific.
You're no
It's not
red herring.
scientific. It's
I'm
not
hearing
scientific.
clarification.
It's not
How am I supposed to
scientific
focus on the data when you don't know the
debate
term?
things that are. It's not scientific to debate things that are irrelevant to the conversation. The conversation
terms
states
are
in your
relevant.
model, yeah, the terms are relevant. Sun hours and the sun being above the horizon is pretty significant, especially if you want to claim there's a 24-hour sun,
Well,
right?
let's look up what sunshine
So
hours
my
is.
listen, before you get
No.
off on a tangent here.
No, don't just ramble. You bring up one
Before you
point
get
and
off
then
on a
someone
tangent, I'm going to ask you one more time.
Shut him
How
up.
many months? How many
Shut up.
months and weeks? How many months and weeks is there a 24-hour sun above the horizon? I initially
Jada, do
stated
you
as
know
the
what
first
sunshine hours means?
visible
No.
sunlight hours. Yep.
Let's look it up. That's why we need the source.
So the point is that
So what if the sun's
let's
what if
just
this base is
ignore
next?
that.
So how do you get a
What if this
24-hour
base-
sun? How do you get a 24-hour sun without daylight sunlight? How do you get it? You need
the
sunlight
source.
period to get to 24
That's a good
hours. But in
point.
this
That's a good
particular
point,
case,
Data.
but in this particular point, there's actually record of two sources. One is the information I provided, that's actual data. The second is the documentary that confirms that data by observation in the video.
latitude?
So
What's the
hold on.
latitude?
So,
All right, hold
so
on,
being
David,
that
you gotta let him respond, David. You gotta.
I'm
at least let him
almost
respond.
done. I'm almost done, but I keep getting interrupted. So I know I go on, but I literally almost as I'm finished, everybody interrupts me. So then it feels like I have to start over and express it again. The point of the me asking him this information is
What
because I didn't
latitude was
conjure
the
it up. I didn't make
documentary?
it up. I didn't
latitude
conjure
was
it
the
up. I didn't make
documentary?
it up. All I'm doing is observing and reporting what is being told to me. Now, when I'm given that information, I want to present it to him with a question. And the question was, how many months and weeks is the sun above the horizon in Antarctica? That's all I truly want to find the answer to. Thank you.
In between the equinoxes, which is not indicated by sunshine hours. I'm reading sunshine hours right now. So your
So
data
there
is
is
flawed
no
because you
sun
don't
above the
understand.
horizon.
I wasn't done.
So there is no sun above the
I wasn't
horizon. then.
done. Be quiet. Are you going to be quiet? You don't understand the terms, and so the data that you have presented does not confirm what you're
You're
saying.
ad homing and
Oh, I'm
straw manning
sorry.
the
I wasn't done.
conversation. You may
I
not
wasn't done.
understand the
Shut up.
terms, and you're projecting. So again, focus on the statement. I asked you. I
Hold on,
asked you a
David.
question.
Dude, you interrupted him now, man. Come on.
I'm not going to let him get away with ad homing or straw manning or starting bullshit statements like you don't understand the words or you don't understand. It's not addressing the argument, nor is it being professional, nor is it addressing the data. To start with an ad hom or a straw man attack is bullshit. You won't get away with it with me, dude. You can fuck off.
Let's talk about sunshine hours. It's a general indicator of cloudiness of a location. Oh dear. Oh dear.
So
You
the
don't even know what it
clouds
means.
are blocking
So the sun isn't above the horizon then.
Yes, it
It's
is,
just
but it's just
cloud.
cloudy, and so the
Oh, it
average
is.
sunshine hours are 19.9 because you don't know what sunshine hours means. Oh,
Wonderful.
dear.
So how many months and
Correct.
weeks is the sun above the horizon in Antarctica? How many months and weeks is it?
Approximately 6 months in between the equinoxes.
So the data doesn't show that. The data show there's only 19.9 hours of total daylight, meaning it cooperates with the documentary that states there's three.
I just proved you wrong. That's not what sunshine hours means.
Listen,
It's not what your data point means.
listen. Does it get dark in
Jesus
Antarctica
Christ.
in the summertime? Yes or no?
In their summertime?
In their summertime, correct. Does it get dark? Yes or no?
Does it get dark in their summertime? Between the equinoxes?
Correct. Again, their summertime doesn't matter the equinox. Again, you're red herring the conversation. It's not about the equinox. It's about the summertime there. Do they have darkness in the summertime?
Near the equinox, I bet you they would, yeah.
Near the equinox. So that's a yes, they have dark time. How many hours of dark time do they have in the summertime in Antarctica? You don't know.
It's not indicated by sunshine
You
hours.
don't know. There you go, everybody. Listen to this guy. He's arguing something he has no idea about, and he wants to go find out what daylight or what sunlight hours mean. Again, I'm going to ask you concisely, how many weeks and months is the sun above the horizon in Antarctica? That's all I want to find the answer to.
Approximately 6 months in between the equinoxes.
So if you have that data, and I present data from Edmondson Scott Scientific Station, which shows you there's only 19.9 hours, the peak summer months. How would you convince me that there's 6 months of the sun being above the horizon if there's only 19.9 hours of daylight recorded during the summer months?
Data, those are sunshine hours. That's not.
Wait a second.
They're counting clouds blocking the sun as non-sunshine hours.
19.9 hours of sunlight is what's recorded, which corroborates the documentary.
Data. I
which
just proved you
corroborates
wrong.
which
I just
corroborates
proved
with
you
the
wrong. How can you say the same thing? You just got proven
which
wrong on. Jesus
which
Christ.
corroborates with the documentary where they're in the summer months, because the only way they can get across that passage past the 66 is have it all broken up by the sun or by the summer months. They can travel and study these emperor penguins. That's the idea behind the documentary. And in the
What
time
latitude
frame
was
they
that?
went,
What
the
latitude?
time frame they went,
Answer.
they have 3 hours of darkness in the summer
What
months.
latitude was that?
So
You won't answer.
so if you have if you it's where Antarctica is, buddy.
Oh,
It's
I'm
where
sorry. Do you want a response? Or you just want to
so
keep talking?
it's past the 66, right? They
What
have a
latitude?
frozen pathway. They can't get through in the summer and the winter time.
Answer.
There, they have to wait for
Answer
the
what latitude?
summertime.
When you start talking,
It's past the 66, buddy.
What latitude then? Somewhere between 66 and 90? Wow, that's a big range.
Yeah. So again, if you want to look where Antarctica is and your 24-hour sun, you have to have 24 hours of daylight hours to have a 24-hour sun. That would preclude it, wouldn't it? A sun above the horizon for 24 hours would give you 24 hours of daylight, but that doesn't happen. That's what the data says.
Can have 24 hours of sunlight in between equinoxes anywhere within the Antarctic Circle.
So if you live in a sphere and there's 24
Excuse me,
hours,
I was not done. Excuse me.
if you live in a sphere
Mute
and it's
him.
a 6
Data,
month,
hold on,
Hey,
data.
Jesus Christ, unfucking acceptable. So, but the closer you get to the circle, the less span there is that you will have a 24-hour sun. When you're on the circle, there's like 1 day that you get a 24-hour sun. But you have to, if you're at the pole, you get a maximum number of days of sun above the horizon. Do you understand this?
yeah. So there is documentation that conflicts with your present statement. That's not
Not
the
yet.
only two that I've. Yeah, that's not the only two. So there's 9 months.
You have
of,
none yet. Present
so
it.
I have
No, you haven't.
documentation that's written by explorers that went down there, and particularly when they were building Edmondson Scott Scientific Station, which is at the geographic South Pole, where the information that I presented to you. If you're at the geographic South Pole, there must be 24 hours of daylight hours recorded.
Go ahead,
because
present that
they
data.
do.
Because so far
They
you
do.
presented sunshine hours, which is something else.
Yeah. So
suck it.
how do you get sunshine hours?
Sunshine
Data,
hours
they're
is
counting
average.
if the clouds are blocking the sun.
I understand.
They're counting that as non-daylight hours.
Yeah, I
or
understand.
Non-sunshine hours.
Yeah,
So
there's
the
no
sunshine
20.
hour stat is kind of irrelevant, don't you think?
No, because it has to do where the body of the sun is and where the path of the sun is. So if there is a path of the sun that's going in a circle, there has to be 24 hours of this light recorded. And what I'm presenting is data that conflicts that. You may say sunlight hours, sure, counting it, and they give me a definition of the clouds covering it. You can't see. The point is that it's if the sun is there, there's their light there. There's going to be a sun approximately within the vicinity of to give its light, right? And if that's the case, well, at a certain time after the solstice or during the summer months, there has to be a point where the sun is above the horizon for a period of 24 hours, like these videos show. But then I can present you data that says when people went down there and they traveled, there is long, dark summer months. Well, how do you get that?
No,
if
you
there's
haven't presented the data. I'm done with this
Well,
guy. I
stop
proved
the
him wrong. He's just
monologue.
dumb.
Yeah.
Jesus
So the
Christ.
information's
You're repeating
there. You just
yourself.
go look at it, go read it for yourself. Instead of believing everything you're told, there's conflicting information.
Where's
Yeah.
DMOC when we need some good quality sound?
I got to tell you, Data, I'm not thoroughly impressed with this sunshine hours thing. I mean, that's not a good stat to have.
How do you get
19.9
hours if there's 24 hours? You're
Hey,
telling
data?
me the
Yeah,
first block
cloudy.
is the
It
answer,
gets
right?
fucking cloudy,
Yeah.
data.
Yeah, I understand that's your
clouds blocking it
response.
for
I
the
understand
Cloud
that's
cover is the definition.
I understand.
It's the definition in your own link.
Yeah, I understand what I've presented to you. So that the first question I start with is how many months and weeks is the sun above the horizon? Somebody said 6 months, right? If it's above the 6 fucking months, then show me the 24-hour sun daylight recorded for that. Because this particular Edmondson Scott Station is doing total sun hours. So if the sun is nearby and it's 24 hours, then there's got to be a lot of sun hours for that month, right? So you're missing the sun hours. You're missing the sun hour data for the total collected month. You cannot escape the fact that you're not going to get sun hours because there's clouds. Of course, there's going to be breaks in the clouds. There's still going to be sun hours because it's fucking light out.
That's understood, Data. I tried sharing this with you last night, but you actually didn't stop talking at all. So after waiting for 20 minutes, they decided to change the subject, and I never got a chance to. But I did. Everybody knows Robert Schwartz. He's the guy that has all that Vimeo, like 88 Vimeo videos.
Yes, I got the video.
Yeah. So that's fantastic data. That's fantastic. And so when you go to his website, he actually has a journal where he writes notes for most days that he's down there, and he is explicit when he's talking about the dates where the sun is, how much longer until the sunset's going to be, and how many days of full sun there's going to be. He says things like we have 2 more weeks until sunset, right? Which means there's 24 hours sun for 2 weeks, at least at the point where he writes that, right?
So I have Mr. Sippel's footage, Dr. Paul Sippel, and then I have the footage from Robert Schwartz that you sent me. Of course, you've given me this information. This is not new. I've had this conversation before with you. I'm just very patient and to see the responses. And the fact that I've asked Ruhif how many months, weeks, and how many, I believe, what's his name? Eggshell told me there's 4 months of the sun above the horizon, give or take 3 to 4 months, he said, above the horizon. What's his other pickle said? There's 6 months. So I'm just highlighting the inconsistencies in the statements and beliefs, because that's all I'm trying to show, really, at the end of the day. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes too. But at the end of the day, when I can show the inconsistency in response and what you guys believe, that's all I'm here for.
Data, you've made a mistake, bro. It's sunshine.
Sorry, I didn't hear you, Jeremy. Go ahead.
I might have the delay thing. The fucking surgery on my AirPods didn't work. Anyways, this daylight hours thing, they're counting the cloud cover, bro. So of course there's not going to be 24 hours because there's clouds coming through all the time.
Yeah, well,
it's still daylight, right? So it's not dark, right? So if you have a sun out there, you're still going to have daylight hours.
I gotta
it's just not going to be a sunny day.
Yeah, I gotta say that I would count the sun being behind the clouds as sunshine hour. I mean, the sun
doesn't go away, buddy. This is what I mean. It's a bullshit thing. The sun doesn't disappear. If you have light, there is sun nearby. It
disappears behind a cloud.
Yeah, that's
where definition of terms is very important.
Yeah. Sunlight is still there regardless of the cloud. So you're not going to discount sunlight hours because there's clouds.
You're monologuing again.
God damn it,
no,
dude.
Sunlight hours is sunlight hours, whether there's clouds or not.
Let's still City
there's still daylight. There's still daylight caused by the sun. You want to use the argument
thing over and over again, dude.
You want to say that the clouds make it turn it into nighttime? No, the sun is still there, right? The clouds are just hiding it.
God
damn this is why it's important to understand terms. That's you like.
I already understood and knew exactly the bullshit.
All right, hold on, Data. Hold on. Yeah, Data. I'm just gonna have to temporarily mute you, bro, because you're just over dominating. We'll give you your time to speak, but it's just beyond. No one can even respond. So just go ahead, Kosho or Gambino.
But Steel City. I know Steel City wanted to say something, so I'll let him go real quick if you still want to say it. But
don't worry about it, Coach. It was just the point that what he posted actually had the definition in a hyperlink that he didn't bother looking at.
Yeah, no, and I know that because I heard Gambino say this to him. But anyways, I don't know why he's not acknowledging it, or why you're not acknowledging that what I said and responding to it. Regardless, when there's twilight, for example, which is a lot of what the sky looks like when there's this 24-hour sun. The sun, even though it's above the horizon, it's the topography is not allowing you to see the sun. So the sun being visible is not necessarily necessary for it to be daylight outside.
Yeah, this isn't impressive.
Like you think you want to define sunshine hours by some way doesn't mean it actually is recorded and defined that way. That's why I wanted to talk about the terms. So maybe you should go.
I feel you. If I had a
panel, when I asked when I asked how many months and weeks is the sun above the horizon, you said there 6 months. Eggshell says there's 3 and 4 months, and that might be not entirely true. So what is it? Is Eggshell right or you're right? Me bringing up this sunshine hours, this just shows that if there is a 24-hour sun, where's the documentation to show it, because this is showing throughout the month of December there isn't 24-hour light of sun hours through the clouds, right?
Oh my
So
God.
if they're claiming that, where are you going to see the sun above the horizon for weeks and months at a time if it's only producing this particular evidence due to clouds?
It's
Data,
above the
if you had a
horizon, it's just
solar
behind a
panel,
cloud.
if you had
So
a
it's there
solar
then.
panel,
It's there then, right? So daylight's there, so the sun is there, right? That's what you're
The
saying,
sun is
right?
there, but it's not
So
counted as sunshine because it's behind the clouds.
how do you get 3 hours of darkness in the summer months then if there's a 24-hour sun? There's got to be a
They
give and
didn't
take.
say it was dark, did they?
You claim 6 months is when it's on the other side, and if it's 6 months, that means it has to be above the horizon.
Where did the darkness come from?
At the peak or past the peak of the solstice to get into the farther tilt of the Earth, right? To get it to tropic Capricorn.
They still have
You have to
weather
have
there, dude.
Oh,
They
weather,
still have
right?
weather.
Yeah, awesome. I get it.
Yeah.
The point is if there's a
19
24-hour
hours
sun,
of sunshine
how come
is
there's so much
80% of the day.
how come there's so much inconsistency to whether it's 6 months, whether it's 3 to 4 months, or even the way they describe sunlight hours?
Well, Eggshells was kind of guessing, right? So why would you take him literal?
Was he just guessing? 3 to 4 months.
Yeah.
Ruhif didn't want to answer it. I asked him 5 times and he didn't want to answer that question. And at the end of the day, I don't care. It's just, why don't you want to answer the question?
I was listening. You wouldn't let him answer.
Oh, bullshit. When I do ask, why such tomfoolery about it? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Data, let's say you had a solar panel, right? And you're trying to see how many sunshine hours the solar panel gets. But when the sun goes behind a cloud, you don't get no sunshine hours for the solar panel. So let's say you get 9 hours of sunlight. Say the sun's up for 9 hours. Yeah, just shut up for a second, though. Please.
How do you get 3 hours of darkness?
I'm just talking so you'll
Is
stop
it the clouds?
laughing, honestly, at this data. If you have a solar panel, you got 9 hours of daylight, but it was blocked by clouds or atmospheric turbidity for 3 hours, whatever you want. You would say, oh, I only got 6 hours of daylight hours, even though the sun was up for 9. Like, you're making me argue for these guys' side because your shit is not good.
You still don't even get my point, buddy. I'm trying to show the inconsistency with the response when asked. The first question is, how many months and weeks is the sun above the horizon? What's Pickle said 6, Eggshell said 3 to 4, and he said that's not entirely true. Ruhif wouldn't answer it. So again, you're missing my point. I'm bringing up the total sunlight hours in response and getting a response by presenting it as, where's the 24-hour sunlight, right?
Okay, we understand.
We understand
your point, but the thing is, Data,
you still don't know.
The thing is, they're not counting the hours that the sun's behind the cloud as sunshine hours.
Yeah, total sunshine hours. So you get 3 hours of darkness when you look at all of those
You're making that shit up.
It has to get dark. It has to get dark at some point in Antarctica, right? It has to go from a period of 24 hours of sunlight to non-24 hours, right? There has to be a transition.
This is why you shouldn't be talking to McSoon or fight the flat Earth, because shit like this.
Again, you don't have an argument. You didn't state anything. I'm trying to get you.
It's smashing winning.
I'm trying to get you to understand my position of getting them to tell me how many months the sun is above the horizon, how many daylight hours, how many sunlight hours is a red herring. Do you understand?
You brought up
look at the altitude angle.
Data, you brought up the sunlight hours. You crazy.
When I asked, are you listening to his? Do you listen to his response? Do you listen to his response? When I asked him, he says, "Well, the solstice. Do you know what the solstice is?" So again, they're not focusing on the question, are they? They're not geared or responding to what I'm asking, right? So when I present the 19.9 hours of sunlight hours, where is the 24 hours and how many weeks and months does it happen? I get discrepancies. I not only get discrepancies from Gambino's response, but also eggshells. And then when I actually go look at historical data, I also get inconsistencies. So if you don't understand my motivation, then you're not understanding me at all. It's
How many
presenting
times are you going to say it? How many times?
I'm presenting the inconsistencies. Well, just so you get it straight. So Jeremy
Quit
has a
repeating
problem
yourself.
understanding.
Yeah,
Well,
I think we're
it
clear.
seems that
Problem
it seems I have
understanding.
to.
Say it again.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys, real quick. Data, I understand completely. You brought an argument to the table saying they don't have it documented that the sun's up for 24 hours. However, what you brought is sunshine hours, which counts for the clouds, this time that the sun's behind clouds.
That's what you say.
That's what
So
they said. That's what your citation
if the
says.
sun if the sun is yeah, I understand that. That's what the data says, but they're not showing data of
There's
a
no
24-hour sun. Do you understand that that's missing?
Because
Do you
you're not
understand
looking in
that,
the right
right?
place. You're looking in the
Okay,
wrong
so
place. Look at
I'm
the
looking at a
altitude angle of.
geographical south. I'm looking at a geographical south
Stop.
pole called.
Stop
I'm looking
fucking,
at
like,
geographical
railroading.
south pole. I'm looking at a
Mambo.
geographical south pole called as Edmondson Scott Station. I'm just looking at their information, looking for the 24-hour sun. I presented the
Do you
data
think
showing
that's the
19.
right data point?
I showed a data presenting 19.9 hours
Of
right?
sunshine hours.
So
Which
where
is not what
is
you're
the
looking for.
24-hour? If
Okay,
I can show
here.
you other documentation that
Tell you
there's
how to do it.
darkness in the summer, how do you get
Oh my God,
how do you
shut
get
up.
how do you get months of
Not gonna
a
help,
sun
man.
above a horizon with nighttime? How do you do
Why
it?
are we tolerating this?
Yeah.
I don't know. When do we stop this?
Agree with him. Just agree with him.
Yeah, you're
Just
right,
fuck-
Data.
No,
No,
He's
you're
right.
right.
it's not about
He's
it.
right.
It's not about
No, I
agreeing.
think he's right.
Where do you get the
That's all that
nighttime?
is.
Stop talking, bro, for 5 seconds. Holy shit, man.
If you want to actually learn this and figure it out, look at the altitude angle of the sun for every day of the year from the South Pole. Find that. Don't go looking for sunshine hours or daylight hours or anything that you don't understand. Find the altitude angle of the sun.
Yeah, I can give you an observation to do right now using a angle measurement of the sun, and it doesn't match your globe model. Would you like it?
Give him
Okay.
Give him
So
that one. There we go. That's a good one.
Go to Perth, go to December 21st, and tell me how, because Perth has zero magnetic declination. How does the sun rise coming at 120 degrees, 119 degrees southeast on your globe model? Can you demonstrate that for me?
210, 200. How many degrees?
120 degrees southeast. And what you want to do is you could put a gnomon at Perth and then look at the shadow angle. And because it's geographical north and the meridian line that it lies on is 0 degrees magnetically, you could just assume that's north. And then every position from there, you can see where the angle of the sunrise would come in if the sun is over Tropic of Capricorn.
Why do we have to worry about magnetic declination? Why don't we just talk about true north angle?
Well, I'm just saying the geographic map is on the globe, right? So you don't have to worry about anything magnetic. That's all I was saying.
Is it true that Perth is 0 magnetic declination?
Yep.
Why?
Okay.
How do they
Why
know?
does it
How'd they
matter?
figure that out? That's a good question.
I don't know, but that's what the data says.
The
Do they
same way
line
that
it
we
up
know
with the
magnetic
sunrise
declination for
on a?
anywhere.
Do they line it up with the sunrise at the equinox, or how'd they do it?
Don't know.
Oh, there's ways of getting true north, like the gyro compass and Polaris.
Yeah, but true north isn't magnetic north.
I know. There's a
So
declination
I'm
between.
saying that's why I give you the example geographically, because you don't have to adjust for anything, and just by circumstance, it's at a 0 degrees magnetically anyway. So you don't have to think about it. Just go look at the angle, go apply it, and then see if you can make it match time and date.
So
or sorry,
December?
make your December 21st. Yeah, it's all around that
December
21st because the sun does some pretty funky things on the 21st, and between the 21st and the 25th, the sun does something crazy.
Hold on. Before you go off the rails, let me just talk about the thing you brought up before you bring it up something else. December 21st.
Dude,
okay, so you're talking about.
Show me where.
My bad,
why
Gambino. Hold on, Data. Let him finish. My bad, Gambino. Let him finish, Data, please.
December 21st, you're saying that the azimuth angle of the sunrise is 120 degrees?
So time and date, it says that it comes in southeast at 120 degrees at Perth. Well, in and about that area, like that particular latitude, and yeah, that's what it says anyway.
Well, I'm going to look this up. So I've never used this website, so
We've been over this with him now. This is why I don't understand. because I made that.
Yeah. You did. Why didn't you send me the file?
I made that image.
Did you debunk
I made
this,
that image
Kosho?
that I showed you that described it, and then I saw because I was
They
there.
can't,
when,
Jeremy. It doesn't
hold
work
on,
in the
dude. I
flat Earth
saw
or the
when
globe.
please stop talking. I saw when what's that guy's name? The guy who does animation stuff. He had made an animation describing to you exactly how it works on a globe and why you would get that angle. We both showed it to you.
You've
Yeah, so I have a model. I have a model up just waiting for somebody to do the same thing to show me. And
Listen, Kosho made a cartoon.
I can even do it in Blender the same way you do it in reality. I can do it. There's no difference. Emulating the sun in a program and the size that they claim it is, first of all, is you're going to be your first problem. The second problem is that you can't get a angle at that degree with a 23.5 degree tilt. You'd have to tilt it more, had to have the sun come in lower, or have the Earth tilted up higher. One of the two. That's the only way you can get that angle.
Kosho made
say all that.
Kosho made a cartoon.
Well, that's what the model
You're
suggests when you're trying to get the
debunked.
angle, right?
Data, can you hear me?
Did you hear
talking?
Jeremy talking?
Do I have the
Data?
lag
Well, your
going, Data?
left lane is talking to me. Left lane's asking me questions about
No,
the model.
yeah, but no, Jeremy was talking. You talked all over him. Go
You
ahead, Jeremy.
talked. I responded to you, and then Jeremy was talking at the same time.
Just go ahead. I think I got the lag thing going. Check.
So again, I'm just giving you practical demonstration to show the both map, the Gleason map, and the globe model cannot produce an angle with the claimed position of the sun where it's at. It doesn't work in model format, and it doesn't work with the toy model. I demonstrated that clearly, and still waiting for people to show me. Well, go ahead, take a toy model, put a gnomon at Perth, and show me where you can get a 120 degree sunrise with a 23.5 degree tilt. Even mathematically, you can't. Even mathematically, you can't. You'd have to tilt it up to around 30 degrees just to compensate for where the sun is positioned over the Tropic of Capricorn. So, I mean, that's the GP position of the sun, right? Or the solar subpoint, right? That moves along in that circle.
Yeah. On the 21st, it does. You're right about that. But how about I just model in STK, which is an accurate to scale model in software?
You do whatever you can, dude. The point is when you put your sphere there and put your map on the sphere, you put your gnomon at Perth, and then you take put a 23.5 degree tilt, and then you put in a 90 degree, so it goes along the horizontal plane, the sun that is. Then you can produce a sunlight and show me that the shadow would come in southeast at 120. You're looking at maybe 100 degrees, maybe even sometimes 90, depending on the if it's rising, totally perfectly rising. So it just doesn't work, right? You'd have to lower the sun more.
Rising.
You'd have
it
to
only
look.
Comes
You'd
up
have
at,
to. You'd have to
only
lower
comes up
the
at 90
GP
on the equinox.
Yeah. The Earth itself, you'd have to put the GP position around a 30 degree latitude to have the shadow come in, at least mathematically too. So.
Yeah, I showed you how it works, dude.
I'm just using the bare bone blender.
That's
I'm not
fine,
doing any.
dude. I don't
I'm
care
not
what
doing.
you're
Listen,
using.
dude. I'm not doing any. Yeah, I know you don't care, but I'm just saying that for the.
That's the reason I don't care. Not because I'm being a jerk, but because I'm
just saying the model dictates that, like reality.
With Blender. I'm showing you why what you're describing as the angle on the Earth and the angle of the sun in the sky are not going to be. Your expectation is incorrect. Like I showed you in this image, you can see how along the ground, it's angled in the same direction as the sun's coming from.
Yeah, sure. So what I did is I thought just to take somebody's personal experience, which was to notice an anomaly and then to test that anomaly. In other words, I see a phenomenon of 120 degrees southeast sunrise. How does that work with a ball tilted at 23.5 degrees? You have to have the ball with a radius 3959. You'd have to have a ball tilted up to around the latitude of 30 degrees. It'd have to be like another 7 degrees almost, maybe even more.
Perth is not on the tropic.
I'm not saying Perth is on the tropic. I'm saying during the December 21st, it is on the subsolar point is on the Tropic of Capricorn. So if you model this out, right, how you place the subsolar point of the sun in the model is you look for a reflection, and you can move that reflection based on the degree of the tilt of the Earth, or if the sun is not on the horizontal plane.
How did you calculate the azimuth angle of the sunrise from that?
Well, you have a geographical north, and Perth has a meridian that it lies on. That is a 0 degree point, and you can look at where the sun comes in casting a shadow. You can demonstrate it in both the toy model form by having a protractor show you the 0 degree base along that meridian, and that the angle from the shadow of the gnomon produced comes in at around 100 degrees, maybe even 90 degrees, depending on how early the sunrise is.
It's an interesting point, and it's going to sidetrack. I hope it doesn't. But on your model, on anything flat,
it
how
doesn't
does the
work
sun
on
come
either.
up? I'm not finished. How does it come up south of east, and at noon it's north of your zenith, and then set south of west? How does that work?
If the sun's on the Data, you gonna take this one? Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying that the sun itself can be proven not to be working on both presuppositions, whether it's a plane Earth and whether it's a sphere. There are you can do. There's another channel that does it already. He's got quite a QNF&E or something it is. He's got a couple examples. I can give you two examples that I found just applying practical approaches to sun angles and shadows. And if you have a gnomon at the North Pole and a gnomon at the 45 degree, and you produce a sunrise at 6 a.m. to noon, the shadows will start to lose discrepancy between 10:30 and 11:30. With that hour, you start to lose the shadows don't match along that one.
I'm gonna
one
answer you
longitude
after
line.
he's done, Left Lane. I got you when he's
Okay.
done.
So there's many examples you can show. The gnomon
That wasn't an
one.
example.
That was one for sure. Yeah, that shows you that time zones along one longitude line won't
He
work
won't
between
let
the
me.
North
He won't
Pole.
let me.
Well, no, Kosher just asked me something now.
Oh, I didn't answer you.
I
I said
know.
that wasn't an example of. Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy. Yeah.
So the way you have a sunrise rise south of east is because the sun is now at the lower tropic, which is south. The tropic is east, or sorry, the equator is east. Everywhere you are, and you look at the equator, that's east. So if anything's south of that, it's going to be guess what direction?
Yeah, but Perth is south of the tropic.
Okay, it doesn't matter where you're standing. If something is south of east and you're below that, so what?
Okay, so what here's the observation. Perth is south of the tropic. The sun travels the tropic. Perth sees the sun directly east, and then later on we'll see it at wait, no, this is
the tropic is never east. Hold on,
on.
man. You said something wrong, bro.
I know this is the solstice. I know that's what I'm trying to correct what I said.
You just said that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying to correct what I said. This is the solstice. So no, they see it at the angle that he said. I think 121 southeast. But then they see it north.
120.
Yeah, 120, 120, 121. So they see it southeast of their position. Even though the tropic is north of them, they see it southeast of them. And
Okay,
then,
when they're looking at the... All right, go ahead.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
When they're looking at the equator, they're looking east, right?
Sure. No, I mean,
okay, so when they're looking
north.
south of that, there was more to that, or was that not clear?
When they look north, when they look north, they look towards the Tropic of Capricorn.
When they look east, Jesus Christ, fucking forget it, guys. Just forget it. Go ahead, Data, with your rambling bullshit.
No, but before Data goes, the point that you're making, and the point that Left Lane was making, that's the whole problem here. That's why I made this image, is because if you see that the red line that I drew there that goes across Perth, and then the plane that's connected with it, that's the angle he's describing, 121 degrees. And if you follow the straight line out in the air, then yeah, it goes in some place where the sun isn't at. However, that line is along the surface of the Earth. And if you follow it along the surface of the Earth, the Great Circle, then you see that it actually curves around the Earth and is at one point parallel with that light, where the line is coming in on the solstice.
What were you going to say, Jeremy? Nobody even interrupted you, man.
It was just Data. Just keeps going and going.
No,
so
he
you're
wasn't
looking at the
talking.
equator.
No, he wasn't even talking.
Oh, it sounded like he was. Anyways, so you're looking at the equator from Perth. You're looking east, right, Kosho?
You look north.
You're looking north. If you're looking at the equator from Perth, you're looking north.
That's correct.
You know where the sun rises on the equinox for everyone on Earth?
Directly east.
Directly east. So we're looking east. We're looking at the equator.
At sunrise on the equinox.
Yeah, you think east changes by where the sun rises?
Well, you said
Dude, are you guys
at
fucking
the
high or
equator
something?
when you're looking at the sunrise, but you're not looking at the equator when you're looking at the sunrise. You're looking parallel to the equator.
Okay, so the sun's coming up and it's right above the equator. So if you look down a little bit, there's the equator. Okay, so not
I'm
north,
sorry,
we're
I'm
looking
lost.
east.
I'm
Sunrise
lost.
is on the equator. You're looking east at the sunrise on the equinox.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
not
are.
north. Not north like fucking Kosho somebody just said.
If you looked east and then looked north, it would make a right angle triangle.
First of all, Jeremy, what you asked me was when you're looking at the equator, you're looking east. That's what you asked me. You didn't say the sunset or sunrise. When you brought that up, that's different. That's part one. Part two is there's not any point ever when you're looking at the whether it's the equinox or the solstice, summer solstice in Perth. When you're looking at the sunrise, are you looking at the equator? It doesn't matter if you're on a globe Earth and you make a great circle going east from Perth. You don't cross the equator until you're 90 degrees, a quarter of the way around the Earth. So you're
the sunrise is east at the equator for everyone on an equinox, bro. This is just everyone knows that, right?
You're not
sunrise is in the east.
It's east
for everyone on the planet at the equinox.
Yes, and that happens right above the equator, right? Like if you were looking halfway at a sunset,
we live on a
the
cylinder.
sunset's halfway up. The sunset's halfway up, right? So we're looking at half the sun. So the other sun, the bottom of the sun that we can see is going to be appearing like it's touching the ground, which is going to be the equator, right?
No, because it's so far away. If it were close, you would have something like that. But since it's 93 million miles, you don't have that.
It's the parallel that's mixing things up. Parallel light rays.
Go on Google Earth right now and see that east will bring you to the equator. A great circle line. That's also where the sun rises on an equinox.
That's different
on an
from
equinox.
looking
You're looking
straight
at a
east, though.
sunrise.
If you followed
you're looking
it
at
from
a sunrise, and right beneath it, you're looking at the equator.
If you followed it from sunrise to noon, you would go from east to north.
Are you guys high or something, or are you just fucking with me?
Jeremy, I think you're a bit confused. I'm still trying to
will
understand what you're saying so I can see where you're going wrong. But
I'm not going
think
wrong.
of it like this.
You guys are bugging.
Hold on. Before you make that accusation, let's just try to understand what you're saying. Maybe we're not using the same terms. If you're on the equator and it's the equinox, the sun will rise directly in the east from your local coordinate system, and it will reach a zenith straight above you, and then it'll set directly in the west. Now, if you're somewhere else on the planet on the equinox, it will still rise exactly in the east and set in the west, but it won't get straight overhead. It travels.
It's never straight overhead in Perth. You always have a south gnomon, south shadow gnomon,
but
right?
the sunrise. Okay, but when the sunrise does happen, that's right above the equator, no matter where you are, right?
Jeremy,
I agree that the subsolar point is the equator. Yes.
Is the sun always above the equator? Hold on, left lane. Is the sun always above the equator on an equinox?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's a sunrise. We're looking at the sun. We can see part of the ground too. We're not looking at the equator, you're telling me?
But Jeremy, here's the thing: if you're at 30 degrees south of the equator on the equinox, you'll see the sunrise due east to you. That point on the ground in which you see the sun come up is 30 degrees south of the equator.
Yes, very good. Thanks for saying that. That's what he was getting at. Okay.
Okay, so I'm not looking at the equator when I'm looking. My direct line of sight wouldn't take me, if I kept walking, wouldn't take me over the equator.
No, you would be following a line of latitude that's 30 degrees south.
No, dude, direct line of sight. I start walking, I freeze frame. I start walking directly towards the sun. Am I not going to be at the equator at some point if I just keep walking in that line? If I just keep walking in that line.
Yes, but that's not the same as extrapolating where the sun is hitting the earth, what latitude line it is. That's different.
It rises at the equator. On the equator, for everyone on the equinox, which is east.
Yeah, but
no, it rises due east, which is different. That's not how you specify a line of latitude.
yeah, this is why I made this GIF, because it was Data who brought this up, and then Brian who brought up a very similar issue, and that's why I drew the red lines versus the plane, because the plane intersects the Earth at what the Great Circle is doing. The red line is a tangent, which is basically describing your line of sight if you're looking, if you're just looking straight out at in some direction, right? Where you're looking straight out in some direction isn't going to like if you follow that line forever, it's not going to be the same thing as what the Great Circle is doing. You know what I mean?
You know, the best part about that observation, Jeremy, too, you should consider is the idea that if you are at Perth, you would look geographically, you would look completely east, but technically on the ball, you'd have to look northeast, right? But we don't see that.
No, you just look east.
Yeah, you see that in reality, but I'm just talking about the ball. So if the ball subsolar point was at the Tropic of Capricorn, and you were at that 30-degree latitude, you would still have to look northeast to match your line of sight. But we don't see that. We see it like we live on a cylinder, where it just comes straight due east from north, which geographically would be on your ball, not matching what we see in reality, because our line of sight or line of direction would have to look northeast to see the Tropic of Capricorn.
I just got done describing that. Like if the direction that you're looking in, like the angle against the north or whatever, the straight out, into wherever. If that's describing what you're looking at, you'd be looking into the sky, not along the surface.
No, we'd be looking like a cylinder. It would have to be a cylinder.
A straight line that goes along the cylinder, dude. A straight line that goes along the surface.
If everybody was
wait until I make my point. Then you can respond to my point, dude. A straight line that goes along the surface is going to be what's the azimuth is describing. It's not describing a line that goes out to space. So it's that angle that you're going to be expecting to see the direction of whatever it is that you're looking at.
If you're using a geographic map and each position, each meridian is a zero base, and you look, a 90-degree from that, and it's east, that line of sight would conflict with the idea where the sun is apparently supposed to travel at subsolar point. You're looking at you're not looking technically on the globe model. You're not looking east to look at the subsolar point of the Tropic of Capricorn, the point where the Great Circle that you call it, or the smaller, no, the equinox. So the Great Circle there would be looking on your globe model northeast to see it. But we see it at, like you said, east for everybody. And if that's the case, it would have to be a cylinder, because the geographic idea behind it would have to be, because when you actually look due east, you're not looking northeast to see it. You're actually looking due east, which means it would have to conform it, which you can't get that on a globe, even if you draw it out.
Dude, on an equinox, the sun rises east for everyone. Also, on the same day, in the same moment in time when the sun's rising for everyone, the equator is right below the sun. So I look at the sun on an equinox while it's rising. I look down, I'm looking at the horizon, because down below the sun is right at the equator. How hard is this? Hello?
Jeremy, I don't think your method of finding how to look at the sun makes any sense. Why would I have to look at the projection of the sun onto the Earth to look at the sun? That's what you're doing.
No, we're looking at the sun. It's an equinox. We're on Earth. We're looking at the sun. Okay, is this? Can you follow me so far?
Yeah.
This is an easy one.
Right.
Are you with me? We're looking at the sun, not a projection of the sun or a projection of the sun. We're just looking at the sun. Right? And then we look down. There's the equator, because we know that on this day, on an equinox, the sun is directly above the equator. This is not difficult, guys. Like, I feel like you guys are fucking with me or something on purpose.
Why would you have to look along the ground at the subsolar point to look at the sun? That doesn't make any sense.
Jeremy, I do have to tell
What
you, I
the?
respect you a lot for asking the most basic shit and persisting in your pursuit of knowledge. And that's not even ironic that I'm saying that. You're the most persistent asshole I've met on the internet, and I love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Was that a compliment?
Well, he got an
Yes.
asshole in there, so it must.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Okay.
So, guys, we're looking at the sun. It's an equinox. We look beneath the sun. Obviously, that's where the equator is, right? So
That's supposed to be the
when the
subsolar
sun's
point. Yes.
rising, we look down. We're looking at the equator.
Let me ask you this, Jeremy. Maybe this will help. So, if you if you look east and you start walking, and you keep walking east, constantly keeping your heading east, what kind of path would that look like?
Does that mean I'm gonna look east and just keep walking straight in that direction, not turning left or right, or am I gonna keep adjusting my course?
The latter.
Constantly keep it on east.
I'm gonna keep adjusting my course.
Yeah.
You're going to keep your heading east,
Yeah.
as
So
indicated by the
how
compass.
often?
Persistently, continuously.
Check my.
Continuously.
I'm always gonna check it.
Yes.
Well, first of all, you can't move east. You can't move east since we know that east is going to take you to the equator because that's where the sun rises on an equinox.
Wait.
Since we know that's the direction east. Since we know that's the
No.
direction. What do you mean? Wait.
If you did that, would
No,
your
we don't know
compass
that's
read...
where east is.
Listen, if you did what you just said, would your compass read east the whole time you were walking?
Hold on, I'm just gonna.
No, because you can move a few hundred yards away. You get a different compass reading, dude, so
because I don't think you understand.
I think you don't
So
understand.
listen to me.
Let
If
me try it
you're
this way.
going to move east in any direction, said something correct. I don't need it explanation to me. If you're walking east, I didn't even. If you're moving just
Yo, is his audio fucked up for anyone else?
dude, you're cutting out.
We know is towards the equator because that's where the sun rises on an equinox. So we know the direction east is at the equator.
No.
That's where east is. It's towards the equator, right? For
No.
anyone on Earth. Who, me?
No. East is.
So Gambino, we know east. East is at the equator.
That's
so
correct.
You guys got to be just. Are you just fucking with me or what?
Is he roboting for everyone?
Yeah, he was.
Still sensible though.
No.
And he's still
why,
right.
Why do you? What's the significance of looking at the subsolar point, or what you would consider the equator during the equinox, when you look down and see the hot spot of the sun? Essentially, what's the significance of that?
Okay, am I still breaking up?
No, you're good.
I can hear you for the moment.
Oh, okay. So we know that east is where the sun takes its path at an equinox, which is over the equator. So we know if we walk in that straight line and don't turn left or right, we will eventually hit the equator, right?
Whoa,
No.
where do we start from?
Yeah.
Am I roboting? You can start from anywhere on Earth. You can start from anywhere on Earth.
Yes, if you go east, then you're going to follow a great circle route, but that doesn't mean that's what I'm talking about. What I'm asking you.
We're talking about the direction of east, right?
Sort of, but I think we're crossing our wires. So let me
What do you
ask
mean,
you this.
sort of? You said we go east.
Come on, Jeremy. Jesus Christ. Let me just explain what I'm trying to ask. Like I said before, if you maintain a heading of east persistently, what path does that look like? If you start from Earth.
Okay, but now we have to decide which direction is east, and we know that it's if you go east, you will if you take a straight line path east, you will be getting closer to the equator with every step you move, every millisecond, nano step you take, right?
But would your direction of travel, as indicated by the compass, be reading east the whole way you were there?
Do you agree with that?
No,
Do you
I don't.
agree with what I just said?
No, I don't. You're
You
describing
don't
something
think
different
that
from what I'm
that
asking.
east
Yo,
is
this is
east
Gambino.
takes you to the
You're not a
if
rookie, man. Come on, man.
if we go east, where am I? Where you're going to be headed at. I need to know which way you think east is. So I'm trying to sort out which way you think east is. Clearly, you're confused about which way east is.
East is what's indicated by E on the compass. But what I'm saying is different from what you're describing. You're saying that you point east, throw away your compass, and then walk straight ahead. What I'm saying is keep your compass and keep it maintaining east as you walk forward. What path would that look like?
You'd follow the line of latitude.
Exactly. So that is where the sun
now,
is
hold
on the
on,
ground.
man. Not exactly, man. Hold on. I don't agree to that shit. You want to have a circle jerk left lane? Is that what you want? You guys want to touch tips?
Whoa.
Come on, you're just being
let's not go
obtuse
that.
on
Let's not go there,
purpose,
man.
Jeremy.
It's crazy. Talking about touching tips. The fuck.
Okay, so when I look east, am I looking at the equator?
No, I don't think so. You're looking along
and
your
go into
line
it and
of
just
latitude.
walk.
Yeah, you're looking at the
If I
equator.
look east and just walk. If I look east and just walk in a straight line, will I eventually hit the equator?
Walking in a straight line and
Gambino.
looking east. Walking in a straight.
I'm looking east.
What the fuck?
I
Let me
look
answer.
east.
Come on,
Jesus
Gambino.
Christ.
You look in the straight
I
line, you
look
walk in the
east.
straight
Why
line.
can't you fucking?
What's confusing
Why
about
can't?
this?
Well, hold on. Whoa. How about this? All right.
Confused.
If you were,
go ahead.
Hold on. If you're Superman, right? Well, Superman strength, and you threw a rock, in the direction of east, then yeah, that would go to the equator. That's fine. But I think Gambino.
So if I look east,
but
and I walk in a straight line, meaning not turning left or right, I will eventually run into the equator, right?
Or if you throw a rock with Superman strength east, yeah.
Without curving it.
Yeah.
Magical.
Or if I keep walking, eventually I'll run into the equator.
If you did that, Jeremy, during that path, you would look. If you looked at your compass, eventually it would stop saying east in the direction you're traveling.
Oh wait, but there might be Coriolis though.
Okay, but now we know which direction. But now we know which direction east is, though. Now we're all cleared up on east is towards the equator, right?
No,
I disagree.
No, it's not towards the equator. Okay, I'm at an equinox. I'm gonna walk into a straight line where the sun rises. I'm not gonna hit the equator.
Jeremy, have you done that?
They're scared of this.
Compass and you look at east.
Have you done the observation on the globe where it shows that, where if you go 90 degrees and then you go back, like if you go 270 and 90 back and forth, it changes towards the equator if you do that? Have you done that on the globe model yet?
East and west brings you to the equator. I know, Date. I'm trying to get these guys to realize which way east and west is. Yes.
I understand an extension.
Gambino doesn't understand east and west yet. Maybe ask RC if it's magnetic east.
Jeremy, which one of us works at NASA? Don't tell me I don't understand something.
Which one of us work for NASA?
Oh damn! What the fuck?
NASA comes and debates flat Earth. That's interesting.
Why? Who get? What the fuck are you talking about NASA for? I'm trying to figure out which way is east, bro.
Don't try to
He's
tell me I don't know which way east is.
He works at NASA. He doesn't know what east is, man.
He wasn't talking about NASA. He was talking about where you work, Jeremy.
Okay, Jeremy.
He was putting you down, sir.
Yeah, Jeremy. I found this the same simulation I had. I just turned it a little bit, and I didn't realize this, but that plane that I made that's in the direction that data had said, it intersects the Earth at the equator at and I looked at timeanddate.com. It intersects the Earth at the equator exactly where it says the subsolar point is at that time. So you're right. Every great circle crosses the equator. That's true. But if you see that circle that crosses the equator, it goes south before it does that. Like it does like an arc. It does a short little arc south before it goes back up and intersects the equator again.
Yeah, there's no point with you guys, obviously.
Not like you're trying to take away from. I don't understand. You're trying to save him?
Jeremy, if you followed the 30-degree south latitude arc on globe, which direction would your compass say the whole time?
I don't know. Definitely not east, because east will be towards the. Hello, I was definitely in the middle of talking.
I'm sorry.
East is going to bring you towards the. East is going to bring you towards the equator. So if you're not getting closer to the equator, you're definitely not going east.
You're definitely going to be going closer to the equator.
Let's think about that.
Definitely, and closer to the equator is not following a latitude line, because latitude lines don't get closer to the equator. So who's laughing now, bitch?
I'm interested in how you came to that conclusion.
I kind of did, though.
All right, so let's say that I am standing anywhere on that line, 30 degrees south latitude, and I'm walking along it. What does my compass read at any one of those points?
I don't know.
You really can't figure that
east.
out?
It's something other than east.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Because if you went east, you would have gotten closer to the equator. You can't move east and not get closer to the equator. You have to. If you moved in some direction and didn't get closer to the equator, you didn't go east.
So if I walk that path that you're talking about, when I get to the equator, is my path the same as being right on the equator?
What's the question?
If I walk that path that you're talking about, where I get closer to the equator, is there an angle between my path and the equator?
An angle between your path and the equator?
Yeah. It's not that hard of a question.
It's not really relevant.
That's a good point. That's an excellent point, because you're not going. You're not showing east when you cross the equator.
What's the point?
That line that intersects the equator at an angle is not pointing east. You're not going in an easterly direction.
Technically, it won't be an angle because it's a curve, right? So you can't really get an angle from it. But I mean, you could probably average it at some distance.
Percent. Where the fuck you been at, bro?
Yeah, I've been chilling, man. How you?
Dude, don't ever leave me hanging like that for that long, bro. That shit's going in your file. That's going in your file, bro. You're laughing now. That's in your permanent fucking file, bro.
Did we go over this with Don?
Bro, you know what I did with your file, Kosho? I fucking put some lighter fluid on it and torched it. Okay?
God.
Kerosene.
That's what I'd ask. Hey, but yeah, remember Don went over this?
I've had fights. I've gotten in a fight with Gio over this whole East thing.
Yeah, Gio was there too.
Everyone's fucking wrong.
No, I don't think everyone's wrong on that one, dude.
Everyone's wrong, and I'm right. That's probably what's going on.
If you're making constant corrections, like there's no time in between your movement and the corrections, then you'll stay on the same latitude. If you're constantly going any
there has to be movement though, unless you're traveling in a vehicle that you can have it on a constant curve, like that the exact same amount.
Oh, even if it is percent.
What's up?
Relax. Just hold on. If you can go, I'll just stop after this. I just want to say this one last thing. If you move, we know which direction east is. That in a straight line will take you towards the equator. So if you move east and you don't get closer to the equator, you could not have went east. If you do get closer to the equator, you definitely didn't stay on a latitude line.
That's correct.
Because they don't get closer to the equator.
That's correct.
All. I know. Tell Gambino that because he was laughing at me a minute ago.
I'm saying that's correct because what you said is correct, and it's not the answer to what you asked. Because if you let's do an extreme example where you only checked your direction one time and then you travel all the way until you get back to where you are or something like that, then you're not going to go east at all. You're going to start east and you're going to immediately change. Okay, that's an extreme example. And then if you go the other end of the extreme, where you're making corrections every a number that is approaching zero, like in between times of making corrections. So as that number approaches 0 in between when you're making corrections, your deviation from that latitude is going to go to 0. So it's just
okay. So I'm going. So let me just
often,
hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm gonna. Okay, I'm standing there with my compass. I'm gonna take a step. I'm looking at my compass. East is in this direction. I take a step. Did I just get closer to the equator?
Yeah. If that was about a second, in between each check, and so because of that, it is going to deviate from that latitude slightly.
A single step, you're getting closer to the equator.
Yes, and like I said,
What if I went a millimeter? How about just a millimeter?
It doesn't matter, dude.
Am I getting
any
closer to the
straight line
equator?
distance, you're getting closer to the equator.
I gave you the extreme examples because if those extreme examples encompass everything in between. So you don't got to tell me the step and a second, all this stuff. If that number approaches 0, meaning you're making continuous corrections, then that deviation from that latitude goes to 0.
It can never be 0. Kosho, it can never be 0. Ruhif tried this bullshit with me.
Yo, Kosho, people walk in, like, they take steps ahead of them in a straight line most of the time. So even if you're making constant corrections, asymptotically approaching 0, infinitely approaching 0, you're still going to walk in a straight line. So that's why it matters if it's step or if you're moving, a smaller distance, like an infinitely small, picometers or something like that. It'll matter because then you can actually go in a curve, which will maintain your distance to the equator.
Yeah, even if you go in a picometer or a nanometer or fucking whatever the fuck you got, no matter what, if you go east, you're getting closer to the equator. I'm telling you guys, because that's the direction of
that
east.
small little distance you are. That's why if you have like a vehicle that's going a curved amount the whole entire time, perfectly in sync with the with the equator, or the latitude, then it'll be fine.
No, let me explain something to you. If you move east, we know which direction east is. It's toward the equator. Okay, do you understand this? East is towards the equator.
Yeah,
that's the direction of east. If you move and you don't get closer to the equator, you did not just go east. You went some other direction.
If you constantly went east and constantly corrected in a curved manner, then you would be constantly going east and still maintaining your latitude.
You can't move east and not get closer to the equator. If you move and didn't get closer to the equator, you didn't go east. It's that simple.
Like I said, dude, if the time and distance in between when the corrections are made approaches 0, which like I said, it would
zero,
into a curve, then the deviation goes to 0. So
I almost feel like you're treating east like an east and west pole or something, Jeremy. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, he's cheating.
No, there's no east pole. There's no east pole. What?
He's conflating. He's conflating like a eastward bearing versus like constantly adjusting for east. Like if you have,
I'm not conflating anything.
Yes,
I'm not conflating anything. We just figured out which way east was, and that's towards the equator, right?
Every great circle goes across the equator, dude.
But east, specifically east. Forget about every great circle. That's a non sequitur.
But Jeremy, you're not taking the shortest distance to the equator. So you're going towards the equator, but not the shortest distance. So you're a little off. And every time you recorrect it, every time you correct your heading, you're basically like fixing the amount that you were off with and then going again. So at some point you're going to be at the middle of your journey or whatever is probably going to be at the equator again, but you're going to go off again. So you're constantly correcting and going back. So instead of it being like, depending on how you're traveling, how big your segments are, it's going to be like a multifaceted shape. I don't let's say you're taking a bunch. It's going to be like a octagon, but with instead of 8, it's going to be like
you'll spiral out. You'll spiral out towards the equator. If you say you were to check your heading every 100 meters, you'd spiral out very slowly to the equator. Whereas if you were to check your bearing every 100 miles, you'd get to the equator much, much faster.
That's right. And what if you check it even more frequent?
0? You mean approaching 0?
I said more frequent than you first suggested. So like every nanometer and every nanosecond, you're making corrections eastward. Then
you move 1 nanometer every nanosecond, and you're getting closer to the equator. Yep. And you spiral out very slowly towards the equator. Very slowly.
Hold on. You would have hold on, Kosho. Hold on.
brought up.
You would have to be godly.
Armbar knows I'm right on this.
You would need godly precision.
Correct.
You would, well, hold on, Kosho. You would need godly precision though to do that though, unless you're correcting for it. So let's say for example you went east, right? You would need to kind of go a little bit like, just a tad bit like west, just not really west. Oh, my bad. What would north? I guess just a tad bit north, just to kind of correct for that. But if you're not correcting for it though, then you would have to be, you would have to have godly precision. There's no fucking way. Like mathematically, that's what the math says.
Let's say that you had like a craft that was not touching the ground. It was not going through the air, but it was moving above the surface, so it didn't have to step on anything. Anyways, and it had a computer.
Actually, Jeremy's right.
It had a computer system in it, which made
absolutely.
It had a computer system that could tell it exactly when it was going to deviate from east as it was going east, right? So it's making corrections before the corrections need to be made. It knows in advance not to make a turn, and it'll continuously go eastward, and it will never ever deviate because it's continuously.
Then it's not going eastward if that's the case. Then it's going to go a little bit, westward to account for the tangent, like changing the latitude.
Unless we're dealing, obviously in reality we don't have this, but if we were dealing with strictly like math, right? Like we're talking about a world with like infinite resolution, right? When I say resolution, I mean like no Planck length. Like we're talking about like it just infinitely gets small. You gotta have infinitely small things, right? In that case, yeah, you could make a craft that could travel east without having to travel a little bit west. I don't think. But because we live in a world where there's atoms and shit, and there is a tiny, the smallest amount that we can have, right, like a Planck length and whatnot, then you would always have to move slightly to the, just slightly north. I think that's what it is. So you
wouldn't be going east; you'd be going northeast.
Yeah, technically, if you're gonna like the math, yeah, sure, it's like 0.00000 whatever though. But like, I don't know. It's stupid.
Tell these guys I was right the whole time, Armbar. Tell them I was right the whole time.
It's stupid though, because it's like no one really.
It's not stupid.
No one. That's like too specific. You know what I'm saying? Like that doesn't really.
Still, let me get this right. Let me get this straight, Jeremy. Are you saying that you can't travel along a line of constant latitude?
Not perfectly.
No, I'm not saying that at all. Absolutely not. I never.
So if
said
you
that.
did, since you admit that you can do that, what would your compass heading be as you did that?
Definitely not. I can tell you what it won't be. It definitely won't be east.
Well, no, it would be. Well, it would be east. I just think.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, it would
absolutely would be.
Yeah, but with that being said,
though, you wouldn't be east because east is going to bring you.
No, hold on. It would be east,
Armbar.
but you would. Well, sorry. Go on.
Tell them what you just said about having to go northeast. Tell them.
Yeah, so let me explain. Yeah, so your compass would always say east. The thing is, you yourself would be traveling like a tiny fraction, like a bit north though. But your compass would always say east though. So you could have it where your compass always says east. You just would be traveling just slightly north. I mean, I guess you physically would be traveling slightly north, but yeah, but you could have it where it's always east though. That is possible.
Every forward movement would marginally change your latitude.
But once again though, that's why if you were to have it always east and you were always moving slightly from like a fraction of a fraction north, then you don't have to worry about getting like closer to the equator, because in that case you would be doing it.
Well, then you're not going east.
I mean,
then you're not going east. Then
no one's ever going east, I guess, because there's no such thing. That's stupid though, because that means no one's ever going east. Then there's no such thing as north, south, east, and west. Because if you can't get it exactly, then you're not going it at all. That's silly.
We don't want
to go north.
Gambino and Kosho's argument went south.
Go east.
No, you can't go north because it would always be a bit east. Like
why? Well, I'm at the equator. I want to go north.
For north. I guess you're right. But even then, though, you would still have to be really precise with that, though. That's kind of hard, though. I mean, I still think, like in practice, it's still impossible to get it perfectly north.
I want to ask Jeremy. Jeremy, if you wanted 30-degree latitude, north or south, and you wanted to follow that 30-degree latitude with your compass, what direction would you go?
To follow a latitude line? I don't know, probably slightly northeast or west.
Good thing you're not a pilot, Jeremy.
Depending on what Armbar just
basically be going a little bit north.
Yeah, but I'm also saying that it's
on the bearing it'll say whatever you're keeping it.
Hold on, I think the question was to Jeremy.
So it'll say east on your compass, but you're not traveling east?
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Is that's what would happen?
That's
Okay.
what you're going for to make.
So you can make your compass say east, but you're not actually going east.
If the compass is broken, or you're wrong, I guess.
No, you have a fully functional compass, but you're not actually. The compass says east, sure, but you're not going east. You're going
Not
north,
physically going east. You're
north,
going a little bit
northeast.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah.
Is that what you think? Okay.
That's the only way it could
agree.
be.
Well, I mean,
hold
on. I mean,
so that's not how it is, I guess.
Well, hold on. Who's so Gambino though? I mean, I guess mathematically though, I mean, that's not incorrect though, right? Like technically speaking, if you were to like go east, you can technically have it always, say east on your compass, sure, but technically speaking, you would be moving ever so slightly off from that, just because if you were to go exactly east, it'd be sort of like the Superman example, where if you threw a rock east, right? Then it would
go into new tangent, new latitude.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess you could do that on a smaller scale. Well, I mean, you could also do
a great circle route and a constant latitude route. In order to follow a constant latitude route, you have to maintain compass heading.
Yeah, well,
that's all there is to it.
That's it.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that you're going east, though. You maintain the east, but you're not actually physically moving east.
But hold on, are you correcting though? Are you so like okay? Are you correcting though to like to keep your latitude the same? Because I imagine if you were to, let's say for example, you're going east, right? If you were to do that, let's say for example, I don't know, like 1,000 miles, I feel like you would be off. You probably would change latitude a little bit, right?
You're correcting every step, Armin. You're correcting every step. Is a little correction.
So the second you, let's say for example, go off, like let's say you change the latitudes by like 0.001, right? You're going to correct for that, and so you're now going back to your original latitude, right?
So if you did it that way, which is why it's difficult to navigate with dead reckoning with a compass alone, which is why we have GPS. If you did it that way, your path would be this little dither around, an infinitesimal dither around the latitude line.
Okay.
No, man, it wouldn't.
Yep.
Every step you take is going to change your latitude, like let's say 0.0001, right?
Unless you correct for that deviation, for that dither.
You cannot correct for it by going east. You'd have to go northeast to correct for it. If you're only going east, it'll always take you to a new latitude.
Yeah, can we actually use like degrees for this? So it's a little more like, what's the word? So we can quantify this. Can we use like degrees? Like for example, I guess for east, I would have like 90 degrees, right? But if I went in that direction, I'd be off from that. So maybe I would have to travel like maybe like 89 degrees, you know what I'm saying? Or 91. I don't know. I feel like we need to quantify this, like put this on paper, because I feel like using just east isn't like good enough,
Okay, well, let's say it this way. If you follow a line of latitude using GPS or something, your compass will always read east.
Yeah, but you're not physically going east. You're not getting this.
How could you not be physically going
if
east
you're
your compass
30
is
degrees north,
constantly
okay,
reading
you're
east?
30 degrees north, right? And you go east and you take a straight step. That's going to be tangent to the latitude. It's a straight step.
Then it's no longer
so you're changing it. You're changing your latitude from 30 degrees to, let's say, one step is 0.001. It's going to be 30.001 degrees.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but that's not what
Actually,
traveling east means.
Technically, going towards the equator would be 29.999 degrees, right?
Again, I see what you're saying, but that's not what the term traveling east means. That's a great circle route.
But you're still going.
Bro, we're talking about actually going east. You're talking about just having a heading that says east. Actually going east it's impossible to stay in the same latitude line.
Yes, it is. If you have some way of correcting for the errors prone to the method that you're describing.
Correct it, you won't be traveling east though. The only way to correct it is to go the opposite end, to go a little bit north.
Yes, there are errors. These is vulnerable to navigation errors using a compass alone. We all know this. That's why we have GPS.
You understand the concept now, though? Every straight step will take you to a new latitude.
You're talking about the difference between a great circle and a constant latitude path.
Well, okay, so obviously Gambino, does agree to some extent, because he's saying there's a difference between these two things, and I imagine one of those things is what we're talking about. With that being said, I guess we could just kind of, maybe ask Gambino I don't know, actually.
Here's how we clarify it. When you guys say go east, you're talking about great circle. When I say go east, I'm talking about constant latitude. So how about we have
constant
different
latitude.
terms for
Okay.
those?
Yeah.
How about we use
That
more
works. Yeah.
precise terms instead of go east? And then this whole conversation's over because it's stupid.
So
The point I'm trying to
Gambino,
make is, okay.
would it be true then if you were to be at the equator, and that if I wanted to go 270 or 90, I could complete a complete circle with an adjusting period?
Yeah, that's true.
So where has that been done? Has anybody? Because you could probably that would be pretty good globe proof because you'd never have to correct for anything if you were at the equator and wanted to complete a circle, right?
Well, if you're using a regular magnetic compass, you have magnetic declination screwing it up.
Well, so you'd always have to correct towards the north then, right?
Dead reckoning with a compass only is a very imprecise way of navigating. That's why we have celestial navigation to null out those errors.
Sure, but the whole exercise would be to fly over the equator in a straight path and complete a circle, right?
That's done with more than just a compass alone.
I know, but that would be pretty good thing to do to prove the circumference, right?
No, I think that'd be a pretty shitty way of doing things.
Oh, to fly in a straight path completely, not even adjusting whatever, just 270, 90, and flying in a circle, completing a complete
Right,
circle.
because you might have wind that would interrupt it. You would have a myriad of disturbances. It wouldn't be very precise at all.
Right, okay.
That's why people who do geodesy use more sophisticated methods than what you're coming up with right here.
Sure. So speaking of sophisticated methods, do you have an explanation of the 60-to-1 rule when you're flying, that every 60 nautical miles you make a 1 degree adjustment for it? Do you know what the reason is for that?
Adjustment in what?
So let's say you have a known distance between 2 points and it's 60 nautical miles, but you know that to bring yourself parallel to the track at the end of the 60 miles, you're off by 1 degree, and so therefore there's a 1 mile change, right? This is like a basic rule of thumb in navigation that they show you. So
I'm not familiar with what he's talking about. Skylane, do you know?
60-to-1 rule.
I haven't come across it in my studies, but you can look it up on the internet, and there is something about it.
It probably has to do with your latitude changes by 1 degree every 60 nautical miles.
Something like that.
What do you think causes that?
Sphericity.
Space. Ordinary distances.
No, they just teach it for wind. Just a quick rule of thumb for wind correction. So just for a basic rule of thumb, it's assumed that you're going to drift 1 degree.
It's drift. Yeah, drift.
Yeah.
Drift due to wind? I disagree with that.
Yeah.
That can't possibly be a rule of thumb.
That is actually what they teach, brother. That's why I'm bringing it up.
It's not drift due to wind. It's just drift.
Well, it's drift due to wind in the courses they teach you online and in school. It's a correction for wind. So you might have a wind direction and a heading that you can compensate for, but the 60-to-1 rule seems to be that's what they teach, and that's what they suggest it's for is to compensate.
I disagree.
For wind.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I'm going to need a source for that.
There's like 3 or 4 videos online. You can go right now and watch it.
Okay, go ahead. Link me one. Let's see if it agrees with what you said.
Look, man, you work for NASA. You can go finger step.
Okay.
It
Sure,
doesn't
but
sound
I'm not
like
going to do
me.
your work for you. I mean, just because I work for NASA,
It's not my work. I just wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask if you knew about it. That's all right. If you're not interested, it's fine.
Oh, I'm interested. I just can tell that you have no idea what
Well,
you're
if
talking
you're
about.
interested, just stick your fingers and walk. Yeah, it's a 60-to-1 rule. It's not what I'm talking about. It's an ad hom, and that's just a really shitty cunt thing to start doing. Is start trying to strawman somebody or to ad hom them with
I'm
some
not.
bullshittery.
I'm just saying you're
yeah,
wrong.
you are. Yeah, you're doing it. I don't looking, buddy. I'm not insulting you, so don't try it on me.
You can call me wrong. That wouldn't be an insult.
Just move forward.
It would just be a lie.
No, talk about the content, man.
Okay. Yeah, your content is wrong.
Yeah, it's not my content. Again, I'm just providing you information that's out there that's fact checkable. That's all.
You're misrepresenting the information. You said it's due to wind, and that's wrong.
So again, if you're not willing to check it out, you can't make a statement. As you admitted, you're not looking right now. You want me to do the work for you, but I'm
It's
not
your
willing to
claim.
do the work for you. No, it's not my claim. It's actually what they teach you in school. It's like
No,
left
it's
lane.
your
Left
claim
lane.
that it's due to wind. That's your claim.
Well, if you go look at the videos, no, you disbelieve what I'm stating. It's not my claim. Again, that's what the videos teach. So
I'll bet
go
you
look at the
$100 you're
videos.
wrong. Okay, let's bet. I bet $100 that you're wrong.
Yeah, just go look at the videos. I didn't make it up. That's why I brought it as an argument. Thank you kindly.
I'll look at the video as soon as you post one that supports your claim.
Yeah, good luck to you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
If you're not willing to do the work, NASA boy, then you don't deserve the knowledge.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Well, you can support your claim.
Here's the definition in the Aeronautic Dictionary. In navigation, every 1 degree of track error and every 60 nautical miles flown results in the aircraft being 1 nautical mile off track.
I'm sorry, I must have missed where it had something
That's
to do
what I
with
stated.
wind.
So
I'm sorry,
if
where was the
you
wind part?
Yeah,
I
so if
didn't
you
hear
go
that.
look at if you go look at the videos they teach you, it's not the only video that tells you that it's a byproduct of flying in the wind.
Well, it's like Rakia said, it's just drift. It's not due to the wind, though.
Yes, the wind is being you have to adjust for the wind pushing against your plane, and plus your direction that you're
Well,
going in.
they don't specify when because drift could be water current, wind current, whatever. It could be several different things.
They actually say wind. All right.
I understand
Just
in
so you
certain
know.
articles they might talking about maybe flying, but in boating it's current and wind, which
Yeah,
causes
so
drift.
sure, what they suggest in the rule of thumb is due to the basic wind drift of the aircraft. That's essentially why they got the rule of thumb. It's something regularly applied to make sure that you can adjust and either maintain parallel to the path you're going, and then eventually correct to the actual endpoint. They just use that as a basic scenario in class, and it's due to wind drift.
Uh-huh. Supposedly.
Well,
Yeah, they haven't.
that's
They
why I
haven't
wanted to
taught
ask
it.
you if you heard of it.
It's not. I haven't run across it. I haven't been taught it. No one's ever mentioned it.
Well, that's the
But I
thing.
think I
Just so you
heard
know.
you say it, and that's why I looked it up. But
Well,
they don't teach it.
you've been taught drift, right? Left lane in your pilot school.
Yeah, wind drift. Yeah.
You've been
Yeah,
taught about wind drift.
Yeah, you calculate that on your E6B.
Well,
So
I'm
the 60
saying
to 1
but
rule.
you've been taught about drift. You're saying you haven't been taught.
Yeah. No, I mean this 1 in 60 rule. I haven't been taught.
Oh, I got you. The 1 in 60. I got you. Sorry, I misunderstood. To be honest, it's not widely used because it's insignificant in a lot of cases. It doesn't. Other factors make you off in the opposite direction, moreover.
What's more interesting is what method do we use to plot a course between locations? Do we use a flat Earth or do we use a globe?
Yes.
Well, you use
Planar.
a mathematical model that comes from planar information.
I'm not sure about that, actually. I disagree.
I know that that's what it is because you can go between two models, and the only way that you can do that is have a mathematical transpose for it.
Oh, okay. Well, interesting. I know that there is no transpose when you're plotting your course. I know it's based on a globe. So now what? Which one of us is right?
Are you talking about a commercial flight when you just plug in the longitude, latitude, and the computer does the algorithm and the course flight based on weather conditions? What are you talking about precisely?
I'm talking about that or plotting it by hand.
Okay, so I'm traveling 500 miles in between 3 locations, and I'm flying at 5,000 feet. At what point do I adjust for curvature, earth spin, or rotation, or any of that stuff?
When you use the map to calculate the necessary heading, it's adjusting for the globe because it's a map based on
but when I use
knowledge
my
of the globe.
when I use the plotter, and I haven't done this enough to be a pro at it, but when I use a plotter and a map, I use Euclidean, and I can use the 60 to 1 rule. I use a clock to, if I'm traveling at a certain heading and I know a wind direction, I use the 20, 40, 60, or I forget already. I use these basically straight lines and circles, right? And the map matches my observation, which is applicable to Euclidean and how I'm using the map. So at what point do I have to imagine outside of that pragmatic use that I'm on a ball?
To make sense of why the total sum of the angles of a triangle between any 3 points is greater than 180.
Well, it hasn't been that way for me when I fly those small distances. How far
Sure
do
it
I
has.
have to
If
go?
you have any of your navigation maps, then you can do this. You can do this
No,
calculation.
there's
Pick
no
any 3 of them.
There's no diverging verticals. Everything that I observe is there's no diverging verticals from any point of position.
I didn't talk
So
about
when
diverging verticals at all. I talked
well,
about take any
well,
3
I
points on your
am.
map.
I am, because the map doesn't highlight any of these diverging verticals. And if I'm going to traverse over a curving surface, the zenith position at one location and the zenith position ever, those angles are different on a sphere than they would be planar. But a sphere, you're telling me that the sphere has been flattened onto a planar surface, right? Therefore, there's distortions, right? That's why the longitude latitude lines aren't perfectly square; they're rectangular. Is that kind of the argument, right?
It depends
I'm
on the
saying it.
projection, but you can see that
Sure.
there would be a non-uniform scale on a large enough
Depends
map,
on the
yeah.
projection is my point too, right? So you can make it grid format, you can make it that longitude, latitude. The point is it's been quantified into a linear distance with elevation profiles.
So
right?
then why do
And
projection maps not have a uniform scale?
well, I'm not here to answer why. I'm just giving you my observation of flying 500 miles between 3 points and using a map and a plotter and Euclidean and basic rules that don't involve anything to do with the diverging verticals or rotation. And I just
So
wanted to
then if
ask
it's
you.
Euclidean, then why will a triangle connecting any 3 points on this map add up to interior angles larger than 180?
Well, I've never come across that doing a plotter and having angles is more than 180.
Left lane, do you have that example? Someone had it.
So if I've
No, I don't.
I've never accompanied to that, it's because a map would have to have these recognizing diverging verticals, right? And we
I
don't have
wonder.
that.
I wonder if one sectional, if I would be able to lay that sectional out and plot a 3-city course, if I could come up with that on one sectional.
500 miles, like going short distance between municipal airports. Well, 500 miles is actually a pretty good distance in a small plane.
I might try that.
Yeah, I don't understand how you accompany or account for at this small scale. Where I could understand if when I ask, it requires a longer distance between 2 points. He's telling me that at 500 miles, I'm going to be able to recognize these 2 points, and that's just not observed.
Yeah, you're right. At small scale, the effect of Earth being a globe is small.
I understand what you're saying, but the evidence states that how the sphere model was built is done by pragmatic and practical operation, which would be every situation would be planar, and then you would look at it as a whole. And even Ptolemy himself is honest enough to say that as we take Earth as a whole, we think sensibly that it's spherical, but all the increments of data that you see and all the places that you navigate from point to point is Euclidean. And so this is the conundrum.
I disagree.
Well, that's what reality states. Now it's
No,
even like
reality states a globe. You're wrong.
not on the
Which one
surface
of
in
us
the way
agrees
you
right now?
not on the surface in the way you traverse it. At
How did you
least
prove this?
Well, it's not about proving it. I don't give a shit to prove anything. I'm just having an argument with you
So
to
why are you making
state
the statements that you're making when you can't support them?
what are you talking about? I can support them in video and map formation and using a plotter and Euclidean geometry. It doesn't, and you can use radar to confirm the whole operation. So if you had a conical map and a radar terminal tower, the radar doesn't flatten for curvature, but you're telling me that conical map isn't. No, it's not. It's a cone, but the coordinates from the datum, it's just plain coordinates, and then
It's just distance from the source that's irrelevant.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. It's circles, right? Circles and diameters. So that's what you're dealing with when you deal with conical map, which matches the radar map. So if you're dealing with local municipal airports, you have this evidence right there. You don't have to go far to say that the Earth represents itself as one medium. It's the collection of the whole of that one medium into one body, and that's the kind of the whole kit and caboodle of it.
Yeah, really not sure what your last point is there, but I mean, you just seem to be making these assertions, and my point is that I can make assertions that it's a globe, and you seem to disagree with that method, and I think that's
Nope.
interesting because that's what you're doing.
No, more importantly, it's not matter what I think or what you think. It's just expressing ideas. And if you're going to have like a conversation with me where you're not insulting or leading with ad homs or bullshit, or you're actually talking about the conversation, then it's going to probably turn out well as far as the anomalies that I can present versus what you present. And the idea is I'm just trying to show inconsistencies in when you have theories and beliefs. Not necessarily these beliefs or theories are consistent in,
Okay, now you're just running your mouth. So anyway, you said something about Euclidean. That's wrong. It's non-Euclidean because Earth is a sphere. So now, which one of us is right?
Yeah, I understand. It's just I'm saying in pragmatic use locally, when you're using it, especially when you use a plotter, you don't have to use spherical coordinates or any systems required. And especially if you're going at 5,000 feet, 2,500 feet in between that, and you're going 500 miles, there's not much to account for when it comes to any of the sphericity that you say exists, at least on that
I
level.
disagree. You said we don't have to use spherical coordinates, but we use latitude and longitude on all of these.
Well, you can use, like I said, it's just a coordinate system, right? So you can have it anyway, grid system or whatever. You have to have a polar point. I know that there's no actual, there's only a geographical polar point due to a mathematical number, and that number is based on a distance apparently from the North Pole to the equator, right? And then you have the shortening of the from the equator to the South Pole. That idea that exists, you got to do better in proving it, right?
Latitude and longitude are spherical coordinates, though. They're not rectangular.
You can have a map already for you, which you already do, and you can already have a coordinate system built for you to correct out of the errors, which you already do. So again, I'm just stating that even Google, here, I'll even state this, even Google at a local level, if you were to have a large distance of 500 miles between 2 points, and you wanted to obtain the elevation information data, it would match the map data, right? So Google itself at a
No
local
idea what you're
level,
trying to say.
elevation profile information. So Google Earth, right?
Who
At
cares
the
about
local
elevation? We're not talking about elevation at all.
Well, sure we are, because if we're going to look at a map, one of the important things flying a small plane is how high the mountains are, right? Along your path. And if you're at a lower elevation, then it's good to know the height of the mountains around you, right?
Didn't talk about this at all. We talked about distance between locations on the ground.
Sure, but I'm just talking about local operation in an aircraft over a distance of 500 miles and what the operations are.
Which has
right?
nothing
So
to do with elevation.
Well, how you fly a plane over hills and valleys, elevation is very important. So when you have a map, there's two pieces of information that are very crucial. It would be the distance where you want to go and the location that it is. And
irrelevant. We're
the-
talking about the latitude and longitude coordinate system, which is spherical, and you said there are no spherical coordinates used, so you're wrong.
No, I'm saying that you can use whatever grid system you want. So if you're going to say that it's a sphere, you can make it a sphere, but the map itself shows you distance and elevation information. And that's what you would expect on a planar surface, right? So you're
You
saying
would also
locally.
expect it on a sphere.
Sure,
There'd
I
be
understand.
distances between locations on a sphere as well.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Here's the
How did you
problem
get
is when
planar?
here's the problem with that. You say that it would be also on a sphere, but there's no 8 inches per mile squared documented or any of that radius effect that you have to compensate for, which would be a rate of drop
Where?
of fall. So now you have to beg the question that
You don't have to compensate for it, though.
Yeah, exactly. So what you have to compensate for is the plane not only doesn't work off the air anymore, it's magically driven by a center of mass towards another center of mass, and therefore it actually just follows the curve, right? This is just another magical line of thinking. The airplane itself, just works off of the airplane. The airplane itself just works off of air. The center of balance,
Hold on.
the
Before
center
you
of
change the
mass, the
topic.
concept. There's not a
Hold
topic
on.
change.
One
We're talking
topic
about
at
an
a
aircraft.
time.
We're talking about an
You're
aircraft
bringing up
flying
like
locally, matching
17 different topics. Just a
a
second.
map,
So
Euclidean, flying a plane locally, right? That's what I'm talking about. Same thing.
That's something different than the last two sentences. Jesus Christ. So
no,
anyway,
dude, it's
if
regarding
you're
all that.
flying, if you're on a globe and you're trying to maintain altitude, which is, distance above the spherical ground, what compensation would you have to do? to account for.
So
the
again,
ground being spherical.
this is just another presupposition. The aircraft doesn't care about the shape of the Earth. That's why I can fly up and down valleys, up mountain heights. I can take the land and fly. The only way this works, and where the gyro is really important, is because it's independent of the shape of the Earth. I can fly at any angle above any of the surface, regardless of adhering to the surface. In other words, I
Nothing to
have
do with what I
control.
asked. Nothing to do with what I asked.
You're
Stay on
you're
topic.
you're telling me to answer your ball. What would a ball operate like if at a certain
Yes.
latitude you
Right.
have to maintain that latitude? What would you have to do on a
No,
ball?
I said
What would you
altitude.
expect? Doesn't
I said
matter,
altitude.
altitude, elevation, whatever. So
So you think altitude and latitude are the same thing?
no, elevation. I said
Jesus Christ.
there's
Then why did you
latitude.
say latitude in your last sentence?
I didn't say latitude.
Did anybody else hear that?
No, to be honest, no.
I didn't say latitude, dude.
Yeah, you
At
did.
all. No, I said
Oh, yeah, you did.
altitude, if anything. So if you want to
Before
maintain
that, you said
altitude,
latitude.
no, dude, it doesn't matter. What are you trying to distract from? You have to beg the question. I'm saying the operation of an aircraft gives me independence from the shape of the Earth, and also the gyro gives me independence of the shape of the Earth. That's why I can know my forces that I'm applying on the aircraft and what degree and so forth, and to allow me to calculate in linear. To allow me to
The
calculate in
gyro's
linear.
not
Let
independent.
me. Yes, it is. It's independent. It's in 3D space. It's
No,
even independent of the
it's
aircraft. That's why the
following a gravity
aircraft.
vector.
Yeah. That's why the aircraft can throw forces upon it, and you can see what pitch you're at, right? So you have control over these two things.
What about the pendulous
You're
veins
claiming.
that constantly
Yeah,
bring it
wind
back
pressure,
in?
all that shit. Yeah. Sure. Compensation from the velocity changes. Yep.
Yeah, let's breeze over those things.
Yeah, it's just compensation for velocity changes. You bank left or right, go up or down, whatever. The point is to balance out the device. The
That's
earlier ones were
completely
driven
not
by
true.
vacuum
Hold
pressure.
on. Wait a
Yep.
minute. Let me ask you this. Why is it that the FAA training manual says that you have to account for gyro drift because of the Earth being a sphere?
Yeah, so there's lots of big questions of precession and what causes
No.
it. Here's the
Just
best
answer
part
the
about it.
question because you
Yeah,
brought up
here's what's the
training
best.
manuals yourself.
Sure.
So why don't you
Here's
answer the question? Why?
yeah.
Answer my question
I'll
directly.
answer you.
Don't go on
I'll
to
answer
a
you.
different topic.
It's a
Why
big in
does
the
the
question
FAA training?
presupposition, right? So
How
when
is
you
it?
cross when you cross the Earth, there's different magnetic fields, but also the precession of the device. There's instruments now that have corrected for the mechanical precession, barons and so forth, but the magnetic interference, all that stuff has been noted
Magnetic
in early
interference?
days.
What?
Sure. What do you mean?
Affecting
Get
the
out of here.
gyro, making it drift as though Earth is a
It's a
sphere.
machine. It's a machine part, right? You're talking about a constant 15-degree-hour shift, right? This is what you're saying. Well, here's the issue with this constant 15
No.
degrees.
15
Is that
degrees per hour. What are you talking about?
you're talking about the gyro drifting, right?
As you change latitude, right?
Yeah. So I'm saying when you use that particular device, you claim that it drifts at this particular degree, but that's not true. It's not a consistent 15. Number one, it's not a
Why
consistent
would it
15.
be?
Number one,
Why would it be consistent 15? So what?
because if you're well, it's not, and that's dishonest. And when
So
you do
what?
banking and all that stuff, what do you mean? So what, dude?
Oh my
The
God.
claim that it
You don't even know
oscillates
what
at
I'm asking.
15. You're talking about the precession of the gyro at 15 and when it changes at each latitude. Now you're giggling and you're
Nope.
saying I don't know what you're asking.
No, you don't.
I'm
Here,
saying
let me
it's
screenshot
not
you.
a
How about
it's not
you
a
be quiet for a little bit, and I'm going to find
yeah
you a
it's not
screenshot of what
a
I'm asking.
15 degree constantly and all the time. That's bullshit.
Wait, someone done that?
You have to make corrections, and there's lots of errors in that particular system, especially in the earlier days. Now we have modern technology to do it. You can infer what it is. The issue is I'm not going to believe that you're telling me that it has to do with the rotation of the Earth. Instead, it has to do with traversing through the magnetic field. I believe, and the mechanical aspects of being full of electronics. You can compensate all of it one. If there's a field there, and your aircraft interferes with it, or the instrument interferes with it, you're going to end up with errors. And on top of
Interesting
that,
hypothesis. Do you have any
on top
proof?
of that, yeah. So the oscillation pattern, where the 15 degree comes from, is it's a developed constant, right? Because the Earth doesn't actually move at perfectly 15 degrees, does it?
The sidereal rate can change a tiny fraction above and below
Yeah,
that.
right. So you have an oscillating body apparently, whether it's the Earth rotating or the Sun movement or the axis change, whatever. It's not a constant. Well, that's what. Well, it's not a constant 15 degrees, right?
It's not oscillating though.
Slowing up and speeding
yes,
down,
it
so to
is
speak.
really. It is really constant, and it can change with like earthquakes or volcanic eruption.
Slowing up and speeding down, right? It's not a constant. 15 is derived from the speeding up and slowing down. While you might consider it minute, it's recorded not at a constant. The 15 came out of because the sun doesn't move in an apparent 15 degrees, right? The 15 degrees came from the idea they had to quantify the pattern, right?
The solar rate is different from the sidereal rate, though. So
Yeah. But they had to make the 15 degrees out of it because the sun didn't follow that particular idea. They just had to quantify it, right?
They have quantified the sidereal rate with distant quasars, yes.
So it's not a perfect 15 degrees. So that's why I call bullshit on the gyro, because the claim is it's supposed to be at this 15
degrees. So how does my telescope tracker stay
How does
on
my
target
telescope?
the entire? Why are you talking when I'm answering?
Raise up to the center point and tell me if you're not on a flat plane disk and all the planets are moving now around you in a 360-degree circle. Right?
Apparently
You're
but that's only because of
using
our
a telescope.
rotation.
You're using dude. You're 6 feet tall, tops, and the fucking field of view is 18 miles in circumference. Apparently, according to the ancients, you can see a distance of 4,000 miles, which is about half of the Earth, which is half of the zodiac at night. The other 6 are hidden in the daytime or on the other side of the Earth. That's what they
Hold
claimed.
on. You're just scatterbraining. Just let me get back on
this
topic.
is what the ancient said. So listen. This is true, right?
It's
So
off topic. I don't care. It's
you
not
see
the
a
topic I brought
star.
up.
You see a star 15 degrees. You see a star 15 degrees above the.
Someone mute him.
No, don't
Let
tell
me
me to
talk.
shut up. You fuck off.
Shut
Dude.
up, man. Be respectful.
Let me
Yeah.
talk. You just fucking
Dude,
ramble and get.
Dude, I'm saying something. I'm stating a fact. If you have
off topic,
an issue,
though.
No.
Stay on
Hold
topic.
on, you guys got to go one at a time.
Yeah, he
Dude,
just keeps
I'm
changing the
talking
topic
about your
and not letting me talk.
telescope and your field of view, and you brought up your telescope, and I'm saying, okay,
You
great
didn't even
field of
hear
view.
what I wanted to bring up about the telescope.
Because
though.
you're talking about a fucking telescope, dude, like it's a scientific instrument, dude. It's a philosophy device, dude. Get the fuck out.
Philosophy device.
So
yeah, man, you stare at it and you wonder what's above, man.
But let me ask my question then. Let's see if your assessment is true. How is it that my telescope can move with a open loop stepper motor and constantly track on any object in the sky night after night if the sidereal rate is not constant?
I'm not saying your device
Can you
cannot
tell
be
me how a Game
quantified.
Boy works?
I'm not saying your device cannot follow a pattern, a cycle, and if you want to invoke a celestial sphere for that cycle to work, okay.
That doesn't answer my question.
If you raised up to the same plane as the rest of the bodies, would you need to have the angle that you have the scope at? No, you wouldn't, because it would be all along that one plane.
Completely irrelevant to what I asked.
No, it isn't, because what you're
question.
seeing 15 degrees above the horizon is apparently 4,000 miles away. According to that star on that chart,
degrees above the horizon. I didn't say anything about that. I said the sidereal rate. You made the claim that it's not constant. So I'm asking you why my motor that moves at a constant
the
speed
diurnal motion of the
every
sun
night-
is not constant.
No, you said the sidereal rate.
No, the diurnal motion of the sun. It was always about the sun quantifying the 15 degree. That's what I stated. They
I told
quantified
you
the
that the
15
solar
degree
rate-
from the sun movement.
No, it's
Again,
not.
that was my
Distant
yes, it
quasars.
is.
No, it's not.
Okay,
That's the solar rate.
so
It's
you
different.
may
solar
not be
rate
familiar.
changes throughout the year.
You may not be familiar, but there's already a navigational video online done by the 1950s discussing the idea of the constant rate of 15, because the sun doesn't move at that rate, but they wanted to quantify it. So you can go look at that earlier information.
Solar rate. That's not. Do you know the difference between solar and sidereal rate? Just answer yes or no.
Well, the sidereal would be the movement of the stars, and you have the sun movement.
And which one is the sun rate?
You just said,
Well,
man.
the
sidereal stars, so obviously solar is going to be the sun. Come on, man.
No, it's diurnal motion is the sun, sidereal day is the stars, right?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Okay, so what is your problem?
Okay,
yeah, it's called diurnal motion, dude, which is the sun, the moon, so forth, right?
So is the sidereal rate constant?
The star movement, this is the issue, that is with
Yes or
uniform
no?
motion.
Yes,
I would think it is, to be honest. And I think it's also flat Earth truth.
It's supposed to be uniform, and the issue is is with the moon pattern, the anomaly doesn't match the uniform motion. The sun doesn't match the uniform motion. That's why you have these discrepancies compared to the sidereal day.
Yes, because we have the solar system, and those objects are close to us and moving.
They're actually
much
moving in
closer than-
opposite directions and have their own center of mass, apparently. So the uniform motion
Off topic.
idea, apparent all bodies have influence on all their bodies in the model, right?
Off
So
topic.
it doesn't matter if it's off topic. Let's go back to your little eyeball. Your little eyeball is no different than your 18-mile circumference as a little observer. Apparently, according to the math, that's a small percentage because according to your own math, you're 7 million times smaller than the object that you're standing on. Okay, so if you're 7 million times smaller than your object that you're standing on,
Yeah.
and then the ancients looked at this object in the sky, your vision, your perspective. They called it a private perspective. They called it. They acknowledge that apparently because they can see 6 out of the 12 zodiacs at night, and they have a size which is 7,918 miles because it's a sacred number, or 7,921 miles. One of those are sacred numbers, sacred geometry, and they had a distance
rambling
of 4,000.
bullshit.
I'm not
Get to
making
a
this up.
point.
You can go fact check this stuff, dude.
You're just rambling bullshit. Get to your point.
I have a point, but then you interrupted me now. So it's like, dude.
Yeah, I give you 5 minutes to make a point. You never did.
All right. Let's hear this. All right, let's just calm down. All right, go on.
Point is, the Earth doesn't apparently rotate at a constant rate if there's this recognized pattern of speeding up and slowing down, and why
Which
there's
rate speeds up and slows down?
Well, there's this thing called the equation of time. Are you familiar with it?
No. Does the sidereal rate speed up and slow down?
It's supposed to be uniform motion.
And is it not?
Well, compared to the diurnal motion of the sun, yes.
Okay, right. And that's exactly what the heliocentric model predicts. So what's the problem?
Helio.
It's not about predicting or a problem. The idea behind your other planets that have other centers of mass, that have other directional movement, that don't go uniform motion, doesn't adhere to the idea that you have influences on other bodies when it comes to the gravitational force, right? They act independently. So you can only describe it through a mathematical equation. If these
just
bodies that are
right now,
if
you
these
said
bodies,
something about the rate is not constant, and I asked you, is the sidereal rate constant? And then you start talking about something else.
Nope, I answered you already, and then we went on to something else, right?
No, you
I didn't. I answered you clearly.
You guys claim the Earth's rotation is not constant, so therefore the solar cycle wouldn't be constant.
Your face.
The solar day is not constant, even if the Earth's rotation is perfectly constant, because we also have.
But it's not.
But it's not. So even the sidereal cycle wouldn't be constant. The lunar cycle, nothing would be constant.
If what?
No, because they always have to have a base, and the sidereal motion is the base. That's what the celestial sphere comes from. It's the first primitive, if you will, is the recognition of the parent infinitely distant stars being no angular size change, and this constant 4,000 miles away kind of thing.
Okay, you clearly have no idea what you're talking about with astronomy.
From all areas. What are you talking about, dude? That's the first. No, do you think the Chinese or the Babylonians didn't have star measurements, and yet they still have a different cosmology? You're talking about large sections of Earth added up. Even Ptolemy mentions it. Is that each
I'm not talking about any of that.
Each measurement is done locally.
Nothing about astronomy. That's what I'm talking about.
Each measurement. I'm not educated enough in it. I like it. But I can tell you that you're looking at you're looking at a small individual that you're 7 million times smaller, and you're telling me that you can determine the whole entire pathways because you have assuming a zodiac symbol above you, and then now you're telling me that a telescope is going to prove it better because you can see other planets with it. Is that what your argument is?
Listen, if the stars in reality are constantly moving, but the Earth isn't, then we won't see them constantly moving. We'll see them with like the ebb and flow of the Earth as it speeds up and slows down. That's how we'll see the stars. and the moon
really
and the
far
sun.
away.
Anything that's constantly moving, we'll see it as because it's affected by the Earth's rotation, the change in rotation. Simple as that.
The rotation rate isn't really changing, but you do have a different solar and lunar rate because those things are also relatively moving to us.
So the Earth isn't changing at all in terms of its spin speed.
The sidereal rotation of the Earth changes by like microseconds.
Yeah, they always say it speeds up and slows down.
By what amount? Did you listen to that part?
Well, amount.
It does. So I
So now
think
you
you're
agree.
missing
You
that
agree
part.
that it's negligible and that it's observably constant, even though it shouldn't be, according to the model.
The sidereal rate will be constant in the model. Yeah.
It's not convenient. That is, it's what you said, but just negligible.
Negligible by what activity and what measurement?
It's always negligible.
That didn't answer my question, so I don't know what to do with you.
Earth's speeding up and slowing down, but it's negligible.
By what amount? By
A
what
negligible
amount? By what activity?
An
and
arbitrarily
what
negligible amount.
That really doesn't answer my question. I'm sorry.
I'm sure it's probably the same with the polar, the nodular, whatever it is, changing the position of the North Star and all that. That's probably just a negligible amount too.
Over one evening it is, but over many decades it's not.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. Sit down. You're done.
Oh, damn, he said sit down.
You make claims, but you have no evidence to support it. It's just theoretical bullshit. And you say, you're asked for evidence, you say, oh, it's negligible. Come on.
Okay. Well, astronomy works just fine knowing all of these things, so I don't know what your problem is.
Yeah, no,
It's not that it doesn't. It's not that your model doesn't work, dude. Compartmentalized, but as a whole, it fails. And compartmentalized would be obviously most of the model that you believe exists inside your mind, and you can reach out to a few photographs here and there. But when you operate in the Earth, even when you fly locally, you don't have to operate on a surface of a ball. You can tell yourself that, but in actual practice, there's no need for it. So why would your model guys, or I'm not expecting you to answer for other people, but maybe you can try. Why would they argue that boats go over the horizon at 3 miles? Do you agree that that's to be true when you can fly, a few hundred miles and look at a piece of land and use a plotter and have at least 100 miles?
You
right,
said the
between
model
2
doesn't
points?
work, but astronomy is very accurate, so I don't know what you're getting at.
Well, you're looking up, right? And I understand the logic that because Ptolemy suggests to be being honest here in his statements by saying that every observation comes from the horizon. The idea, though, is that if it is as big as it is, the horizon or the Earth is 7 million times bigger than you.
Okay,
So
you're just
the
talking
Earth is.
nonsense because I brought up something completely different and you're just off in la la land.
You're talking about astronomy, right?
Yeah.
And you're
Mhm.
talking
Let's
about
talk about
it. It
astronomy.
proves. I'm talking about Ptolemy, which is astronomy.
Well, let's
and
get
I'm
back to your
telling
topic. You said the model doesn't
I'm-
work.
There's observations I can do that shows you that your toy model is a
Okay.
false representation.
All right,
This
let's
perfect
stick
sphere
with
that
that
it is, right?
in astronomy.
Yeah, yeah.
Before you
So
whistle past that
Ptolemy,
one, bring up one example of what you brought up in astronomy. Go ahead.
Ptolemy gives you arguments. Even he doesn't believe the Earth's spinning, right? He actually has a couple arguments against the rotating Earth.
I'm still not seeing an example of the model not working. Please present that.
Well, here's what Ptolemy suggested why the spinning rotation model won't work is that he said that these 5 other planets, one particular Mercury had a launch according to mass attracting mass. Each planet had an orbit based on the center of gravity, and it didn't work for these. They didn't follow uniform motion. They went in all kinds of different patterns. Like they weren't attracted by center, mass attracting mass. Particularly, I believe Mercury had to be outside of its own orbit, its a supposed orbit, and have a second orbit to work in its pattern. And you might want to call some epicycles or whatever, but the quantification of that came with Copernicus. The point is that he's honest, and he suggests to that without a presupposition of what the horizon is, Again, 7 million times.
Why are we talking about the
smaller than
horizon?
the Earth.
Stay on an example where astronomy, the heliocentric model doesn't work. Finish that, and then let me respond. Quit going off into La La Land into other
Okay,
stuff.
well, this is about Ptolemy, really. He was just suggesting that due to all these planets, there's this, expectation of uniform motion, and due to mass attracting mass, you'd have everything fall towards. And that doesn't work necessarily. These 5 independent planets, and Mercury being one of them. And he says,
Still
if
not
the Earth
hearing
was
a contradiction of the heliocentric model.
if the Earth was rotating, right, it would have influence. It would have influence on these bodies, and maybe bring it into uniform motion because the Earth is rotating. But because the Earth isn't rotating, this is why you have because the Earth isn't rotating, it has no influence on the other bodies.
Why
that
would
was
a
one of
rotating
example.
Earth influence the other body in the heliocentric model?
Yeah, man, what the heck?
Well, the idea is that it's drawing forces, right? It's drawing to everything back in the day was in the geocentric, and everything was drawn to center, mass attracting mass.
The geocentric model does not work. I agree with that. So back to my question.
No, that's what that's what he believed.
Model doesn't work.
He said that
Okay.
that's what he believed. It was geocentric and it was stationary. That was his argument.
Okay.
One of his other arguments was one of the arguments was that he also said if the Earth was rotating, that objects in the space above it would be left behind, right?
Okay.
And
but his model is wrong. What about the one that you brought up that you said was
and
wrong?
he talked about the air being attached to the surface of the Earth, right, due to gravity. The same. This is Ptolemy. Like, this is his belief in how the Earth was stationary and geocentric. So these are not my arguments.
Just wander on off because you have absolutely nothing to support what you say.
Well, this is
Ptolemy. You have nothing to support what you're saying, bro. You're saying it's heliocentric. You're saying that the Earth is moving around the sun. You have no evidence to support that.
Of course I do. That model.
No, you don't. It works regardless of whether we say that the Earth moves around the sun or the sun moves around the Earth.
Oh,
same effect.
Yeah, that's the true story right there. But
hold on, predict the phases of Venus accurately with the geocentric model. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Repeat that. It's not whether predicting. It's just him being honest and saying that all
I'm going to talk to percentage for a second.
All of his observations
he
made
came
from the horizon.
You said it works. So
I want you to predict
the phases of Venus.
No, there's tons of errors. There's tons of errors in it. It's been definitely approved upon, but there's still errors in it, and there's still things I can tell you where you can find errors.
Okay, good for you. So percentage, you said that it works if it's geocentric. So please, predict
absolutely
the position. So go ahead and use that to predict the phases of Venus and the angular size.
We easily could. You just have to
go ahead.
You just have to observe Venus, and from different locations on Earth, and build up a database, which is what we did before we even adopted the heliocentric model.
Okay, and so how does that use the geocentric model to make a prediction if you do that method?
Well, they probably had at this point. You have to choose between the different models that they had. There's the Ptolemy model where everything was just going around the Earth. There's the Tycho Brahe model where things were going around the sun, which was going around the Earth, and they had the same in terms of the effect, they worked exactly the same as the heliocentric model.
Except it gets falsified by the phases of Venus because it doesn't work.
It does work though.
Tycho Brahe's worked on both models, dude. He can do both heliocentric and geocentric. He made it work. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. The effect is the exact same. Even Einstein says this. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Einstein also says that he doesn't understand why there's such a.
Shut up.
No.
Let me respond to the guy.
Einstein says.
Do I ever get a chance to talk
He's surprised that the geocentric model and the heliocentric model were at
let him just
opposition.
double up on my Einstein point, then you can respond. What did Einstein
say? He says basically he didn't understand the heated debate between whether it was geocentric or heliocentric. They're both equal coordinate systems.
Go ahead.
But that's a completely separate topic. The geocentric model.
Not really.
If you want me to finish or not?
I do, but it's not a separate topic. It's the same point that I made. They're equal coordinate systems, so it doesn't matter which way you look at them. Whichever one you use a reference point, it's going to be the same effect.
If you're talking about kinetics, but that's not predicting the positional information about the two models. So I think you need to look this up because you're obviously mistaken. The geocentric model fails when it tries to deal with retrograde motion and with the phases of Venus and the angular size because it predicts
which geocentric model is that?
Either of the two that you brought up, the Brahe or the predecessor.
Can you show me this?
Well, sure. Right after you support your claim that it works perfectly.
You're saying that the heliocentric model works where these ones failed. Show me that evidence.
The phases of Venus.
No, but show me like where someone done a simulation with the Tycho Brahe model and the heliocentric model and show that the phases of Venus wouldn't work.
You can look it up because
Okay.
if you have the understanding that it works and you just say that without supporting it,
It
why
does
do I have
because
to support my statement? No, it doesn't.
Listen, what gives us the
No, it
phases is seeing Venus as it rotates around the Earth, the Sun, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't matter where the Earth is in that. Like, it doesn't matter where the Earth is relative to the Sun because that's what dictates the phase of Venus. And as long as it's proportional to what it is in the heliocentric model, it makes no difference.
No,
You get me?
because when it's a new phase, it would be closer to us, and when it's a fully lit one, it would be furthest from us. And the opposite in between. I'm not
regardless
done
of how
talking.
you adjust the
Not
Earth and the
done
Sun, as long as they're
talking.
proportional.
I'm not going to listen to you unless you let me
You pause,
finish.
man. You
I'm
definitely
not going to
pause.
listen. No, I was in the middle of a sentence trying to find the word. So if you do that, you'll get the opposite trend relating phase to distance. With the geocentric model, you do the heliocentric. Here, I'll post it, and I'm not going to listen to you guys ramble while I do it, though.
Yeah, by all means. The point is, the three bodies will make a triangle. As long as it's proportional, it'll work. It doesn't matter which point is moving around which. As long as that triangle is proportional, it'll work.
So you're talking about a geocentric model in which the planets still revolve around the sun, except for the Earth, but the sun then revolves around the Earth, like the tectonic
model, yeah.
system. Right. Well, that sounds like a heliocentric model with a shift in the reference frame, just to put the Earth in the center, right?
Well, that's how Kepler did his first model, right? And without that first primitive of putting the Earth at the center and having the sun along the elliptical, that's how do you devise a model beyond it? You always have to put the Earth at the center and put the sun in the elliptical, and then throw the Earth on the elliptical and sun at the center.
What you're talking about and how that relates to what I was saying. I would prefer that
because Kepler had to
would
go.
answer the question.
I was answering you, dude.
But I wasn't asking you.
What was the question?
I don't remember. Well, yeah, that sounds like the exact same as heliocentrism. You're just shifting the reference frame towards the Earth, so you would be in the center.
Or maybe that's how it was before, and then you guys just shifted the Earth into it.
Yeah, that's a good hypothesis. But just think about it for a moment, because if you would compare the rate in which the sun rotates around the Earth and the rate in which the planets rotate around the sun, like, how can I put that? Well, if you start with heliocentrism, the distance between the planet and the sun dictates how fast a year is to that planet, right?
Absolutely. If you start with heliocentrism, you're already fucked.
Sorry?
If you start with the distances and sizes of the heliocentric model, it wouldn't really work.
Why not?
Because with the Earth being so much smaller than the sun, it would have to be traveling super quick. It doesn't really make sense to, like, on the what's called, with the distances and sizes that they provide.
Can you elaborate a little bit more?
Elaborate.
Well, basically, if we're taking for granted all of their distances and sizes, it'll be tough to work out the Tycho Brahe model to reverse engineer it from the heliocentric to fit all the effects of the Tycho Brahe. That's why you can't just automatically assume that their sizes and distances are correct, because they only got those after assuming the heliocentric model.
Well, remember the triangle you're referring to. If you want to keep those proportions, then
can I ask Bacon a question regarding the Venus?
Then the raw value of distances don't matter that much. What matters is the proportion between them, right? So even if we get the raw distances wrong, at least the proportion between them would be right?
The ratios never change, except for along their cycles. The
angles between them, yeah.
That's why you can change the distances and size. But let me ask you: do you think it's kind of interesting or suspicious that Kristen Huygens? I mean, a lot of the models based off of Venus, right? And the size of Venus.
You broke my line of reason. I was
Well,
trying to
I'm
go
asking you.
somewhere with percentage.
Well, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
so
You'll
the
get
angles
there.
between them, the angles between them are what matter. Proportion, if you're talking about the proportion of angles, yeah. But in terms of the proportion of the size of the triangle, we can't really say anything about the size, without knowing the distance and
If
the
the
actual
angles,
size of the object.
what do you mean proportion of the angles? Like if you double everything, the angles don't change. What changes the size, the distances, right?
Yeah, so I'm saying the angles are what matter. We have no
Right.
idea about the size or the distances.
But
By proportion of angles, I mean the angle of the moon to Venus, and then the angle of Venus to Earth, the angle of Earth to the. Sorry, I meant to say the sun. So those
I get
proportions
it.
are
I get
completely
it.
the same.
Yeah. So if you have those angles, that tells you the proportion between the sides of the triangles that those angles form. If you know the triangles of a triangle, you know the proportion between their sides.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So if you know if the angles is all that matters, the same could be said about the proportion between the distance, because the proportion of between the distances would be just as fixed as the angles, right?
I agree. Yes.
Okay. See, that's why I like talking to you.
Can I ask you about Venus and an interesting thing I've come across regarding Christian Huygens and Cassini?
Ask me.
Yeah, just your opinion on it. So apparently, Christian Huygens used mysticism and sacred geometry to determine the size of Venus, and he didn't get awarded for discovering it because he used those methods, and it was Cassini that got the record for it, for quantifying the size of Venus. What do you think the odds that somebody using mysticism and sacred geometry would be correct to modern science?
What was that? What?
He left.
Well, that happened.
Did I say something wrong?
You said something like not English. That or I wasn't paying attention. I don't know. Which one of those?
I asked him. So
Sorry.
so Christian Huygens is known for naming giving the size of Venus, right? But it wasn't. Cassini got the record for it because Christian Huygens used sacred geometry and mysticism to determine Venus's size. This is what's written and like you can go look up the history and who got credited for the size of Venus, right? So my question to Bacon was, what are the odds that somebody would use sacred geometry and mysticism and get the size of Venus and it be exactly like modern science?
It wasn't. It was an estimate. They didn't know that until they did the Venus transit method.
I get it, but this was written about astronomy history, and why Cassini got awarded for it and not Huygens is because Huygens didn't use sacred geometry.
What was Huygens' method?
So I find it entertaining that you could use sacred geometry and mysticism and determine the size of planets.
What the heck?
What do you mean mysticism?
Determine the size of planets.
Yeah, but like, how did he use mysticism? What did he do exactly? Do you know?
Well, that's what's stated. If you just go to badastronomy.com, and that's where I got the information from, and it's a legitimate astronomy website. It just tells the history and whatnot.
Without expanding on it.
Well, if you want to look up the word mysticism, I mean, you can probably get some connotation there. Where the mysticism
do you have a methodology of how he used mysticism or not? Just say yes or no, man.
Oh, I could speculate.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah, go ahead. Speculate.
You're speculating. Okay.
Well, you first of all would probably read ancient text, right? And the ancient text would have spiritual meaning to both the geometry and the deity god that you were worshiping or paying homage to or whatever. Because back then, in those days, there was multiple demons and multiple gods that walked the earth, right?
Maybe they thought there were, but there was always one.
I get it, but again, you asked me, and that was what was really going on back then.
So basically, you think he would pray to whatever deity that was like, the goddess of Venus, basically.
I don't know, dude. I'm just, again, you want me to speculate? You can say that. I'm just saying that back then, there was always that homage in the arts. And it might have been called mysticism to scare people away. It might have been in silly traditions, I don't know. But if there wasn't any of mysticism involved, then they wouldn't have mentioned it.
Mysticism.
So what was this? The first thing you said? He used something and mysticism.
Sacred geometry.
No.
Sacred geometry.
So
what
like
fuck is that?
Like alchemy, right? Would you consider alchemy a participation in mysticism, trying to turn lead into gold?
Oh, like transmutation and all that shit.
Yeah, like the ancient kind of like stuff they say about it. Yeah, that's esoteric for sure.
Well, mysticism, right? So it's no different than I'm certain of that sort of aspect. Maybe not that practice, but
yeah, I feel you.
Cassini didn't use mysticism; he used a mathematical method, geometric method.
That's right. I said Cassini got the award for it, not Huygens, because Cassini used the scientific method, not Huygens. My more important question was,
well, did he actually use the scientific method? How do you experiment on it?
Well, that's another question altogether, right?
Yeah, just observe.
He didn't use anything that was guessing. He just used rules of physics.
So was I speaking English the whole time? Because that was sort of a rude statement.
Who, me?
Well, you were the one who said the rude statement.
I don't know. I'm just trying to be funny right now, man. Don't take it to heart. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
That's okay. That's okay. You need some bells and whistles and some noises or something.
Yeah. Exactly. And a good laugh. Or something. I don't fucking know.
I got a good joke.
Okay. Go ahead.
So it's the teacher was trying to teach the students the lesson about stories and parables and things like that. She was thinking of something, and she just asked one of her students. She goes, "Do you have a story to tell me, and what you learned from it, sort of thing?" And the first little student was like, "Yeah, well, when I was a little younger, we my mom and dad and we packed all the eggs into a basket, and we took the buggy up to the Mr. Jefferson's there to sell the eggs, but because the road was like really bumpy in between, all the eggs were broken in the basket." She was just, "Oh, that's a great, yeah, okay. Well, what did you learn?" And the teacher, the little student says, "Well, I guess don't put all your eggs in one basket." And the teacher says, "Perfect. This is a great example, right?" She asked the next student. She goes, "Yeah, well, what's kind of funny is, the little girl that just said their parents work at the chicken factory, and my parents work at the chicken factory, and we had eggs too, and we wanted to go to Mr. Jefferson's, but this time we took chickens, and we got up to Mr. Jefferson's, and we got there, and the road was bumpy too, just like Jenny and her parents, and the chickens were okay, but all the eggs were busted." And the teacher says, "Well, what did you learn?" And the student thinks about it. She says, "Well, don't count all your chickens before they're hatched." And she's like, "Brilliant! That's brilliant! Wonderful, wonderful!" And of course, she goes through all the students, gets to the most rotten kid there, and he thinks about it for a bit, and everybody's waiting for him to answer. He says, "Well, I guess my grandfather. I guess I learned this. My grandfather was in the war, and he was with his battalion, and his battalion gave him a bottle of whiskey." And they went into this village, and he opened fire on all these women and children, every killing there. And the teacher stands up, "What the hell are you talking about? What the fuck? What?" She says, "Well," she's like, "Oh my God, well, what did you learn from it? What did you learn?" "Don't give my grandfather a bottle of whiskey, and he hates everybody at the chicken factory."
I think that's interesting. It's a good joke. Yep. only people. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's just dead quiet. But that was good. That was good. That was good.
I'm laughing because Arma's laughing, man.
Nobody's laughing. It wasn't funny. I thought it was all right delivery.
It was good. It was good.
I mean, was it? Maybe I didn't get it. The last line about and he hates everyone at the chicken factory.
Yeah, because the kids, their parents worked at the chicken factory, and they brought all the chicken. Moral of the story was don't count your chickens before they're all hatched, and don't count your eggs. Don't put your eggs in all one basket, right? Because the parents worked at the chicken factory.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
All the parents,
So
even
it's
Johnny's parents.
Well, the idea is Rotten Johnny is the joke, right? But Norm Macdonald tells a really good version of it.
Yeah, it was good. All right. Let me see. Do I have a joke?
The only thing I can like make sense of it is that his dad or grandpa or whatever is like the boss of the factory, and that's why he hates the people because they all brought broken eggs.
Well, see, if you think about it, she's like all shocked, like, what the hell? What's the lesson? Well, don't give my dad whiskey, or don't give my grandfather whiskey.
Tied it in with the other one.
The joke is just random. He goes, like, by the way, he hates everybody at the chicken factory. So it's just like I don't know. It's not my joke. I delivered the same, I think.
I gotcha. I would suggest then, after he says like, don't give my dad a bottle of whiskey, I would suggest like you saying like the teacher's like what, and then he added on and he hates everyone in the chicken factory.
Well, that's the idea.
Oh.
Maybe the punchline was too quick, but that's really the punchline.
It was still good. I give you like a C+ for effort. Yeah.
Well, I've only told it maybe 10 times, if that.
Yeah, the way you told it was good. In terms of like the voices and stuff like that, the exasperation and stuff. I would just have a little pause there. When adding it when taking it on like to the chicken factory stuff.
Yeah.
To show that it was like an afterthought, just to
Well, I'll tell you another one. You want another one?
Okay. Well, I guess we're just gonna jump to another one. All right.
Well, this moth flew into this podiatrist office, and he starts ranting at the podiatrist, saying, "Look, doctor, I'm gonna blow my brains out. My wife hates me. My kid's an idiot. I come home every day and look at a shuck on the side of the wall, and I want to blow my brains out." And the podiatrist looks at the moth and says, "I'm a podiatrist, right? You need to see a psychiatrist. Besides, what the fuck brought you in here?" The moth says, "Well, the light was on."
Yeah. Okay. That's good.
One bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, my turn now. I got a good joke. Well, actually, never mind. That's stupid. Never mind. Okay. It's not really a joke. Let me see.
Your lack of follow through made me laugh. The anticlimactic nature of it.
Well, it's not really a joke. I mean, it's a joke, but like, I don't know. I guess it doesn't quite work over. Well, I guess it could work over the mic. But when I was younger, though, there was a joke where basically you would tell someone to look into their shirt and spell attic, and then it's ATTIC, which is like titties. TTIC. Never mind. It's fucking stupid.
What?
You never heard that? Spell attic.
No.
Look into your shirt. ATTIC. No, you guys
heard of?
I never heard it. It's really funny.
You ever heard of Michael Hedgeberg?
What's that?
He was a comedian. He would have jokes like, "I was lying in my twin bed the other night, and I wondered where my other brother was."
Is that it?
I didn't hear it. You're lying in your twin bed and what?
I wondered where my other brother was.
Oh, okay, twin brother. Okay, my bad. Okay, all right. Okay, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I was in space, outer space, deep outer space, and I was flying at the speed of light. I turned on my headlights and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Come on, man. That's brilliant. That's a brilliant joke.
It's not funny though. It's kind of just like clever.
That's brilliant. I laughed my ass off when I heard.
I think you have to be like in the right mind state, maybe, or maybe it's like like how he presented it or something.
Trying to think of a joke. I swear I had a bunch of jokes when I was younger. When I was a kid, I used to have like bajillion jokes.
Well, it's like anytime anybody asks you to drop a movie that you like or a list of movies, you go blank. And sometimes when you go blank with albums, I don't know, or that's just me. But then when you're not asked, you can think of 100 of them.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to think of a good old funny joke. Good old haha, you know? Let's see, TTIC, I said that already. You walk into a bar. Nope. Knock knock.
I can tell you another one. I can tell you why you're looking for one. I can tell you another one.
All right, give us another one.
So a woman was walking around. She was just having a really bad day of luck, right? And she comes across this pond, and she's just sitting there weeping and crying, and just my life sucks, and nobody loves me. Oh, I hate this world. And she hears this frog. Don't worry, I'll be happy. And she looks over. She's like, "What the fuck? Am I hallucinating?" Picks up this frog. Did you just sing? Did you just sing? Frog was just silent, right? She puts the frog in her pocket. She's got it in her pocket. She forgets about it, right? She goes home. She wakes up and the frog's on the counter, just dancing away, singing. Song is out. He's just having a good time, right? I'm the frog. I'm the Mr. Frog. Look at me singing, dance. Look at me go. And her mom bursts in the room, right? Because she's still living with her mom. And she goes, "Oh my God, a singing dancing frog, you found your prince. You found your prince. All you have to do is kiss it. Just kiss it." She goes, "Fuck that. I got a fucking singing, dancing frog."
All right, I think your first one's a little bit, I don't know. All right, well.
Oh, you got to think of that. You just got to, I don't know, maybe.
It was, yeah, it wasn't
I think we should go back to debating. All right.
Yeah, I want to hear your knock joke.
Let's just go back to debating. This is not going anywhere. Okay. All right. Who's got a topic? Who's got? Anyone? No one? Let's talk about the moon. Someone send a picture of the moon.
I want to hear your knock joke that you were about to tell.
I don't know if I have any. Let me see.
You started saying it before he like said his one.
Let me see. Knock knock.
Who's
Oh, okay. I do got to go. But I feel like everyone's heard this one though. But okay, here we go. It's Wait, hold on. Okay, I got it. Okay. No, this is stupid. But all right. Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the ugly person's house. Knock knock.
Who's there?
The chicken. I think that's how it goes, but yeah.
That makes sense.
When I first heard that, I was like, "Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good." I think you can use any insult like ugly or stupid, whatever. But yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
did you hear about the guy that stapled his nuts and his dick to the wooden floor? He got the Guinness Book of Stupid Motherfuckers awards.
That's an anti-joke. It didn't really go anywhere. That's an anti-joke. That's silly.
That wood probably wasn't processed or varnished or any polished, because that was a rough.
That was a straight nail to the straight cock nail to the board.
Yeah, that's literally just why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side. It's an anti-joke. It doesn't go anywhere. It was all right, but I think you need to work on it.
And he didn't shave, so it was rough wood on rough wood.
Okay, that's pretty good. It's pretty decent.
Well, I got another one.
Oh.
Foul memory bank. This is about a famous fucking rooster named Johnny the fucking Rooster. And he was coveted by like thousands of farmers worldwide, right?
Is it gonna end with a cock or something? Is it like a cock joke?
And funny enough, this one farmer was lucky enough to spend millions of dollars on this one rooster, right? But he didn't know really the truth about this rooster and why he was so famous. He had a problem. He had a really big appetite for hens. So the farmer had to, struggle, right? First week he got a few thousand chickens. I woke up the next day and all the chickens are they're dead. What the fuck? He basically, this rooster just gives it to them pretty good, and he ends up killing the chickens, right? The hens. He's like, what the fuck do I do? I gotta get more chickens and keep them satisfied. Maybe wear them out. You know what I mean? So he bought another few thousand chickens, another few thousand chickens, and of course for a couple of weeks this went perfectly fine. The rooster was having a good time and everything was fine, and all of a sudden he woke up the next day and all the new chickens he bought, all the hens were dead on their back, laid up. The fucking famous fucking rooster just took all these chickens out. The farmer said, okay, this is it, my last straw, I'm gonna go bankrupt. He bought like 100,000 chickens, and sure enough, for a few months even, I think it was working fine until he woke up one day and he thought to himself, you know what, that fucking rooster's just gonna die one day. He's gonna fuck himself to death. Sure enough, he wakes up next day, all of the chickens fucking are on their backs, legs up, the fucking pigs on their back, legs up, the horses on their back, everything's dead, and he's out in the fucking field, and there's these crows flying around him. And he's like, oh, he just fucked himself to death. Oh, the farmer's cursing. He sees the vultures, circling the rooster, and he's like, oh, fuck, he's dead. That's it, right? Fucking goes over to the rooster. He's looking down at the rooster. He's cursing the rooster. He's yelling at the rooster. I spent fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars on you, and you ruined my farm. You ruined my life, and now you're fucking dead. The rooster goes, I'm waiting for the vultures to land.
Wow. Okay. Pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah. The joke is he wants to get the vultures. That's a good joke. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Bacon? We're kind of stuck right now with telling jokes. You want to get us back into debate mode?
That depends. Is the flow of the debate keep being interrupted by Data's monologues? Okay, maybe that was a bit harsh. But yeah, I don't think we was going to actually. I think we're talking about the proportions between the distance. Yeah, I think I remember now. Okay, so if we get the proportion between the distances.
Wait, we're just jumping into it?
Sorry?
We're just gonna jump right into it? Oh, damn, okay.
I thought that's what you were asking for.
No, that's what she said. No, I'm just, all right. No, okay, sure, yeah. I got nothing else to do right now.
All right. So yeah, if the proportion between the distances are known, and we start with heliocentrism, and the whole thing about Newtonian mechanics should tell you how far the planet is to the star, the orbit's going to be the speed of the orbit is going to be inversely proportional to the square of the distance, right? That's what gravity gives you.
I have no idea what we're talking about right now.
Seriously? Okay. So okay, if I have an object away from the sun, let's say 1,000,000 miles away from the sun,
okay,
there is a certain force that the sun pulls that object.
Okay.
If I double the distance, what happens to the force?
It's less.
How much less? How much proportional to the initial one? How much is it less?
I'm not too sure, but I'm just gonna say half. Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, I didn't know if it was like. See, that's exactly. See, I had a feeling it was gonna be half. Is it like 1/4?
1/4, exactly. Same as like it's the inverse square law.
Okay, there you go. That's why I didn't want to say half, because I had a feeling. Yeah.
Right.
Inverse square law.
So, yeah. So that gives you, like, if you know the speed in which two planets orbit the sun, you can tell how fast all the other ones should be orbit the sun, just based on how fast the first two do it. You just use the inverse square relationship, right? And then you can predict all of the other ones.
Wait, hold on. You're saying you can predict the speed of other orbiting planets? What?
Yes, if you know how far they are from the sun in proportional to other two that you already know.
Oh, you know, I guess you're right, because I was thinking like, well, what if they just traveled faster? But I guess if they traveled faster, they would have a bigger orbit, right, or some shit like that.
Yeah, each distance has a orbital speed associated with it.
Right,
I mean, unless they have elliptical orbit, in which they kind of do, but because they're, I mean, not that eccentric, it's pretty much just like a circle, so the speed doesn't change by that much.
What if they have like a really like elongated oval, like kind of like a comet or whatever they call it? I think it's a comet, right? It's a comet.
Yeah, comets have pretty very elliptical orbits. I mean, at least the ones that we see, right? Because the ones that we see, they have to get close to us.
Yeah, so the speed for that is weird, right? Like it gets like really, really fast, and then it's like or some shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, let's keep it simple. Let's just talk about planets, because the
It
orbit of
doesn't
the
move
planet,
at 15 degrees, yeah.
the orbit of the planets are not that eccentric, so we can treat them as circles.
Fair enough.
Right. So with the period of two orbits, given how far they are from the sun, you can tell all the other ones. Even if you had the wrong distances, you can just use the proportion between the distances and still figure out all the other ones.
Ooh.
And if you do that for the Earth also fits within that equation, right? And that's why I'm saying it's between geocentrism and heliocentrism. Heliocentrism makes more sense because it puts the Earth in a place that makes sense compared to all the other planets going around the sun, even if we get the wrong distances. At least if we get the proportions right or the angles right, then it would still match heliocentrism. It would be more predictable, because if it's geocentric, then the rate in which the sun appears to rotate doesn't have to follow none of that. It could be just any number. But because it's the number that makes the Earth fit into its orbit in heliocentrism, I think that's a point for heliocentrism.
You would think that.
Oh, it just joined the VC.
Elbow TV.
Isn't that if the all these bodies, celestial bodies, or objects or what have you, are actually being affected by the sun, like if there's gravity of the sun that's causing it? Say if you say these bodies have their own individual like movements, like let's say they have thrust, for instance, separate from the sun, then you can't necessarily apply that proportionality and inverse square law.
Sure, but the thing is, if you put the sun in the center, they do follow that. So it would be a very big coincidence if they have thrust and they have their own arbitrary speeds. But if once you put the sun in the center, they follow a proportionality rule. It would sound like a big coincidence if that's not the cause of it. I mean, I'm not saying that heliocentrism is the only possible one. I agree. A geocentric one would also give the same observations, but there's no explanation. Everything is just arbitrary. It's just what we observe. There's no rule that system has to follow. It's much less sensitive to it's much less falsifiable, because if in heliocentrism we have a planet that has to be wrong to has to be much further to match the angles, but also orbit the sun faster, that will completely destroy heliocentrism. If a planet just doesn't follow the inverse square law, that would break heliocentrism. We wouldn't be able to apply Newtonian mechanics to it. We would also have to appeal to arbitrary speeds that are just random things from nature. But we don't.
They actually arbitrary speeds, but the speed is judged by the size of it, right? So, and then they're telling us the sizes of these things, and we don't actually know. It could be that it's farther and bigger, and yet traveling faster because of its own, its own separate motion that it has.
Well, percentage, that was my point and why I asked Bacon earlier about Venus, because essentially Venus size is the whole birth of the heliocentric model in ratios and in comparison to what Venus is for size. Correct?
I have no idea what you're talking about. What did you say percentage?
Yeah, repeat that.
What the hell, man? Venus has a size.
Yes.
And that size is one of the first. That is size that they decided to have. Venus is contingent. That size is the heliocentric model is contingent on that size that was first measured of Venus.
Yeah, it's contingent on all the sizes that they give.
It's called the twin planet. No. There's a significance in Venus's size because of the twin.
The first one.
The twin planet concept. Now, my question to Bacon was, what are the odds that you could use mysticism and sacred geometry to get the size of Venus that happens to be correct with the heliocentric model, which is based on the scientific method, or claimed?
I don't understand your question.
Well, Kristen
The chances are
Huygens.
quite low. They probably just engineered the model to fit with the size that they decided Venus would be.
Well, Christian Huygens apparently predicted the correct size just using sacred geometry and mysticism, while Cassini apparently used the scientific method as it's stated.
Huygens was way off.
Yeah, he didn't get the award, but he predicted the size that modern science equates
Huygens
it to be now.
did not get the award.
Yeah, he didn't get the award. Cassini did, like I just stated like 5 times. I don't know why you guys keep mishearing that. He didn't get the award because Huygens didn't get the award because he used sacred geometry and mysticism. It was Cassini that got the award. Did you hear that?
Right, and Huygens was not accurate.
Huygens was accurate enough to notice that he did a good prediction close enough to what the modern science predicted. So yeah, it wasn't far off.
Close.
Yeah, it wasn't far
Just a
off.
guess.
It was very close, but Cassini got the award, right, because of the methodology. My statement or my question is regarding the methodology. Isn't it quite interesting that you could use sacred geometry and mysticism to determine Venus being a twin sister to Earth, and the whole center point, focal point of the heliocentric model is contingent on the size of Venus?
Size of Venus.
You also have the size of Mars. Which
but Venus is the first one. Yeah, Venus is the first one, right?
No, actually, Cassini did the size of Mars first.
Anyways, to say what I was saying to Bacon, imagine you made some robots, right? And these robots, like battle bots or something like that. And these robots have different speeds, and it's such that it seems like the inverse square law. It's proportional to the inverse square law in terms of the distance to these these robots. They're going in a circular course, and they're just basically racing. All right.
Okay.
Or you can imagine like hands of a clock or whatever. But the robots here, there's nothing in the center, right? If you place something in the center, then or take it away from like the circuit, it doesn't make a difference as to the actual speed of the robots and how they're going about their circuits, right? On the other hand, if you had, like, let's say, a whirlpool, and you saw that inside and outside, that there was proportional, you could say, yeah, it's due to the center of the whirlpool, it's sucking it in, and it's the speed of the thing or whatever, it's all cohesive. We don't know which one from the other, right? You could argue that Occam's razor goes towards the whirlpool or what have you, because it's like, it's all one system, and you don't really, they don't have individual movements from themselves. But who knows? We don't truly know.
The geocentric model can't explain the inner planets.
Yeah, I can, man.
Okay, nice try.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like
they might have their own movements, or they might be like pegged to the sun's gravity or what have you. We can't say for certain. And if they do have their own movements, then they could be of different sizes and different and different speeds, and it would still be proportional based off of the proportion of size to distance, precise to speed. I should say.
But that would have to be some crazy new science, like for them to move on their own like that.
Well, who knows what these celestial objects are, man? We have no idea.
I guess it's just
all we know is that they're lights, right?
Well, I mean, I know that they're only lines because I haven't actually, but I mean, other people that have looked
It's
into
about
this.
as coincidental as saying the sun is 400 times the distance, the size of the moon, as the moon is to the Earth, or whatever. The distance, 400 times the distance to the moon as the moon is to the Earth, and that's why they have the same, angular size. Like they both break Occam's razor.
I guess.
You could argue that since the sun and the moon are the same angular size, and this is basically the same effect, that the Earth is causing their kind of movement around us. That's what you could argue.
What say you, Gambino?
Well, he's hasn't progressed past the 1500s. Galileo figured out that the geocentric model can't explain the phases of Venus and Mercury.
We just explained them, man.
No, you didn't.
The globe that can't explain Mercury, bro.
The globe can't explain Mercury? What do you mean?
That was one of the things that relativity helped, right? From what I understand, from what I've heard, that Mercury, the precession of Mercury.
Yes, the precession of the argument of perigee on the order of fractions of a degree per decade. Yes, relativity was necessary to deal with that.
The retrograde.
No,
has
not
nothing to do with
retrograde at all.
fraction. All right, bro. If you're
Nothing to
not
do
going
with
to even
retrograde.
acknowledge the actual argument, then I'm not even going to go over it with you.
Well, you're not making the argument properly because it has nothing to do with the retrograde motion of Mercury. It has to do with the argument of the perigee.
Perigee. Yep.
They tried doing radar, like around the time that they did the moon radar, the moon bounce, and all that. They tried to do it off planets, and they didn't get any of them right. So the signals they got back, they didn't get them all back. The ones they did were not accurate.
Citation needed.
Yeah, I'll post it. It's a guy who actually was involved in it, and he was involved in building the GPS system, I guess. And he also says in this that I'm about to post it, that the Earth's rotation or the Sagnac effect has nothing to do with the Earth's rotation, and the GPS engineering documents state that. So I'll post.
Well, he's right about that last part. The Sagnac effect is just an interference thing.
Sagnac. Interesting. What is the Sagnac effect again? What is the Sagnac? What is that? What'd that do?
Like it's like interferometry, ring laser gyros, shit like that.
Oh, I think I'm starting to remember now.
That anything in motion. It's not Earth rotation ain't got shit to do with it. It's anything in motion. That shit applies in any direction.
Oh, that last part's true, actually. Well, rotation is different than direction.
I wonder though. I mean, because the Sagnac effect or whatever the fuck. I mean, I assume the way it's explained on a flat Earth is I don't know some ether drift or something. I don't fucking know. But I wonder though if you have a ring laser gyro, right? Because I know there's the whole thing with Bob, whatever. He's like, oh, we saw a 15-degree drift or whatever, right? What if, right? Because you guys flat earthers will say that's just ether drift. What if you were to take plane flight north-south or whatever, right? Would you, with that ring laser gyro, also see that drift? all right, and it would drift an appropriate amount according to
that's
the
my
Earth.
point. That's my point with the interferometers. Like they detect all motion, and it's on a smaller, more accurate scale, but it detects linear motion. It detects all motion. Why not the Earth? If it's, and they don't like to admit that it detects linear motion, but they can't deny it because they use them and all kinds of shit. Like on a super
rotation.
So it does detect linear motion, just not around the sun. Just not around the sun. That's pretty dead giveaway for anybody who's looking for the truth.
But would it drift if I was to travel north south then? And how would that make sense on like a flat Earth though? Because if I'm just moving straight, like north south whatever, and let's say for example I travel, let's say 690 miles. That's 69 miles times 10, so that would be 10 degrees of drift on the ball Earth.
I suppose it depends on how you calibrate the thing, but yeah, even if it is a drift, so what's making the stars go around? The system is what's doing that.
Yeah, but the thing is, I understand one thing with the sky moving, right, and that's moving above us and whatnot, and okay, whatever, that's tied to the ether somehow because ether drift or some shit, or the sky is the thing that's causing the 15 degree per hour drift, whatever, right?
What I said though, I said whatever's causing the sky, the magnetic. I mean, just whatever the field is. Even if you don't want to invoke ether, whatever's. Because that with a magnetic field with electromagnetism, it's 90 degrees. So you have the magnetic field running like north to south, and then you have the stars and the planets and sun going perpendicular. Right hand rule.
So
it's all common sense.
So you're saying then somehow the sky or the ether, whatever, would actually have it where if I was to travel from the North Pole to the South Pole, not my bad, from the North Pole to the equator, even on a flat Earth, I would expect a good 90, right? Yeah, 90 degree drift because the sky or whatever. Is that what you're saying? Like that would still explain it away? Because I believe. Okay.
What'd you say?
So what I'm saying is, all right, if you travel different latitudes, right, that you're going to have a different, drift, not a different drift, but you're gonna have different angles on that fucking ring laser gyro. Like it's gonna pick up a different whatever. Okay. Anyway, what I'm saying is, on the ball Earth, if I was to travel from the North Pole to the equator, that ring laser gyro would change 90 degrees. Right. So I'm saying on a flat Earth, right? How would that be explained? Obviously, you're saying, well, maybe the sky or whatever, or the magnetic whatever could cause that, could have that happen on the flat Earth. But
are you saying on a globe it changes 90 degrees from the pole to the equator?
I mean, it would, right? I mean, if I had a ring laser gyro or whatever.
Well, does it? I'm asking on a globe.
Well, that's why I'm wondering, like, if we did that, like, could we get that result? Like, if I took like a plane ride or something, that'd be something to check out, But
I don't think I don't think that shit's calculated in, man. I don't know. To be honest, man, I really don't know.
According to the gyro, I mean, according to how the ball model works, that would be how it would work because that's the whole thing. The gyro picked up the 15 degree drift, whatever. So it would also pick up if we were to traverse the Earth as well. If we were to go from north to the equator or whatever, we would pick up roughly 90 degrees of tilt on that gyro. So I just wonder if that does happen in reality. How is that really explained on a flat Earth? I guess once again you could argue the ether or something, but I don't know. I feel like at that point,
you can always invent fantastical physics.
What do you mean invent?
Explanation.
Yeah, invent. Yeah, like dark matter. Yeah, I mean they're all going back to a field that's everywhere. First it was the cosmic microwave background, then it's quantum foam. You got then space time, and not necessarily all in the right order, but now it's the dark matter and the dark energy. They can't get away from the energy that's everywhere. They can't get away from it. There's a field.
But Brian,
you can deny it and call it make believe, bro. But I mean, they just can't dodge it.
But Brian,
obvious.
But real fast, Brian, how would you explain that though? If I was to go, for example, to the north, from the North Pole to the equator, and I picked up 90 degrees, like tilt change or whatever the fuck, right?
I'm telling you that if it's something stationary and the light's moving, then you might get precession if it's just sitting there. I don't think the Sagnac effect I don't think the precession is going to apply on any model. And I think if you take a mechanical gyro though, you could show it not moving. I mean, I've seen a couple videos of some pretty good ones. I know better than Foucault's freaking pendulums. I mean, Foucault's gyros back in the day, and they don't show any. Watch a guy hook a continual motor, but really, bro, I don't know, man. As far as all that shit goes, man, that's all. I don't think we better prove it either way, man, and because we don't work on them things, man. Them things on planes are under lock and key, from what I hear. They're
But do you think that would be good evidence?
Internal mechanisms and shit.
You think that would be good evidence though if someone was to do that, like ring laser gyro is like, oh shit, 90 degrees or whatever, because they went from the north to the equator. Would that be like, oh whoa, like that's some good evidence?
I don't know, man. I don't see where you're getting 90 degrees. So you're talking about like in like a 6-hour trip, you mean?
It'd take a lot more than 6 hours.
No, not 6 hours. Okay, from my understanding,
15 degrees an hour, right?
Well, yeah, no, that's because of the rotation of the Earth. I'm saying instead of letting the Earth rotate, what if we did the moving on the surface of the Earth? All right, instead of the Earth having to rotate, what if we actually moved on the surface of the Earth instead?
I think it more applies to light, bro. It doesn't apply to real shit. It applies to light.
The ring laser gyro.
Yeah, that's light.
No, yeah, but my understanding of how that works is that, like, I think what's happening is well, actually, let me think about that. Actually, is it
I mean, it might be, but I mean, the understanding I have, man.
I
really don't know. I'm just giving you my best guess, but I'm under the impression that it works with light.
Hey, Brian.
But I don't know, man.
I did try 3 different mechanical aircraft gyroscopes, and they all showed 15 degrees an hour of apparent drift.
Okay, well, I mean, haven't you seen the multiple videos of us showing you gyros that just spin and spin and spin and don't move any at all?
Well, I've seen the ones that are that little British toy, and it does not. Okay, and I saw the one
that's it's better than a toy, but it ain't like a giant one, but it's better than what Foucault had.
You got a link for me?
Yeah, let me see if I can find it, man. I mean, I just can't believe y'all haven't. I can't just say these things. They've been out for so long, dude. But I'll try and find it. Hold on.
Right, wait, while you're doing that, can I ask Jesse a question? Because I want to just double check, because maybe I'm really stupid on this gyro topic. So Jesse, real fast, if you took a gyroscope, it doesn't really matter, but maybe like ring laser, right? If you took that, right, from the North Pole, right, you like calibrated it, at the North Pole, whatever, right? And then you move to the equator, would you see like 90 degrees like tilt on it or something? I'm not really quite sure how these work, so
yes.
help me.
Yes. Yes.
90 degrees. Okay. So there you go, Brian. See, you would see. I mean, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that if the Earth is a ball, or whatever, right, and then you were to do this, we would see that 90 degrees, change in the gyro. And then I would have to wonder how that would work on the flat Earth. Now, once again, you could maybe argue ether, but now it's starting to get hard. Now it's hard to like sort of really like the fact that if you did do that, if you did travel from the North Pole to the equator, right? Let's say that's like 6,000 miles ish, right? It is like 6,000, right? That's cutting really close now to like ball Earth measurements, because now it's like, oh shit, every 69 miles my gyro is tilting like a degree or whatever. That's getting kind of scary if that is the case. If I was a flat earther and that is the case, I'd be like, okay, that's getting a little too scary, that's a little too close. I'd be like, oof, I'm not. No,
that's part of the FAA pilot training materials, is the drift due to exactly that.
Oh, well, that's cool.
I used to have a screenshot of it.
But yeah, I'd be shaking in my boots, if I was a flat earther, and that was the case. I mean, I'm sure it is the case, but if there was like like some person doing a video, like, okay, here's my gyro, bam, I traveled, whatever, bam, it drifted that, I'd be like, oh shit, how do I explain that? I would have to pull the ether out my ass for that one, Oof.
You have to invent physics, ad hoc explanations.
Yeah. Ether fart. I like that, ether fart.
So what I'm not understanding, this is part of the FAA pilot training manual, this effect of taking a gyro around a sphere. But the mechanical gyros even have the pendulous vanes that would knock that out. So when would this actually happen?
I don't know.
It would have to be a direction indicator that was perfectly balanced and perfectly tuned, and that you never reset, basically. And you might have to operate it on its side.
So like if you disabled the pendulous vanes, that might manifest?
No, airplanes use two gyroscopes in the cockpit. One is the artificial horizon, and it uses the pendulous vanes to always maintain level, and it corrects it like 2.5 degrees per minute minimum.
Oh shit. Oh.
And then the other gyroscope is the heading indicator, which is like a compass except it's not magnetic, and you have to set your heading on it, but it uses a gyroscope to show you your heading for a while, but you have to keep setting it to your heading because it does drift. But basically, you can do fast maneuvers and it still holds to whatever heading you had it set to, because it's using the gyro, not a magnetic compass. Does that make sense?
Sure, it does. But my question about the pendulous vanes, if I had a gyro like that, which was resetting once every 2.5 minutes, you said?
No, it corrects out of levels conditions at the rate of 2.5 degrees a minute.
Oh,
so you'd have to be going you'd have to be going 5 times faster than the SR-71 in order to outfly the gyro's ability to stay level due to the pendulous vanes.
So what if I pull a bank, like a 30-degree bank for like a long time? Would it lock that in as its new down position?
Yeah.
And so if you came out of that turn, you would have like an inaccurate artificial horizon.
Right. Yeah, if you held that.
Gravity nulled it back out.
Right, exactly.
Ah, okay, so that's interesting. So you can force them to a new null position, but as soon as you go back to level, they'll kind of relax back to normal.
Right, at the rate of at least 2.5 degrees per minute.
Huh.
I think maximum 5 degrees per minute, minimum 2.5 degrees per minute.
Interesting. Interesting.
And what's funny, you've seen that video of the lady Dutch pilot talking about the ADI unit, saying that it would get confused if you flew around the world. That's the ADI unit is the one with the pendulous vanes, and someone in the audience actually confronts her about the pendulous vanes, and she just kind of laughs him off.
What?
You haven't seen the Dutch lady pilot talking, like lecturing with a whiteboard and claiming that the Earth is flat because the artificial horizon wouldn't be able to work when you flew from one part of the Earth to the other hemisphere?
No.
Oh, well, the flat earthers post it periodically.
Oh, I gotta find this. Does anybody have that?
It was posted here just the other day.
Let's check it sound effect. Yeah, I don't. The mechanical gyroscope shows Earth's rotation of 15 degrees per hour.
these are not ADI units. They're not artificial horizons. They're the heading indicator ones that I was talking about. Basically, you fly kind of straight, and you look at your magnetic compass. You're going, 175 degrees. So you pull out the knob, and you turn it, and you set it to 175 degrees, and then you pop back in the knob, and then it uses the gyro to temporarily hold, keep track of which way north is, because you just set it. And then you can do some fast maneuvers, and it'll be accurate throughout all of them, while a magnetic compass takes time to settle, kind of.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? So, with flat earthers, obviously, a lot of the the arguments about this 15-degree drift or whatever is that like ether drift, or like the sky is causing that, whatever. Ignoring all that, right? Ignoring all that, would you say that instead of picking up the Earth's rotation, that us doing the moving, not the sky, because whatever, the sky is moving 15 degrees an hour. If we were to traverse the Earth, right, and we picked up that drift from us traversing the Earth, would you say that's at least that at the very least is a stronger argument than the Earth rotation? Because there's no way, and you know what I'm saying? Because like they can maybe excuse it and be like, okay, well, it's the sky causing that, or the ether drift that's causing the 15 degree per hour drift, whatever, right? But if we're physically moving across the surface of the Earth, right, and now we're causing that change in orientation for the gyro, then how do they excuse that for like on the flat Earth? Because if you're on a flat surface, right, you're not gonna be changing orientation. But if you're on a ball, that goes without saying. You know what I'm saying? So
Right. No, that's a good argument.
that's what I'm saying. Because at that point, you really can't use the ether drift argument because nothing's drifting. We're the ones doing the moving, not the sky at that point. So yeah, I don't know. I
Here,
guess
I found the screenshot I was talking about.
Sorry if I keep bringing that up. I don't know, because I love the the Earth rotation gyroscope thing. Like it's fucking awesome, but they don't buy it though, because
It's a real thing in the FAA training manual.
Wow, look at that. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, look at that. Wow. Okay, yeah. This also has like the equator to north thingy or whatever that I was talking about. Yeah, changing latitudes. Look at that.
Earth rate precession is caused by rotation of the Earth.
Oh, that's cool.
And then Earth transport precession is an effect caused by using TN as a steering reference. I don't know what TN is.
Yeah, flat earthers. You guys gonna have to explain that now. Look at that.
I think 10 is true north. Could that be?
Oh, yes.
What say you, flat earthers? What say you? They got nothing. They got absolutely nothing. All right. Well, that's a pretty cool picture though. That's pretty awesome, Gambino. Look at that. That is pretty fucking neat. 1600 hours. After 6 hours, spin axis would be vertical to the Earth. Look at that. Wow.
I found the video of the Dutch lady pilot that I was talking about.
Is it Dutch?
Or whatever, somewhere like that.
Okay, it's not on YouTube.
I don't know. It used to be, but it might have gotten deleted since it's flat Earth.
Bummer. Doesn't YouTube want to entertain us still?
Interesting. Earth rotation. So, I mean, this is interesting, right? So this whole Earth rotation, whatever, and then Earth moving around the solar system, whatever. And when it comes to like movement, that seems to all be relative, right? You can't really prove that. with rotation, that seems to be like an absolute, right? Isn't that kind of crazy that rotation is like an absolute? From my understanding, like you can't really do the reverse. Like if something's rotating, that's like rotating, right? Like there's no like relativity with that, right? Like I think that's fucking crazy when you think about that. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just rambling right now, but because I'm just like thinking about it, like the fact that we can pick up, the 15-degree drifts, whatever. That's because of the Earth and only the Earth. There's no other rotation we could possibly pick up because we would have to be on something that was rotating as well. Like that Earth would have to be on something rotating as well for us to pick up some other rotation, whatever. But because we're on Earth and rotations seem to be like absolute, it's like that is like 100% from my knowledge, like the Earth like rotation that we're picking up on that gyroscope. I don't know. I was just thinking about it. This is kind of like cool, and interesting. Just makes you think. It's crazy. Man, I really fucking killed this chat.
Oh, I think I found the part in that video where the pendulous veins get brought up.
Pendulous. Bitch.
It's somewhere around the 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes. Let's see. Globe stickers. Oh no, this video. Okay, I'm done watching that.
Okay, it looks like at 2 minutes and 47 seconds is where someone in the audience brings up pendulous veins.
I saw it. It's great.
Pendulous. Pendulous.
Ah, yes, I was going to mention Rob Durham's little escapade there. Is this all using the little UK toy gyroscope? Yeah, okay.
Flat Earth
Just
and the gyroscope myth.
It just so happens I purchased that same gyroscope, and I demonstrated why it is not free enough moving because it doesn't even have ball bearings for the gimbal.
Oh my
It just
gosh.
it just has little bushings, just metal on metal, nothing fancy. It's a really cool toy, but there's just no way it can show Earth rotation, and I
Too much
demonstrate that.
static friction.
Yeah, exactly. And I put it on a turntable and just slowly turned it by hand, and you could see that the bearings were just dragging it around, and I was turning it much faster than the Earth would too. Now, Rob Durham did get an actual direction indicator or heading indicator unit, a vacuum-powered aircraft heading indicator unit, and tried it out, but that one had a little friction brake to keep it from drifting when the plane was on the runway. And he left that brake in for his tests.
Whoops.
Well, he didn't know what it was for, but he showed it in the video. He like took the thing apart and like said, "Oh, here's this and here's this," and he's like, "I wonder what this little thing is," and like pointed at it. It didn't dawn on him that that very little thing was what spoiled his whole experiment.
Well, they tried.
He also got a gyro compass. He never could figure out how that thing worked, but it sure worked good.
Are you a pilot, Jesse?
No, except I used to make and fly models, of course. Who hasn't?
Yeah, that's fun.
Two real life friends of mine who've passed away now. They were older. They were private pilots, so
Nice.
I didn't know them at that time. I met them years later, but they told me that they both belonged to the same flying club, and the flying club had two airplanes, and one day one of them crashed one of them, and then the other one crashed the other airplane, and pretty much that was the end of the flying club.
These were real planes?
Yep. Little, small planes, yep. You know, guys that can't afford their own airplane, but they get a pilot's license, and so they join a flying club, and they pay their dues, and the flying club has a couple airplanes, and everyone takes turns flying the airplanes, basically.
Oh man, what an insurance nightmare.
Yeah, I don't know if stuff like that goes on now, but this was, 50 years ago, or at least 30 years ago.
Mic check.
Sounds good, Bacon.
Am I interrupting some conversation, or can I just ask something to the room?
Oh, you're just interrupting dead air, actually.
Yeah. Well, for the most part, I mean, yeah.
Who said I'm?
You waiting?
No, nothing's happening. Go for it.
Right, is Brian or Kosho here?
My phone went dead, but I'm plugged in. I'm tethered, but I'm here.
Right. Well, I was listening to a piece of today's live stream, and I heard Travis talking about Kosho making him a prediction. I didn't understand what the prediction was. Do you know what that is?
Yeah. Here's our complaint. I'll try and make this quick as possible. Our complaint is, y'all look at the observations, not you, but y'all as in Glovers, and tell us what's going on with refraction. But what we've been asking for years, especially Travis, because he spent so much time out there, is that he give you the data, the water temperature, the air temperature in a couple places, the time of year, all the height, the elevation height, and the distance to what he's shooting at, and he wants Kosho to predict what he's going to see, because he knows, and anybody knows, that it's all but predictable. There's no way to fucking predict the shit. But
Okay, I get it.
I think he's going to do like 3 of them. We've been asking a lot of people. George said he'd do it, and Travis even told him before he passed away, God rest his soul, and I don't want to talk shit about him, but he never did do it. Travis told him he'd pay him for his time. George Numchucks.
Oh, George, the George with the dog.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, he was going to do it, and I think Ruip was going to do it. So he's been challenging people to do it for a long time, and I don't think it's he might get lucky. If he get 1 out of 3, maybe, but I don't think temperature has as much to do as people think, man. I mean, I know it does have shit to do with it, but I think it's
well,
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't know much about refraction either. But
It's always an
one thing I
inferior
can
mirage,
say-
bro. If when you get a camera and you're excited to go shoot long distances, you go out there. It's like almost. It seems like every fucking day, dude. Inferior mirage, inferior mirage, inferior mirage, inferior mirage. It's aggravating as shit, dude.
One thing I can say is that if you go to the nautical almanac, there is the standard correction for refraction, but there's also a more specific one. And what you need to use the specific one is a barometric pressure reading and the temperature reading. And it's only from your location, just the temperature, your location, and the barometric pressure in your location. It will give you a more precise correction for the elevation of the stars.
Well, basically what Travis wants is someone to be able to predict the exact miraging and layers and magnifications and shrinkings and stretching and shrinking that he's going to see on a given day based on far too little data. Because, I mean, you'd literally need to know the temperature gradient along the whole line of sight over the lake, because it's going to be different in different areas depending on which way the breeze is moving and where the sun's been hitting the trees and the lake and all that stuff. So he's basically saying that since he can't get the data we need to predict what he's going to see, that therefore it's not possible.
Well, the reason why I came here to ask that is because that came out in that subject came out in the middle of a conversation about navigation. So I thought it could be related to it, but apparently it isn't. It's related to refraction. So yeah,
Right.
I don't have a, what's the expression? A dog in the fight?
Yeah.
I've seen that in the almanac, man. But Jesse, how do you know he's not going to get that information? That he might get whatever Coach Joe asked for. I mean, let's not rule it out yet.
Well,
You
he
make
has
an
no.
excuse.
Well, he has no way to get the temperature along the whole
Why not?
span. Because he doesn't fly model airplanes out that far.
He could just cross it in a boat.
Well, he's not going to bother.
How do you know, bro? But listen to what you're doing, bro. You're making excuses, and for why nobody can do it, because it's not possible. And to me, there's nothing standard about refraction. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you could just go on a boat right along the. I think we all know that you'd probably get very little variation, though. This idea that you get this dramatic temperature gradient and the whole thing's going to be curving, probably not the case. Probably pretty
You need
consistent.
the lapse rate, though. You need it
Oh,
at
it's
multiple
not that
altitudes.
dramatic, and it's not that dramatic. At
I'm
least
just
the
saying, if you were in a
standard. I mean,
boat across the water, it would be like, let's say it's 65 degrees out. It'd probably be like 65, 63, 67, 65, I mean,
69.
unless there's like a major cold front area. I mean, there could be some variation if there's like a cold wind blowing through or something, but.
But again, it's not just the temperature gradient along that axis that matters. It's the lapse rate that matters.
What do you mean by lapse rate?
The vertical change
So-
in temperature.
So we could throw out standard refraction, right? There's no standard refraction. We need lapse rates. We need it the whole way. So nothing standard about it, right?
Standard
What do
refraction
you mean
occurs when
by-
you have a standard lapse rate.
Yeah, what do you mean by there's no standard refraction?
Yeah, I mean, from what I'm hearing from y'all, y'all apply standard refraction. None of your observation, not none, but you know what I'm saying? Almost none work. Match globe math. You got to use standard refraction, and they're usually still a little short, even on average. So main surveyor is freaking, and he was on Cape Elizabeth in Maine and did over, I think it was 10 or 12 day average of, and he was off by 7 million feet, bro, and he was up out of the bad zone, and he applied standard refraction and was still off. Still way off.
Okay, well, but if you're 7 million feet off, I don't think the problem is refraction.
1,300
but what
miles?
I can say, what I can say is that all the
I mean,
fixes that
inches,
I
man.
did,
Inches,
they
I'm
all-
sorry.
Well, all the fixes that I did, they got better after I applied standard refraction.
Yeah, because it's flat, and it's a function of distance. So you've got to make it flatter, right? To
What do you
get
mean?
a closer result to reality, you got to flatten out the globe a little. You got to make it bigger, flatten it.
Yeah, like by 1.2.
No, about like 18%, bro, 17%.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, I guess. It doesn't change the position of the celestial bodies by more than half a degree. I mean, it's not that significant.
Yeah, it
The
is.
half degree. The half degree
It's
is the worst
standard,
case.
bro. You always apply. So you're always applying a 17, 18% correction. That's pretty significant if you ask me.
No, but that's only for like all the way up to the horizon, only at the horizon.
Yeah, maybe,
It's,
man. But hey, Bacon, shouldn't you be warming up? Shouldn't we be switched here? I should be arguing the globe, man. You should be warming up against Jesse, man. When is that debate? Is that tomorrow?
You mean against Shane?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's tomorrow.
that's gonna be fun, dude. It's fun
Yeah.
watching them.
I'm challenging myself to debate it honestly. I want to
You've
try to
heard
defend
enough,
the
man. You
flat
can
Earth.
bring some good arguments, man.
I'll try.
Yeah, I've kind of tried to do that. Well, we've done it over the years at times to do the kind of reverse thing, but I don't know. It's sort of inauthentic. It's like being an actor, you know, because it's like you're just trying to remember things to say them. Like if you don't actually think that, you know, it's not actually coming from you. It's like just
Well,
trying to.
it's a good way to at least understand the other side's argument a little bit better, you know, because, you know, I don't know. I think it's a good practice.
Yeah, for you guys, because you get to argue the thing that's true. It's fantastic. I would do if I were you. I'd want to do that all day. Like, yeah, let's argue the thing that's actually true. See how it actually feels. No offense, rather than trying to huck a globe. It's like, well, boring.
I don't know about that because the last time I did that, last time I argued, the last time I played the Flat Earth or whatever, I had to really BS it to the point where I actually had to like stop myself for one of them. I was like, you know what? No, I'm not going there. Like, that one is just so beyond me. I don't even care if I'm trying to act like a flat earther. That one's just going in the fucking garbage. But there were arguments that I just had to force it, you know. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's what I don't want to do. I want to try to. I'm not gonna try to give evidence that the Earth is flat. I'm prepared to attack all globe evidence that I can because I know there are many globe evidence that don't actually work, and I, like the ones that I don't use because I don't think they're good enough. I'm prepared to go against him as soon as Shane tries any of those. So if I do that, then I don't have to lie or say things that I don't believe. You know, I can just be completely honest and still go against the globe. That's what I'm planning to do. But if that doesn't work, then
Watch how good it feels, man, dude. You don't have to make up so much fucking horseshit excuses, bro. You could just be honest and say, look, nobody knows for sure what this shit is, you know, and then get to actual topics. You'll see it's a breath of fresh air, bro. Not having to make up horseshit excuses all debate.
Yeah, I don't want to have to make horseshit excuses. That's why I just want to try to argue with things I actually believe are reasonable.
Yeah, but bro, y'all have to argue fucking bullshit that nobody does, or like you rely on NASA and radars and.
I don't do that.
Vague, Brian.
Hold on. Bacon, let me have this real fast. All right, I think this is some. He's talking some poopy right now. I've heard.
Work it up. I gotta ask something to Brian.
Yeah, I've heard a bunch of dookie. All right, from Flat Earth. So
You're gonna use the model to prove the model. You're gonna try and use your model to prove your model. It's ridiculous.
All I'm saying is I've heard a bunch of dookie from Flat Earth. All right, so I don't know what you're talking about. I've heard some big ass dookies. Like I'm like, what is this?
Well, just because there's certain arguments that are either weak or not very solid doesn't. I mean,
no, not weak, dookie. All right, not a weak. It doesn't even come close. All right, it's dookie, just flat out dookie.
Well, what are you referring to? Like something real, or just something someone made up, or I mean, what in particular?
Some made up stuff that flat earthers have, said and still go by. All right, I'm not going to go into it because every time I go into it, it goes into that topic, and I know Bacon wants to talk, but I've heard plenty of shit. One of them is how flat earthers try to explain perspective. That will always be dookie in my eyes because it's just absolutely wrong. But Bacon, you may go.
You think that perspective just follows the trig, bro? It does not.
But that literally is what perspective is. If you want to argue,
that's the math for it, bro. I understand that it's angular size and all that, but that's not reality. Try and do that with it. Just do clouds and just do approximations. Just do it for yourself. Just get an approximate distance to a cloud and watch how miserably it fails, bro. Just even with approximations.
How am I gonna do that?
When I look to a cloud, I don't know how far that is or how high the cloud is from the ground.
Yeah, Brian, I would need to know a lot for that. Yeah.
What I did is I drove toward a cloud, bro. I filmed it. It was a miserably long, boring video, but I drove toward a cloud that was just over the tree line, and I got up under it at about 11 miles, man. The trig said it should have been I just said it's a mile high. The trig put it like at 60 miles or some shit, dude.
Yeah, but you know that the cloud is moving while you're driving towards it.
Yeah, I know.
Clouds are constantly moving. I mean, you would take some time for it to drive towards it, and as soon as you get there, you won't be in the same place where you
You see
started
how
the
you're
first
already
time.
making excuses, bro. But
How was that
I
an
rest my
excuse,
case.
though? How was that an
Just-
excuse? You, yeah, okay. About to
okay,
say, geez Louise, man, come on.
So
Okay, well, then
there
never
you.
mind. Let me.
Yeah, yeah.
sorry.
Go on,
I was
Bacon.
just
Okay, never mind. Okay.
go
Oh,
Bacon.
there's just something I want to ask Brian, but and then I'll leave. So go on, Jesse. Just anyway, go
Oh,
on. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, there you go, Geo. You've seen a flat earther using a cloud, which is almost certainly changing in size and position and moving, and he's using it as a standard.
No, I just said use an approximation. If you think it works, just use it as an approximation and drive toward it. You know.
Shouldn't we use something more concrete, like a building or something?
Oh,
I mean,
you at least it would be better if you have two people taking a photograph of the same cloud at the same time. So there's
The point is shit doesn't I don't know what it is about perspective, man, but things that are higher are different. They're way different, man. It's not a level playing field like it's just the math, man. Every level has its own little visual. Like I said, the airplane on a good clear day looks like a space shuttle in the distance coming right at you. Flat and level. It's weird, bro.
Wait a minute. Can I ask Brian a question?
let me.
How did you calculate that?
Can you save that just for
Sorry,
a couple
Bacon.
minutes? I gotta ask something to
But let
Brian
Bacon
before I
go. He's
leave.
got.
Sorry.
Yeah, let Bacon go. He's got to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brian. Yeah, we need. I mean, I feel like we have to turn your navigation method into a program or a script.
I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it. I
yeah,
got a couple
all I
questions too,
need-
man.
all I
I
need-
really need to talk to you one-on-one too, man. I got some ideas.
Let's schedule a time. Let's schedule a time so we can put all that on the table and
whatever, man.
Yeah,
Whenever.
get our shit together.
Hey, let me ask you something, man. That the one you showed the other day, where you said it was like you showed the red dot and the blue dot. Where was the you didn't apply my equation to that, did you?
No, but you can.
Did you try to
change
do
the equation.
Right. I understand. Did you try just the linear trig?
Yeah, that's the default one. The default one is 69 miles per degree.
Okay.
If you open the website, that's going to be the equation there, and if you can change if you want, but you have to know a little bit of the syntax of JavaScript, which I don't think you're familiar with. But it's not that complicated because it's just simple math, just like multiplying and adding and stuff.
Dude, you did all that, and I can't believe we haven't got together on this yet. It's crazy. That's
we
probably
have.
not on me, because I'm actually excited about that, man. It's
All right, fair enough. Okay, so
don't let me down tomorrow, man. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Well, we got to schedule our own debate. I mean, not a debate, but
Here's the way I think of it sometimes, man. A lot of times when we're arguing like this, the sky, sometimes we're making excuses when we're talking about the ground. Y'all usually the ones. I mean, it varies, but it's a crazy world, bro. That we could argue different models so strongly, man. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah. Well, question's asking if I have a minute. I mean, if it's only 1 minute, then go ahead. If
No,
you
I'll have to give it you some more time.
Oh shit, Kosho. Ooh.
Oh, sorry, what did you say?
He said another time, I think.
Yeah, I'll have to give it you some more time.
Why,
Okay.
Kosho?
Well, anyway, I gotta go then. You guys have a good night.
All right, have a good one, Bacon. I'm gonna go tear apart Brian now.
Yeah.
Good night, man.
All right, what is this bullshit, Brian? You talking about a cloud?
I just said. I mean, do the math. Just put it at about a mile high, whatever. Just approximate it, and just drive, and just when you're driving, you probably drive all the time. Just if you get on a fairly straight road that winds up the same direction, just mark a big ass cloud. You know that aren't. I don't know, the cumulus clouds ain't moving that fast. and just just consider the worst case scenario. Like, hey, it must have flew right toward me, and it must be moving at 10 miles an hour, and just approximate it. You'll see it's off like unbelievably. I couldn't believe how far it was off. And yeah,
What
it is a
method did you use?
I can't tell you the exact height, I'll be honest, but and I can't say it wasn't moving toward me, but it was just off like fivefold, bro. It was ridiculous.
What method did you use to calculate the distance from the height, though?
My odometer. And the height, I just approximated.
No. How did you calculate what the distance was before you drove it with your odometer?
No, I just measured it to see how far it would be.
How did you do that?
Just opposite over adjacent, man. Just use the tangent function, man, and got I just approximated it a mile high and put it at about 2 degrees. And I forgot. Hold on, I'll double check.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how the hell did you do this now? Because I'm trying to think here. Like,
just hold on a second.
Here, this is how he did it. Something like this.
Like that, yeah. So you would have you have 45 degrees. Obviously, the distance is going to be the height. Height, yeah, blah blah. Okay.
Yeah, well, if you wing it, Brian, then your results are not going to be accurate. So
I didn't. Yeah, I'm not claiming that they're accurate. I'm just claiming that even approximate it's pretty nasty.
Wait, so
within the method of the approximation.
Yeah. So Brian, so what was the angle that you got to the cloud? Like the first.
I'm just saying a couple degrees, just right over the tree line, in the distance.
Couple degrees.
I mean, it could be more like half a degree or 1 degree, wherever you see tree lines, a few miles away, just right on the horizon, man. I think I figured it at 2. I forgot the exact math. I'm doing it right now. Hold on.
Well, that may not be accurate, though. I mean,
the arctangent function is very sensitive to the angle, so you have to be much more accurate than that.
Well, I was giving the globe the benefit, bro. But hold on.
How does that give the globe the benefit? That's just being sloppy.
Just hold on a second, man.
Height, distance.
If it's a mile high and a mile away, yeah, it's about 57. If it's 1 degree, a full degree above the horizon, and
full degree above
and a mile high, that puts it at like 57 miles. If it's about 2 degrees, which is about 4 sun diameters, I guess, and then that would put it about 26, 29, somewhere in that area. I just I was surprised that I got up under it in about 11 miles, man. I'm not saying that that's accurate. I'm just saying you'd think it'd been close. Maybe it is more sensitive, man, with the angles, but the math also says like storm clouds that are a few miles high, like I think they said they can get as high as like 5 miles high, some of the lightning clouds or whatever, some of the storm clouds. And me and Jose, we were talking, and he's a few hundred miles from me, and some of the cloud, or I forgot exactly how far. I think at the time he was about 250 miles away from me or so. I forgot, or maybe 300. But we figured, a lightning strike, according to the math, if it was 5 miles high, a storm cloud, it should be pretty close to us both seeing it on the horizon. And there's no damn way, bro. You can't see lightning. You can't see clouds in between cities. It just doesn't work.
Right, scientists use more accurate methods than pretty close, damn far, sort of good, or about 2 degrees. They have more precise ways of doing things.
I agree. I'll give you that. But you would agree to this, that when you walk outside, it looks like a dome, like the Earth. I mean, everything around you looks kind of like a dome, just visually. Would you agree with that?
I feel like that's sort of what would that be?
I don't see any dome. I just see sky.
I feel like that's what do you call it? I feel like it's what's the fucking word I'm looking for? That's.
If y'all can't agree with me that when you walk outside, it looks like a little dome, off. I don't even know why we're talking about
I
this.
feel like
man.
that's
Yeah, it'd be the same on a globe. You would
Well,
have you would have a hemispherical field of view on a globe as well.
Well, I guess what I was gonna say was I feel like that's more like that's like an opinion kind of thing. Like that's not really like I guess like it kind of maybe feels that way, but like
No,
also
literally, it's like a bubble. It's like a bubble around you.
I mean if you want to get technical, yeah, we have 180 degrees of like sky, I guess. So you could think of it as like a half a circle, a half a sphere or whatever. But, I mean, like I said, I don't know. That one's a little mixed. Like, okay, I'll grant you that.
You don't
180
want to
degrees of
concede
sky.
to any dome, or you did. You'll say, all right, we'll give you.
Because I feel like that's a little like once again, it's like sort of like opinion, not opinion. I don't know what the word is exactly, but it's like
Subjective.
subjective. There you go. That's really subjective. Really, there you go. Because realistically, when you look at the sky, obviously, I mean, you don't really get a shape from that. You literally just get a color. You know what I'm saying? So obviously, yeah, you could argue like your environment, like the way you look around, you have the 180 degrees of sky that kind of gives off the feel of like a dome. Like, sure, I guess, but once again, that's kind of subjective, though. I feel, but what's the point of that, though? What's the point of that argument, or the point of bringing that up?
I was just saying, like, what do you think's causing that? What's causing that dome around us, that apparent looking dome?
Well, what I just said earlier, though, like 180 degrees of like just that you would have 180 degrees of sky because of just how that works. You don't have like if you had no ground below you, then yeah, you would have 360 degrees of sky. But because we have a ground underneath us, we're only going to have half of the sky, which is kind of weird because the sky is sort of defined by what?
Perspective makes it look like a dome around us. At the beach, in a boat, freaking, no matter where you go, it just looks like a dome, kind of. Looks like a mini Earth, kind of, wherever you go. Follows you around with the clouds and everything.
Maybe.
No globe net.
But I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say to that though. Not just okay. It maybe looks like a dome.
I think that's actually one of the reasons that they've been able to convince people of the globe is because it kind of looks like hemispherical a bit when you're standing. Like if you're at the beach, it kind of looks like obviously that's not actually what the globe is. It's not like just your personal field of view as if you're just on a ball like that, like in your little 3-mile radius little area of vision. But the fact that it kind of looks almost like a hemispherical thing, I think is part of how they've kind of gotten people to believe the globe, if that makes sense, because it's like a hemispherical, well, kind of like dome of vision, as it were. Now, obviously, I mean, if they were to push to people that the Earth is flat with a dome or whatever, I guess that would be different. But I'm just saying, like the fact that it looks kind of hemispherical, I think is what's partly the way that people are like, oh yeah, I'm on a globe, like looks like a hemispherical thing, half of a sphere.
Maybe not. I don't know. But perhaps. In any case, just to bring it back to the main point, because this all started because someone said that arguing for the globe side, I think it was UGO, but you said arguing for the globe side is like BS or whatever, and arguing for the flat side would be easy because that's like the real thing, whatever. And then I said, oh no, because I felt there was a bunch of arguments on the flat side that were shitty. But yeah, just to wrap that up though, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I was just fucking with bacon, dude.
Yeah.
Well, whichever. I mean, it depends on which like arguments you're using or what angle you're coming from with it all. But I was just saying, like, I mean, you could even reverse that. Let's just say if the globe was true, then debating for the thing that's true would have more backing to it. You know that thing of like truth to power, where you say something that's true and it's like it's in your voice, it's in your You know, it's like in your soul, like there's this energy that you're saying something true, and you're just like backed by truth rather than backed by falsities.
Uh-huh.
I was just saying, like, let's just say if the globe were true, then somebody who thought it was flat would, if they're debating for the globe, I'm just trying to flip it, you know, then that would be the stronger position. Whatever the truth is has a stronger position.
I guess, but I mean, also, I don't know. Like, I feel like, you know, it's a complex thing. I feel like with the Earth being a globe and whatnot, like maybe it's hard to like argue for it, not because it's not true or whatever, but because it's just like it's just very complex. You know, it's hard to really prove. You know, like this huge ass motherfucking thing. You know, I don't know. I'm just saying, like I don't think it's an easy task, personally.
That's what I meant with excuses. I was just joking with Bacon, but seriously, like when we talk about, you know, the default position, you know, and we get excuses when we talk about what we see, we can't feel it spin, you know, and it's because it's so big and all this. Just it does come with a lot of excuses. Or it's flat Earth when we get asked questions like about planets or just bro, we don't know. Nobody knows. That's our opinion. That it's fun to speculate, but just to be honest. You know,
Fine. I will
know.
give you that. I will give you that. Anytime someone says I don't know, that's pretty honest. And at the very least, like I guess that leaves, you know, room for like, you know, speculation, but also like, you know, like what if, you know. So you know, I guess that's pretty fine.
And then when we talk about seasons, it's like, bro, y'all give us this whole spiel about energy and the angles and all this stuff and the freaking elliptical orbit, all this shit, and that still doesn't hardly work. And when you ask us, we say sun's closer. It's that fucking simple, dude. Sun's closer, you feel it on your face. It's just common sense, bro. In the wintertime when the sun's the same angle, you're eating it up. You're laying on the hood of the car like wanting more warmth when it's like 60 degrees in the sky. Summertime, it's 60 degrees at like 10:30 in the morning, and it's burning the freaking hood up. It's just obvious common sense, bro. The sun's closer. It's hotter. Fucking period. We don't need all that elaborate bullshit, man. It's, I don't know.
Sun's closer. Let me think about this. Sun's closer. I mean,
Yeah, like it changes in its declination angle and it's farther and closer, just like a heat lamp. It's like pretty straightforward.
It's like the breadth of the earth.
Yeah.
In and out.
Sun's closer. I mean, I'm trying to think about this. I guess like you can't exactly argue with that because I was gonna say like something about the angles of like the sun, but no, yeah, I imagine yeah, it gets hotter during the summertime, and the sun is more above than because like the idea is that like at least on the ball Earth anyway, when the sun is lower in the sky, whatever. You know, you get less heat and whatever. That's why you can have 24 hours in the North Pole and, you know, it still be cold even though the sun's still out because it got that shallow angle. But you could argue on the flat Earth that's because the sun's just far away, you know, and when the sun is close, it's more directly above you. So I guess I can't really argue with that. That is a decent point. Trying to think if there's any inconsistencies with this. Yeah, okay. I can't really think of any inconsistencies with that. That's pretty fair. All right, not bad. It's pretty legit for the most part.
And then when I bring up star trails, man, like they try and do a gotcha with star trails, and I'm like, hold on, I'm seeing 3 different rotations from one location. If it's me moving, how am I seeing 3 paths? Especially if I'm north of the equator and I see the stars straighten out. If I'm looking west southwest, and then start to go the other way, like hold on, if it's me rotating, it's such a simple argument, man, and we get so many answers, bro. We get that it's perspective, which it can't be. It's 3D to 2D. It's freaking. It's fisheye lens. I mean, we just get so much shit, bro. It's just impossible. Us moving, you can't have 3 different paths.
Well, hold on. First off, I think well, actually, I think I know what you're talking about in terms of like that 3D whatever thing with the. I think they're talking about the diverging thing, but look, I'm not gonna go into that. But What are you saying isn't possible though? You said 3 paths. Like, what do you mean by that?
Can't simultaneously see 3 different paths from one location if you're the one moving in one direction.
Oh, we had these. Oh, okay, we had this argument before. I think you, and this is not me trying to insult you or anything, but I think you were the one that said we would, if we were on a ball or some shit, whatever, or we were just rotating, we would see effectively sort of like a tunnel of stars rotating instead of like like a sphere rotating around us. Is that true?
Yeah. So if I had an equatorial mount back to back, it shouldn't make a smiley face and a frown. I shouldn't be able to measure the separation.
Yeah, but I disagree with that though, because I mean, like, from what I understand about how it works, is that the stars on the ball Earth model, right? The stars are effectively infinitely far away, so we can actually treat the entire sky as a sphere, all right? A sphere, effectively infinitely large sphere, right? Now, if you rotate, well, dome, it was. I'm gonna treat the entire thing, all right? I'm gonna treat the celestial sphere as a sphere, right? So the celestial sphere, right, is this effectively infinitely large sphere, all right? And the idea is that if you are to rotate while you're in this sphere, it appears as though the sphere is rotating around you instead, right? That's just kind of how relative motion kind of works. If I'm rotating, it looks like everything else is rotating around me, right? So if I rotate while I'm inside this celestial sphere, it'll appear as though the celestial sphere is rotating around me, all right? And when you do that, right, you get clockwise, counterclockwise, and then you get the what is it called, the equatorial rotation, star trails, whatever, right?
Oh, hold on. If I'm in the north,
yeah,
why should stars straighten out if I'm looking west southwest and then start going the whole other direction?
Wait, you're looking west while you're on the north pole?
Southwest. If I'm looking west southwest from Cancer, why do the stars? They should all just be following the direction that I'm falling over backwards, bro. I don't have to be on a ball. I could just be on a stick, spinning in one direction, and all the stars should reflect. Do the stars know it's a ball and they know they're supposed to straighten out at the equator or curve back the way?
So it doesn't
happen. Look, you're overthinking this, bro.
No, I'm not overthinking this. So check this out. It doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. You could be on a stick, a pyramid, a ball, a flat Earth even. If it rotates, if the thing you're on rotates, you will always get a celestial sphere rotating relative to you, and therefore you will get the three things. You're going to get clockwise, counterclockwise, and then the equatorial rotation. It doesn't matter what you're on. It literally, you're always going to get that. That 3 things that you're talking about.
Welcome to flat Earth.
How is that welcome to flat Earth?
Can't have, bro. What tells the stars to go a different direction?
I just told you.
Hold on. If the star's over my head, if I'm at Cancer and the stars, if it's just me moving, that should be my equator. That should be my. Yes, bro.
No, let me tell you why that's not the case. No, because here's the thing, right? If you're at Cancer, right, the idea is that you're not just going to be facing outwards like you would be on the equator. You're actually tilted a bit. All right. What is it, like 30 degrees? How many degrees is it?
I get it, but I'm still only moving in one direction, though, right?
I mean, you're taking a circular path, but that's not what's determined. That's not determining. All right, that's not determining. What do you call it? The star trails. It's your orientation, like you rotating. That's what causes the star trails. All right, so you got to think of it like, because remember, the celestial sphere is like literally an effectively infinitely large sphere. So it doesn't matter if you're traversing the actual surface of the Earth, whatever. What matters is you rotating or not. If you rotate, then the celestial sphere appears to rotate, right? So, obviously, because we're on an Earth that's rotating, we also rotate with it, right? So, yeah. So
say what you want. If I pointed my camera to the horizon, Polaris at the horizon or whatever, it's the same as me, just slowly tilting it up and then tilting it back dead straight behind me. I should get star trails doing that.
Yeah, you would. You would if you were.
Yeah, you say I would, but here's the problem: is from now from north of the equator, like I said, looking west southwest, then if I'm just falling over in that direction, how do the stars know to straighten out? They're all going to move relative to me.
You
My
literally
tilt,
you
move
have
relative
to.
to me and my tilt, and how are they going to know to straighten out and move the other way? That's not possible.
I'm telling you, you have to take out the Earth in this equation. You have to just imagine you're floating in
I was
space.
trying to do just now.
Wait, what?
And just picture yourself in free space.
Yeah, if I pick myself in free space and I'm the one that's rotating, so I'm gonna first start off with me, with my head, facing Polaris. All right, so I'm oriented with Polaris. Right, my head's oriented with Polaris. So above
Well,
me.
let's do this honestly. Let's do it in free space. Let's just pretend that me and you are together, and the globe disappeared, but we just continue to free fall backwards in one direction. What do you think you're going to see?
Wait, say that again. You said if I was
whatever we're angled, whatever we are, just at that point, just erase the globe out of your mind.
Okay.
Or us in free space, and now we fall over backwards. Okay, and we're at let's say Cancer. Now we're in just free space. There's no more globe. Now tilt me over backwards at in a straight line, in a great circle, whatever, in free space. What am I going to see? Ain't right over my head going to be the equator for me? I'm in free space, no globe.
Let me see. So if I'm facing this way and you're facing this way, like that, so you're tilting that way, rotating that way. I don't know. I can't exactly picture this. It'd be better if I did.
No, you can't.
No, well, what I'm trying to say is because I'm trying to think right now. So, my thing came off. So, are you still there? Okay. So,
yeah.
Because I'm thinking, okay, so if I'm standing on the North Pole, right, and I'm rotating around, then obviously the stars are going to be moving around. I'm going to see them move left to right, and if I look upwards, obviously, then it's like the clockwise or counterclockwise, whatever. If I'm at the equator now,
You're at the North Pole. You're going to do a small circle, but you're still going to be the center of that circle, right?
If I'm the North Pole, above me, there's gonna be some circles. There's gonna be some stars circling above me, yeah. But as I look towards the horizon,
Earth. So don't think about the Earth, just you in space. Now just do a smaller circle, and everything's gonna move relative to the smaller circle you just made.
Wait, I'm making a circle now.
Well, a great circle, whatever, or a not so great circle, however you want to look at it. Just whatever, just fall over whatever direction you're going to fall over or not fall over. Like just put yourself there in outer space. So even if you're at the North Pole, whatever way you move, everything's going to just move anti to that. There's going to be no divergence and convergence, bro. The stars can't know that they're supposed to go a different direction, and the stars can't know that they're supposed to straighten out because there's an equator down there. They're going to move antithetical or anti to your rotation.
So you're saying so you're saying if we get rid of the Earth, all right, and we're in this hypothetical where we're floating in space, right, and we have the celestial sphere around us. You're saying if I rotate, that I'm not going to have like, okay, let's say I'm rotating clockwise, right? You're saying I'm not going to have I guess that would also be clockwise too, right? I mean, hold on, I'm trying to think about this real fast. So that would be rotating this way. Hold on. Okay, see, this is very hard for me to picture. I would rather do this in Blender. This is why I like doing Blender, because it's harder to picture in your head. Let me see if I was to rotate that way. Yeah, I guess the sky would rotate clockwise. Okay, so if we're in space and I have the celestial sphere around me, right? If I rotate clockwise above me, if I look above, then the stars are going to be rotating clockwise. But if I look down, they're going to be rotating counterclockwise. Like that, I don't see the issue. I don't have to be on a ball for that to happen. If I rotate, I'm going to have them. If I look up, it's going to be clockwise. If I look down, it's counterclockwise.
Yeah, but I'm talking about looking one direction, out toward the horizon, maybe a little bit south. If you're, say, like Cancer, then you could angle your view a little bit south if you want. Even if you look straight out, you're going to still see the stars straighten out to the left and then start curving the other way. How do they know to do that?
But that's the thing, they don't. It's not that they know how to do that. That's just the properties of a celestial sphere. If you rotate in a celestial sphere, that's what's going to happen.
All right.
I'm just saying that's how it works. I mean, you could try this. Here's the cool thing, right? You don't have to do this with an effectively infinitely large sphere. You could try this with any sphere actually, as long as you're able to be inside of it. If you rotate, you'll see. I promise you'll see the same effects. You're gonna get the shit rotating, different ways, whatever. Unfortunately, none of us have a large enough
Say that
sphere.
again?
I was saying that if you're inside a sphere, as long as it's large enough that you can be inside of it, if you rotate yourself while in that sphere, you're going to have the same effect.
What do you mean if I'm inside a sphere? The stars aren't a sphere in your model? In our model, they are a sphere, so we would expect that.
Yeah, but
in our model, it's a celestial sphere, so we would expect just that.
Yeah,
in your
in
model,
our
it's you independent at one position watching simultaneous 3 paths.
Yeah, but hold on. In the ball model, it's also a celestial sphere too. It's not a physical sphere, but we can represent it as a sphere. It's an effectively infinitely large sphere. All right.
All right.
Yeah.
We can move on. I just wanted to point that out. That's to me, that's just, I don't know, man. To me, that's a killer. And another thing is when you're doing star trails, if you can slow as you want, move your camera, or you could just barely bump it. A dog wagging his tail could hit the tripod. You just ruin your star trails, bro. There's no smooth transition, bro. You move it, you're done. That's it. There's no more start trail. You got to start over.
Okay.
But that'd be my finalizing arguments, man. To me, that's obvious that it's a celestial sphere doing that shit. To me, it's got to be a celestial sphere and not infinite distant stars with no perspective. To me, it's got to be perspective.
Well,
causing that with a celestial sphere.
Well, just to quickly tackle that other argument you made about bumping the camera and ruining the star trails. What if I was to lightly blow on the camera? All right, if I was to move it, let's say like a micrometer or something.
Shouldn't you buy dinner first, man? No, I'm just kidding.
What?
Shouldn't you buy the camera dinner first before you lightly blow on it? I was just joking.
Yeah. No, but
man, I don't know. I've never tried that, but I've done time lapses with my camera, and I had to learn to just stay the hell away from it while it's doing its thing.
Yeah, fair enough. The point of my little example is, and this is how I always do examples. I always take them to the extreme. But the point of my example is to show that at some point, I'd imagine, the slightest of movement. We're talking micro, like a fraction of a micrometer or something. If I was to move the camera a little bit, I don't think it's going to pick that up in the star trail. Mostly because you could even work out the math. I mean, if I was to move something, let's say, I don't know, let's just assume atoms exist. All right, if I was to move the camera, this is an atom. All right, there's no way that's going to mess up the star trails because
an atom. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah,
if you touch it or bump it or something like that, or if even a good wind comes, your star trail's ruined. But not an atom. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah,
but I was gonna say, wait, I just had a pretty good one to bring up too. I was gonna bring up oh my god, man, you just had to say atom. I'm just kidding, dude. Oh yeah, Aries failure. I don't think that experiment gets enough credit. I mean, I think when we talk about the motion of the Earth, that's I think right now the ball is definitely in our court. That's me and maybe my bias, but I'm gonna say enough credit doesn't go to Aries failure because after Michelson Morley, they were trying to come up with any freaking experiment to show the Earth's movement around the sun, and that just that it's the Earth moving and not the heavens, and so he came up with a genius little idea. Once again, a failure, but so he points the telescope, and you have to tilt him a little bit. I had to do this with the SpaceX rocket, which was weird. I had to tilt it a little bit. It refracted. So weird, but that's a different story. But with the stars, you got to angle away a little bit, because of motion. whether it's us moving or the stars moving. We know we got to aim just a tiny bit ahead. So what he does is he fills his telescope with water to slow the light down. So in other words, if the light's already left the star, then we can figure out if it's us moving or the star moving just by slowing it down. If it's already on its way and I'm the one moving, then I'm going to have to tilt the telescope because I've slowed the light down and I'm moving. In other words, the photons or whatever, they've already left the star. They're already on their way. Okay? If it's the stars moving, then I could just sit there and slow the light down as much as I want. The light's already left the star, it's on its way, and I could do a mile of water, but as long as it's the stars moving, I'm just sitting there stationary, like I claim we are, and I can slow it down as much as I want, which you can, and you don't never have to tilt the telescope anymore because it's not us moving. And I don't think that experiment gets enough credit. So everything they tried, they literally failed to show that we're moving. And I think our common sense default position is that it's obvious the sky's moving, but that's me in my position. But good.
I mean, all right. I didn't know about that. I'll have to like look into that, or whatever, or maybe hopefully it's discussed in one of these debates so I can learn about it. But I didn't know about that. I mean, what was that?
It's called Aries failure. I mean, that's going to be if you type that in, you'll get the quickest results. Aries failure, because he didn't have to. He called it a failure because he failed to prove the Earth was moving and not the stars, and but he was trying to prove the stars, so they called it a failure.
All right. Yeah, I would have to check that out in more detail. Pretty interesting.
What latitude are you at?
I think it's I wanna say
About.
it's like around 45, I think.
Woo!
I think. Let me double check. I don't know. It sounds like I believe it's 45.
Are you in America?
Yeah. Let me
Okay.
see.
So you're cold.
Let me see map. Let me see. How do I check latitude on Google Maps?
If it's the angle to the sun, would you agree that like around 45 latitude, like the mountain ranges would be like, especially the vast mountain ranges, like I ain't talking about like the Rogue Hills of Atlanta or something. I'm talking about like the Rocky Mountains or the Appalachians. Like they should be warmer because they're angled, and I mean everything the sun could see, and that mountain range is basically got a direct angle of the light. And if y'all say it's the angle, then them mountains should be hot because they're literally getting 90-degree light when the sun is 50, 60 degrees up, because they're sloped, all of them. They're getting a damn near 90, but I ain't gonna say 90, but they're getting a very direct angle. So the mountain ranges should all be pretty damn warm. Shouldn't they be? You're talking a lot of area, a lot of energy, right? The way y'all argue that.
Trying to think about that. Let me see, because technically, if I was to remove the Earth, then they would still be sloped and facing the sun. Maybe. That's another thing I might have to look into. Yeah, I mean, because yeah, so if the sun is, let's say, 50 degrees above, then the mountains were also. But the mountains, well, hold on, they would have to be. Are you? Hold on. You said they're sloped again? Hold on. Yeah, explain that to me real fast.
Well,
Something like that.
mountain ranges, it's just mountain after mountain after mountain. So when the sun, if it's at its highest at like, let's say 65 degrees, then there's no flat ground for it to hit at that slight angle. It's just the sides of mountains everywhere the sun looks on that mountain range.
Uh-huh.
It's going to be just the slope of the mountain, which is going to be a pretty damn direct angle. I'm
Well-
not just throwing that out there.
Well, I mean, maybe the surface of the mountain is hot. I mean, I don't know, but but maybe like the air though, like is not. I don't really know the actual. I don't know like the details for that, like how that would actually work. But yeah, maybe like on like when it's like daytime, whatever. Maybe the surface of a mountain is hotter than like to say the surface of like the ground, on average. I don't know personally, but I kind of want to look into that now. Because like that is kind of a good point. Like technically, if the mountain is sloped to the point where it's actually parallel, or not parallel, but perpendicular to perpendicular, to the sun's light, whatever. Then yeah, we would expect there to be like the maximum amount of like like the heat that's going on or whatever.
They should be hotter than if the sun was directly overhead. It would be cooler because them slopes are all getting not perpendicular light. They're getting 65-degree light or 60-degree light, whatever the mountains are in general on average. So the mountains would be warmer with the sun not overhead. And it's a pretty vast area, so I think it should be measurable. That's me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really depends though, because I mean, like like this is just like from quick Google search. So for all I know, this is bullshit. But I mean, from the looks of it, it's saying like you can have ground temperatures being way more warmer than the air temperature. So I mean, like in terms of like, yeah, it could very well be that maybe the surface of the mountain itself is hot, but then the air above that isn't, though. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe the heat just isn't what's the word I'm looking for? Just isn't transferring, as fast. So you could still get cold temperatures, on top of a mountain or whatever, but like the surface itself is just hotter than the air or something. I don't know. I wish someone who did know about this would talk about it, but
yeah, I'm not too sure about that one either. But I would make the argument though. I was just throwing that out there because it just seems like a consequence of the angle argument. But I would make a solid argument though. I did make a short video of my son. I challenged him. I challenged him to put his arm on the black hood of my wife's Mustang. At I think it was about 10:30 in the morning, and the sun was, I guess, at about, I don't know, whatever it is at 10:30, 55 degrees, 60 degrees. And I said, see if you could hold your arm. He's all cocky, I think he's like 16 at the time. He's like, yeah. He's like, no problem. I'll hold it on there for as long as I want. Dude, he put it on there for a split second. He's like, woo! In the video, and I'm at the video. And I never really did get around to filming. I wanted to actually put him in the same video, and I haven't got around to it yet. But I did go in the wintertime when the sun is it's about as high as it gets. Is I guess whatever 60 degrees, whatever. But about the same angle. I mean, the other guy could argue that I didn't do exact, but I'll admit that. But about the same angle in the wintertime, the hood never even heats up unbearable. So it can't be the angle. That's not possible, bro, because if the sun were at the same angle, should be fairly close. Maybe not, because maybe there's less energy around everything else. But it shouldn't be so drastic, bro. Because in the winter, I lay on the hood, I'm like, oh, like it feels so good at the same angle that my son couldn't hold on there for a split second. Now he's going to be laying on it, like wallowing on it to try and get even more warm. It should be at least similarly close. If it's the same angle, I know the ambient temperature is going to make an impact, but as far as the metal hood, the black metal hood, pretty damn close. Give or take 30, 40 degrees.
Brian, that's what I was going to bring up. If the temperature is 40 degrees during the winter outside, the ambient temperature of the hood of the car, even if it's black and having the same amount of energy being put onto the hood, it's going to not be as hot as if it was 110 degrees outside with that same amount of ambient energy being put onto the ambient temperature is 100 degrees and the same amount of energy just because it's hotter outside.
I promise you, what's going on, Leo? First off, long time no here, bro. But I'm gonna say it's way hotter than 100, bro. My body temperature is 98.6. It's you could fry an egg, when it gets a little higher in the sky, but it's hot, bro. You can't even like a man test, bro. You can't hold your arm on that hood. It burns. It hurts. You got to pull it away. It's too hot.
Awesome.
Literally,
But you're missing the point. If the same amount of energy is being put on the hood, but the temperature outside is 60 degrees different, of course you're going to be able to hold it when it's 60 degrees lower for longer because the ambient temperature outside is less. Okay, so in the summertime at 10:30, it was probably about 85, and in the wintertime at 1 o'clock or 12 midday when the sun's highest in the sky, it's about probably about 60. It's as hot as it'll get. So I'd say maybe about a 25 degree. I'll give you 30, but I'm gonna tell you right now that there's a drastic difference. And if you wanted to say that every single 30 degrees is a big difference. Jump in 60 degree water and then jump in 80 degree water and tell me there's not a difference between that water.
That's you saying that every speck of the air dictates the temperature of that hood. That means the sun
No, I'm saying when the ambient temperature is 60 degrees and you jump in water, that water is going to be at maximum 60 degrees.
So not the angle, right?
It has nothing to do with the temperature. It has to do with the temperature.
Okay,
and
so
if the temperature's 80 degrees and you jump in that water, it'll feel a lot more comfortable to you. It has nothing to do. It could be 60 degrees outside with the sun 90 degrees above head, or 80 degrees with the sun directly above head. Has nothing to do with the angle. Or the sun could be, 23 degrees above the horizon, and it could be 80 degrees and you jump in that water and it feels warmer. The water's warmer than if the sun's 90 degrees overhead and it's 60 degrees. The water.
So you think the 25 degree difference in temperature justifies the 50 degree temperature change of the hood?
I'm saying that the difference in temperature of the object has no bearing on the degrees the sun is above the horizon. That's why I said if you have a sun that's above the horizon at 25 degrees and the water you jump in is 80 degrees because of the energy being put into it, that's going to feel a lot more comfortable than if the sun's above head in that same water and the water's 60 degrees. A 20 degree difference.
What are you talking about? Water. I'm talking about the air. And let's just do this.
Yeah, the air causes the water to change temperature.
Okay, instead of using the hood of the car, let's just use our face. So before the outside air has a big chance to do much, let's just walk outside and just for a minute in the summertime and then in the wintertime with the sun at the same angle. Before the outside, has a chance to do anything with the hood of the car, just your face. It's night and day, Lil.
I don't disagree. If I walk out, guess what, Brian? I don't even have to go with that drastic of a change. If I go outside where I live and it's 110 degrees outside, and the next day it's 115 degrees, I can definitely tell the difference. And if the sun's at the same angle, I can definitely tell the difference between those two temperatures. 115 is a drastic difference.
I just was trying to go.
I was trying to give an example to kind of do away with the outside temperature, and just say like 30 seconds in the summertime, or 30 seconds in the wintertime. Just let's just say your
temperature's different.
Your room temperature inside your house, and you go outside and get sun on your face.
Yeah,
for
the
30
temperature
seconds.
outside. You're
Here's
talking
my
about
point. Let me
temperature.
make my point, please. Let me make my point.
You're talking about
My point
temperature.
is, can I make my point, please?
You're talking
My
about
point is-
temperature, then you're denying temperature.
Sake, Leo, just let me make my point so you can have something new to respond to. Okay, it's going to be quick. I'm trying to come up with a way to just throw out the outside ambient temperature and just say that, okay, it's room temperature. Let's go outside for 30 seconds. Okay. So in them 30 seconds before the cold has had a chance to soak in, what I'm telling you is that in the summertime, you're going to feel the sun in just 30 seconds beaming on your face. Okay. In the wintertime, with the sun the same angle, it's not going to be beaming on your face like that, man. You're going to be soaking it up, wanting more and more and more. In the summertime, you're already going to want to get the hell away from it, dude, unless you're trying to get a tan. I'm just telling you, the angle, it can't be just the angle, man. That'd be my argument. I heard what you said, and it's something, I guess. But to me, it doesn't.
The ambient temperature outside and the ambient temperature inside. You're talking about temperature, and I'm keeping it the same. But I'm saying if I jump in water that's 60 degrees ambient temperature, and jump in 80-degree water that's the ambient temperature of the water, which is caused by the air, the ambient temperature of air, and the energy put into it from outside energy sources. 60-degree water is going to be a lot colder, and 60-degree water is pretty dang cold.
The moisture, just sorry to cut in, the moisture content or humidity of the area makes a hell of a difference as well. You can have 10 degrees dry and 10 degrees with humidity, and they feel different temperatures. So if a place is really humid, like Death Valley, its temperature can actually soar up because it's the water humidity that's accelerating that. A bit like a bottle of water in your car on a sunny day, but it's cold. The water will be a hell of a lot hotter than the temperature outside, I guess.
I made that point earlier, Realm. Like,
yeah, but y'all would agree that if the sun,
like can I finish what I'm saying? Like, for example, I can in the summertime where I live, and it doesn't have hardly any humidity. It can be 110 one day, and the next day be 115. And I can definitely tell the difference in the temperature between those two temperatures, even though it's only 5 degrees. There's a big difference between 110 and 115.
well, I'm just talking about the sun basically should be the same temperature if it's the same angle, right? I mean, I understand that it's going to be colder in the winter, but as far as just the sun, like if I was in a tanning booth or something, right, with a glass around me, as far as just the sun itself, wouldn't you agree that if the sun was closer, that it would be hotter?
I don't understand what you mean by angle because it has nothing to do with that. It matters with the temperature, the amount of energy.
Okay.
Like, for example, why does it take a less temperature to boil water at different altitudes?
Hold on, you just said it didn't have anything to do with angle, Leo.
It doesn't. Boiling water has nothing to do with angles.
That's how they measure the energy, man. That's how they measure it, and that's how the seasons change in your model. Is that it's a different angle, the whole ground, everything around you. That's how it's measured.
Sorry, but if I live at a certain altitude, the angle at which the sun hits me is not going to vary enough from Monday where it's 110 to Tuesday where it's 115. The angle of the sun is not going to change.
Right, but if it was closer, it would, though, right?
I believe the angle thing, it's not in just one day. I think it's over across of multiple. Like I think it gradually heats up. I think that's the argument that.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
That's why I was trying to avoid as much ambient as I could. I certainly didn't want to give any examples like in the water, or that's drastic. The guy brought up a pretty good point with humidity. But would you disagree with Lael and say that the angles are the cause of your season?
It is, but yeah, it would have to be over time though. Like, yeah, if for whatever reason the Earth in the globe model was to just like, shift to where one day the sun is like directly above, like that day isn't going to get hot like immediately. In fact, it's not going to happen. It would have to take a few days for the temperature to overall be hotter, I imagine.
Absolutely. But
He's
it's all caused by the angle, right?
Brian, wait. He's straw manning me, Arma.
Yes.
If Monday where I live is 110 and I go out the next day and I measure the hottest point during the day that day, and the next day I measure the angle to the sun the next day and it's 115 that day, the angle to the sun is not going to change great enough that I will be able to measure that change without a very
the
accurate
angles
measurement.
don't cause the seasons, bro. You said the angles have nothing to do with it.
No, that's not what I said.
Literally said the angles have nothing to do with it. When I asked you,
in that case where I just
close, wouldn't it be?
Brian, I never said that.
Well, yeah, I think who's the other guy talking? Who's the
Lael?
Oh, Lael. Yeah, I think Lael, because Lael, you said something about the angle of the whatever doesn't affect like boiling water or some shit, which is I think you're talking about something else. So yeah, I think there's some confusion going on here. Yeah.
Will you answer my claim though? If it's 110 on Monday, and
So it is the angle still?
Wait.
I apologize for straw manning you.
Can I finish my statement before you start straw manning me?
I was
Arma,
apologize if I did straw man you, Lael. What the fuck?
Let me finish my statement before jumping in the middle of it.
Okay, y'all just go back and forth, and I won't even apologize. Go ahead.
So Arma, Monday I walk outside and it's 110 degrees outside. I measure the angle at noonday, and it's, let's say, 68 degrees. If I go out at solar noon the next day and it's 115 degrees, why are you interrupting me? And
because
it's 100
non sequitur. I just was squeezing into your
Pause. Brian, be quiet. And I go out the next day, Arma, and it's 115 degrees, and I measure the sun at solar noon. The degrees to the sun will have not changed enough to make that much of a difference in temperature. And you can tell the difference. Can I finish my statement? I'm not done yet. And you can definitely tell the difference between 110 degrees and 115 degrees. I can testify to that because I've felt both multiple times during last summer.
Wait, hold on. So your argument is that the temperature, the weather of the day was just like, I mean, because that's kind of how it works in reality. Yeah, one day it's like cold, the next day it's like, oh, it's hot, whatever. So you're saying like, yeah, the sun doesn't affect that, obviously, or at least the angle of the sun doesn't affect that. Is that what you're saying, or did I like totally miss that?
The angle that I measure to the sun is not going to change drastic enough from one day to Monday to Tuesday. It may vary like 1 degree, but that's not going to explain the difference in the temperature between 110 degrees and 115 degrees.
Oh yeah, of course.
You would agree that the angles cause the seasons, right? The angle to the sun.
I never said it didn't. You're straw manning my argument. I'm not talking about that.
Sorry.
I'm talking about the difference in degrees from one day to the next being 5 degrees.
Non-sequitur, bro.
And the angle of the sun does not matter in that case.
I heard you, man. I'll let y'all go back and forth. Let me respond. Okay, it's a non sequitur because of this. My argument was the same angle sun 6 months apart. Okay, and the drastic difference. So you're saying the angle, over a day doesn't cause it. Okay, we could all agree with that. That's common sense. What I'm talking about is it can't be just the angle to have such a drastic difference on my face. 6 months later with the sun at the same angle, and the angle is what causes season. I know about the air around us, the water around us, the humid air around us. I'm talking about just the sun on my face in 30 seconds through a window with same inside temperature. It's going to be way hotter in the summertime, bro. With climate controlled through a window, with it can't be just the angle. And I think we can all agree that if the sun was closer, it would cause that. Would you agree with that, Lil?
Of course, if the sun is closer to the Earth than it is,
closer to
it
my
would be
face.
hotter. No, just period. It would be the Earth would be hotter if the sun were closer.
I'm talking about my face, bro. I just said I'm not talking about
in
the
general.
Earth. I'm
If
talking
the
about
sun
the
is
air, the
closer to
water.
the Earth, if the sun were 1,000,000 miles closer in the heliocentric model, it would be a lot warmer, a lot hotter.
My face, bro. I just specifically said all that.
Great.
Try to
Yes.
keep it out of the
If the sun were 1,000,000 miles closer in the heliocentric model, it would be a lot warmer on your face than if it's 1,000,000 miles further away.
I don't even know where to start. So
the closer the sun,
the sun's closer to my face. And
the sun is 1,000,000 miles closer to your face. It's going to be hotter.
Okay, then how come when in the wintertime, when the sun is almost 4 million miles closer to everybody's face, in the southern hemisphere, that's their wintertime, and that's their summertime. Is when the sun is 4 million miles closer, yet it's colder than the north, which is their summertime.
That's because
4 million miles further away.
Earth has a tilt, and the tilt is making it face the southern hemisphere and having more effect on the spreading of the heat across that than it can spread across the northern hemisphere.
What?
In the heliocentric model.
Bro, they're the same tilt, Leo.
No, it's not. In the heliocentric model, it is not the same tilt.
Arma, help me out here, please.
Okay, so
I'm not saying you don't have an argument, but teach him about the poles.
Okay, I'm just a tad bit lost. I think Brian's argument is that, because what you were saying earlier, how you pronounce your name again? I'm sorry, I'm really bad with names. Lael, okay. Lael, okay. Yeah, so I think what Brian was saying was that because earlier you said that if the sun was 1 million miles closer, it would be slightly hotter or whatever, right? But then Brian gave the argument that, well, we are actually closer by 4 million miles during the summertime in the northern hemisphere. Well, yeah, no, my bad. In the southern hemisphere, actually. Yeah. So the southern hemisphere's summer, which is the northern hemisphere's winter, we're actually closer by roughly 4 million miles. So, but then obviously you're saying there's a tilt and all that. But the argument is
the tilt creates the problem of heat having to spread over a bigger area.
Yeah,
and therefore it's cooler during the winter in the northern hemisphere than in the summer of the southern hemisphere.
Yeah,
which has the direct heat.
Talking about
doesn't have to cover as much area.
Okay, so
where in the summer of each?
Yeah. So how about this? I mean, because I guess, yeah. So the summer of the northern hemisphere versus the summer of the southern. Did I say southern already? The summer of the northern hemisphere and the summer of the southern hemisphere. If we are closer to the sun during the southern's summer, does that mean that the southern summer is actually ever so slightly hotter than the northern summer? Was that English?
Yeah, that would be my argument. But he said 1 million miles makes us hotter, and now I'm bringing up the point that in the southern summer it's 4 million miles closer, and in the southern summer is colder than the northern summer.
Well, here's an argument that could be made. The southern continents like for example, Australia and like Africa, I don't think they go down as far as the northern continents go up high, right? Like for example, I know like the United States, it goes up to about like 40, 45, like degrees latitude or some shit. But Australia goes as low as about like I think like 35. So you could argue,
Yeah, I would argue that if I was arguing for the globe, that would be my response.
Oh, but then again, my bad. No, that's actually irrelevant though, because technically, the higher you go up, then the colder it is. So technically, it doesn't even matter. It would be closest to the equator. I'm stupid. My bad. I'm thinking about that right now. Okay. So
I just thought Leo was acting
because of the tilt
angles
of the
different
Earth.
they are to south summer.
Okay, so it would have to be
the further latitudes from the equator, because it's tilted further away from the sun, even though the sun is closer, it's going to be colder the further away you get from the equator, because the sun the energy of the sun has to spread over a greater distance.
Yeah. Okay, so I figured it out. My bad. So I was really stupid when I said my thing. So it's I believe it's Capricorn and Cancer, right? Those two. That's where it's like pretty much the hottest or whatever. For the summer times, right? So, yeah, I guess we could just compare those two then. I guess we can compare, those those latitudes and see which one's hotter. And let me look that up real fast. I want to see which one's hotter.
I think Lale just repeated his argument that he thinks that the northern summer gets less or gets more light than the southern summer.
That's not what I said.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying. So
no, that's not what I said.
You would agree.
I said during the winter time of the northern hemisphere, the energy of the sun has to spread over a greater distance because of the tilt of the Earth. Therefore, it is colder when it is the summertime in the northern hemisphere.
Bro, you're veering
the
again.
Earth is facing the sun more directly, and therefore the energy of the sun doesn't have to spread.
We're comparing southern summer and northern summer, bro. You know that. Don't act like you don't know that. We're comparing the southern summer with the northern summer. That's my argument.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
If the sun is positioned next to a sphere, what about the distance between the two is going to cause the surface of a sphere to be more or less illuminated? Like you're talking about tilt causing a greater distance across the surface
of the energy, spreading the energy across a different amount of surface area.
A different amount of surface area. Like, why would that change?
Because it's further away.
No.
Right. And it's further away, but warmer.
No, colder. In the northern hemisphere, it is colder during the wintertime because the tilt of the Earth causes the energy from the sun to have to spread over a greater amount of area than if the sun is directly hitting it.
Okay, if you didn't know before, I want to make sure we're on the same page. Okay, we're comparing northern summer to the southern summer. So no different.
He was asking about the northern winter and summer.
Just summer. No, don't say winter. Just summer. My argument. You responded to my argument.
I don't care. He was asking me about what I was saying. And so I was telling him what I was saying.
Yeah. Well, I actually looked up, whatever. I Googled it, whatever, right? But I Googled it, and from what I've seen, this does actually make a lot of sense. Well, for the most part, anyway.
No matter
your answer was the right one, Arma, just so you know.
If the sun was 93 million miles away facing a sphere, or it was 80 million miles away facing a sphere, the same amount of the surface would still get illuminated.
The northern summer.
The only difference would be that the closer the sun is, the less distance the energy has to travel. So therefore, it would be easier to heat up.
That's my point, bro. But the southern summer is colder than the northern summer, and
so-
the sun is closer.
Yeah, so it seems that from what I searched up, that the reason why that's the case is because there's a lot more, like, apparently ocean and less land, which makes, I guess, kind of, it kind of makes sense. Like, a lot of the water is going to be absorbing the heat, as compared to the land that's going to be absorbing the heat. But obviously, in the northern hemisphere, there's a lot more land than there is water, so obviously a lot more land gets to actually absorb that heat, and therefore, the temperatures are able to get hotter. So
Right, that's the script. That's the globe script. That's what I would have said if I was a glober. And Lale, you should know this
Well,
shit.
I can also say, well, I'm adding in there the tilt of the Earth. If the Earth is tilted towards the sun, even though the sun is further away, and by the way, 1,000,000 miles is not comparable to 10 million or 20 million, or as a
Summers
flat
have
Earth
the
will
same
say
tilt, bro.
10,000. If the sun were only 10,000 away, the whole Earth would burn up.
Bro, we're talking about the poles.
Right. I'm talking about in general. If the sun were as big as it is and 10,000 miles away from the surface of the Earth, the whole Earth would be in flames and burned up. We couldn't live on it.
Yeah, but nobody's claiming that's the case.
How far away is the sun on the flat Earth then?
You responded to my argument. You said that 1,000,000 miles and it would be warmer. So what I did is I brought up the southern summer and the northern summer. They have the same angle in their summers. They're just 6 months apart, but it's 4,000,000 miles closer. And the southern
disagree.
summer, same angle, is colder than the northern summer. Don't say winter.
Someone in the summertime in the northern hemisphere at 45 degrees latitude, it's going to be a lot colder at 45 degrees latitude.
That would be winter.
I'm taught you're asking about the summer in the northern hemisphere and the winter in the southern hemisphere. Okay.
Why do you say
so
winter?
I'm going there.
Why do you keep saying winter or veering to the other pole when you say
I
summer?
said
Which makes
at
it
a
winter.
45-degree latitude during the winter time. During the summertime. In the northern hemisphere, a 45-degree latitude is going to be a lot cooler than a 30-degree below the equator, 30 degrees below the equator in the wintertime for that area.
That's not my argument, bro. This is my last try, bro. Okay, I'm talking about the poles, just the Arctic and the Antarctic regions. Okay, they get the same amount of tilt for their respected summers. Do you agree with that?
I don't know. I've never heard that, so I don't know. I don't think they do.
Arma, will you help me?
I mean, technically they should, because here's the thing: if the Earth is tilted 23 degrees, let me see. Oh, give me a second.
You should have to think.
Yeah. So if the Earth is tilted 23 degrees, if it does 100, if it was to go around halfway in its orbit, then that's sort of like it's sort of tilted the other way. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to kind of explain with words. At least I can't explain it with words because I'm not good with words. But it would seem, though, that the southern would get the same tilt or whatever as northern did half a year ago or whatever. So whatever Brian said is correct. All right. I can't explain it well. I'm not good with words, man.
But anyway, so my whole argument was that they do get the same tilt in the globe model, at least, and the summer for the south is 4,000,000 miles closer, yet their summer is colder than the identical northern summer, 4,000,000 miles further, but warmer. That to me is backwards. Arma did give a response that maybe might explain it. Sounds a little excusey, but it's the right response, I would say.
Are you aware, Brian, that in order for a landmass to be heated by radiant light energy, that it has to absorb it instead of reflecting it like Antarctica does?
That's why I said that. That's what I would have said if I was a Glober. I would have brought the land.
Well, I'll just bring up the fact that let's take for United States for example. There's a lot of roads in the United States, and roads are generally black, and black absorbs heat, which would cause it to be warmer in those areas than it would be like in the Antarctic.
And
why my roads got to be black, man?
But actually,
I don't know. That's because that's what color tar is.
And actually, the trees and green things absorb red and infrared too. So even trees and stuff absorb a whole lot more light heat than the reflective snow of Antarctica does.
Oh, that's interesting.
So Antarctica's got more land, right? And it's got a 4 million mile closer sun, and it's still colder. And it has less green shit. I mean, everything about your argument, he said the land area, but he's talking about shit approaching the pole. But the fact of the matter is there's more land in the polar region in the south because it's blanketed by Antarctica. So you have more land, you have a 4 million mile closer sun, and yet it's still colder. Head scratcher.
Let me delete that.
Imagine we were in a crazy heliocentric model and the sun never came back around. Like if our revolution around the sun was any longer, we would freeze.
And so our answer is sun closer, hotter. Sun further.
How close is closer? Define how close that is.
About, I don't know, about 4,000 miles, I'll just say, just for...
Yeah, and is the sun as hot as or as big as it is in the heliocentric model?
No.
Okay, does it put off as much energy as it does in the heliocentric model?
Focal point in our model, about 4,000 miles away.
Cool. Does it put off as much energy?
No.
Where's the evidence for that?
It would have to.
Where's the evidence that there's not as much energy put off by the sun?
Well, just hypothetically speaking, if the sun was a focal point 4,000 miles away, then it couldn't have as much energy as in your model, or we'd melt, right?
Okay, would you agree that from my vantage point of where I am standing on Earth, if I look directly south towards the tropic, whatever tropic that is, it doesn't matter. It is a specific distance away from me, correct?
Cancer corn. Yes.
Whatever. Would you agree
Thought I
that
had a
it's a
stroke there for a
specific
second. I was like,
distance
wait,
away
what?
from me? Would you agree about that, Brian?
Cancer corn.
Yeah.
If the sun is
there was a
4,000
tropic
miles
of cancer, it would be a specific amount of distance away. Yeah, sure.
Okay, and if the sun is 4,000 miles above the surface of the Earth and directly south of me, the angle that I look up to the sun at, if I measure the distance to that angle, it's going to be greater than 3,000 miles. So which is it? Is it 3,000 or greater than 3,000?
I said 4,000 miles. It's a focal
Or
point.
4,000, sorry. It will be greater than 4,000.
No, why would it be?
The hypotenuse, the distance of the hypotenuse of the triangle
It's a
will
focal
be
point.
greater than 4,000
You're gonna do
miles.
trigonometry to a focal point, Lil.
You can.
I know you can't.
If the sun is directly overhead at, let's say, 23.5 degrees directly south of me,
Wait a minute.
at 4,000 miles above the surface of the Earth.
Hold on, let me follow you right, so I can respond right. Is it over my head or is it 23 degrees away?
No, listen. If you are standing at 23 degrees north, 23.5 degrees north of me, our north latitude, which is the tropic, which is a tropic.
Yeah, Cancer. Okay.
right? And you look straight up, and the sun is directly above your head, 4,000 miles above the surface of the Earth. That tropic is a specific distance away from me. Let's figure that out. I'm at about 33 degrees north.
No, the tropic ain't at 33. It's at 23. Okay,
No, I
so
said it's 23 and a half.
you said you're at the equator, and I'm at Cancer.
No, I did not. I said the tropic north of the equator is at 23 and a half degrees.
Cancer, right? And you're at the equator, right?
No, I'm not at the equator. I
Okay,
said I'm almost at 34 degrees north of the equator.
You said 23 degrees north.
So you're further north
the tropic
than me.
is 23 degrees north, 23 and a half degrees north of the equator.
Okay, so we're
Why do you
10
keep
degrees.
mixing it on
Hold on.
purpose?
So that puts us 10 degrees apart, which is 690 miles.
10.
Which puts the sun for me
20.
at 0, the sun for you at 80.
Okay,
On either
so
bottom.
if I look up at the sun when it's directly above your head and you're staying at 23 degrees north,
It's going to be 80 for you.
and you're exactly south of me, 100% south, due
Right.
south.
Right, 10 degrees lower. I'm with you.
It's not 10 degrees.
You said you're at 33 and I'm at 23. For God's sake, make up your mind.
I said I was at 34.
Okay, then it's 11 degrees. Then it's 700 and let's see, 690. It's 759. That puts you at 89 degrees and me at 0 on either model.
At 0. No, you're not at 0.
Yeah, I am at 0 if it's directly overhead. Or I'm at 90 and you're at 89. Yeah, sorry.
I'm not at 89, though. I'd be lower than that.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah,
Good
I
math.
would.
No,
Because
you
I'm
wouldn't.
at 34 degrees north. It would be 33 degrees less, or 34 degrees less than 90.
No, it wouldn't, bro.
No.
Yeah, I would.
You're only 11 degrees away from me, bro.
Yeah, but I'm 33 degrees.
Right, the sun's over my head, which
Or
puts it 11
34 degrees. And that is the altitude that I would measure the sun as, is 33 degrees less than 90.
Oh, man.
And where are you putting the sun now? You said it was over my head, which makes it 9 for
which
me.
is 90 degrees
I'm
above
at
your
23
head.
and a half. You're at 34. You're at 34.
But it's 90 degrees above your head.
You're 759 miles north of me, and which makes you 11, which puts you at 89 degrees. I mean, 79
Not
degrees.
89.
79.
It's not 79. It
is
90 minus 34.
Bro.
It's
Okay.
in the 60s.
So you're trying to say that 60 degrees of separation and 700 miles? What model are you talking about, bro? Neither
Yeah,
of our
I think you're mixing up your latitude and your
it's
degrees per
cosine.
mile or something. You're mixing something up.
Yeah, you got to use your co-latitudes, bro.
Anything.
Lil, this is why we use co-latitudes. This is why in my equation I do 90 minus A, which is the angle, because we all know that if we're at the equator, we're not in its Polaris is 0 degrees on the horizon. We know that I'm not 0 miles from it, right? So if I'm 10 north latitude, looking at Polaris, I got to say 90 minus 10 because it's going to be 80 degrees in my sky. I can't say that 10 degrees over the horizon is 5,000 something miles. That's why we use co-latitude, co-altitude, or cosine. So I'm just trying to help. So whatever you're using, just subtract it from 90, and that will give you the correct distance compared to your latitude.
Right, so 60 nautical miles per degree of curvature, right?
Yeah.
But that's different than the angle that I measure to the sun. That's a whole different thing. It's not the same thing.
Well, if the sun's over my head, bro, and you're 11 degrees away from me, if we're using nautical miles, that's 660 miles. You're not that.
And the sun is at what elevation above your head? 4,000 miles, right?
90 degrees over my head. 0 being the horizon.
I'm talking about the elevation of the sun above the surface of the earth. The actual number. The number of miles.
Oh, in my model, for the sake of entertaining this conversation, I would say 4,000 miles. A focal
4,000
point.
miles.
Yeah, there's a focal point at about 4,000 miles.
And I'm 600. I'm 600, and we'll just round that up to 700K.
Bill, just to cut to the bullshit, you got to give me a further example if you want to make a point, because it's off by 1 full degree at 1,500 miles, bro.
I am getting to the point. Let me get to the point. If I'm looking at the angle, whatever that angle may be, the hypotenuse of that triangle is going to be greater than 4,000 degrees or 4,000 miles. I'm looking at a further distance above the surface of the earth than you are. How's that possible?
You're trying to form a hypotenuse to a focal point now, Lil?
Yes, you're right below the triangle. I'm 700 miles away from you, directly north of you. That is a right angle triangle.
Right, and it's going to be about 4,000 degree hypotenuse, or close to it, Lil. But either way, it's a focal point, bro. So when you start getting further away from it, bro, you're not going to be able to use trig in either model, bro. You can't do trig sun, and neither can I.
No, flat earthers just want to deny that you can do that.
No, you can't do it in your model either, Lale. Trig doesn't work in your model to the sun. You understand that?
In your model, it does work, though. Because it's a straight line distance from me to you. And if you're directly under the sun, literally,
well, welcome to flat earth.
You're standing directly on the tropic and the sun is directly above you 4,000 miles, you can develop a perfect right angle triangle from me to you because we have a straight line distance north to south.
Yeah, do the math, Lale, and tell me the hypotenuse. It's about 4,000 degrees, bro. I mean, miles.
Yeah, that was my understanding. Like 2 different observers, 2 different GPs, angle measurements to the sun. Triangulation shows that the sun is about 3,000 miles above us. That was my understanding of it.
But my point is that in my model, for this discussion, you know, like I said, I'll give you an apparent height of the focal point, but it's going to change with angle. In other words, I'm not going to try and act special like I know exactly what the sun is. To me, in my world, it's a focal point of energy.
Right.
You're not going to do trig. You're not going to do perfect trig to a focal point. And and I'm gonna tell you, no, you can't do perfect trig to a focal point, Lale, because you're gonna have to
agree with that.
But you can.
Like how the sun appears in the sky, like you don't know the true distance. We're seeing something illuminated. We don't know how big it is.
Neither model.
No, the sun is a physical object.
Don't tell me what I can and can't do.
Well, that's the basis of search.
Well, hold on. If it's a what would you say it was again? It's a focal point.
Yeah.
It's a physical object, even if it is a focal point.
Well, yeah. If it's a focal point, it still has a physical position in 3D space, so you could still do a trig to that. I mean, at least in theory, anyway. I mean, because
by the way, that's what I'm doing right now, Brian. I did the math. Guess what?
Yeah, but
the 60 miles
of an apparent light source is always
it's not apparent. The sun is a light source.
It's always going to be apparent if you don't know that's.
You don't know what the sun is.
The sun is a physical object that is a
you
light
don't know
source.
You don't know that.
You know how I know that?
You can't
Because
just
when
make
the sun is away, it's no longer illuminated like it is during the daytime when the sun is there. It
I'm
is
gonna
a
prove
light
to you
source.
that it's not a physical object. Okay.
You can't.
Because I'm about to. Okay.
You can't.
If I'm on a lake, and a 20-mile lake, and you're on the other side, and I see the sun is at a 50 whatever degree angle toward over your head, but the sun is cutting through the clouds, and there's a hot spot in the middle of the lake. You're not going to see that hot spot or the sun because it's going to be at your back. So it can't be a physical object. It can't be parallel light. Your model kills that, and it can't be 93 million miles away.
Brian, you just made no sense. If I can see the sun through the clouds, then it's facing my back.
You're on the opposite side of the lake, bro. I'm looking at a hot spot in your direction, but midway. The sun's cutting through the clouds,
We both
making a
are
hot
looking
spot
at
on
the
the
sun.
lake. You're not going to see that hot spot because
How
you're
big is this lake?
You're looking at me on the other side of the lake.
Great. How big is the lake?
The sun's going to be at your back.
How big is the lake?
20 miles.
20 miles. Do you know how big the sun is?
No, I do not. Nobody does.
In the flat Earth model, how big is it?
I don't know. It's a focal point.
Yeah, and focal points usually have a physical circumference, like a light bulb. It's a focal point.
0.54 degrees. That's the size of it.
25 or 40 feet?
Yeah, it focuses in for everybody at about 0.54 degrees, no matter where you're at. It
That's
focuses
not
in.
I'm asking you about the physical circumference in miles.
Not physical in
of
my
the
model.
sun.
It's a focal point of energy.
Yeah. Can you measure the distance around that focal point?
Yeah, 0.54 degrees.
How many miles, Brian? Not how many degrees.
About 4,000.
How do you plan on empirically measuring something when you're not actually at its location, dude?
What's the
I don't know.
distance
I
to a
don't need
rainbow?
to be at the Great Wall of China
Measure the
to
distance
accept
to
the
a
distance
rainbow
to
lamp?
be measured. Your argument about being there to measure doesn't hold water. I've never been to the
You
doctor.
trying to tell someone they
measure.
need to know the size of the sun when they can't measure it is ridiculous.
He
Well,
doesn't like the model, so he wants me to
I've never
not.
been to the doctor when they measured your height, but
change
I
my
have to
model.
accept that the height you give me is true. I mean, I've
Dude,
never been to the Great
nobody's
Wall of
been to
China
the
or
sun.
any building to measure their physical height.
Okay,
But I
that's
can
very nice,
accept
sir, but nobody's
distances.
been to the sun. Nobody can pull out a tape measure and stretch it across the sun to see how big it is.
I don't care. That doesn't matter.
You're
Your
asking
argument
someone the
is
size of the
stupid.
sun right now.
Wait, your
You
argument is
acting like you don't
stupid.
care
I
how
don't
they do it.
need I don't
Yes,
need
I
to
don't
go
care
to
how
the
you
Great
do it.
Wall
You
of
do it.
China, and I don't need to go to your doctor to accept the height you give me.
It's irrelevant. You
Of
can
you.
actually
No,
find
it's
out
not.
my height because I'm right here, sir.
But I've never been to you. I can't. I have to trust what you tell me.
Okay, so you're using some kind of weird, irrelevant argument.
No, I'm not. My argument is 100% sound. I've never
You're
been to
trying
the
to
Great Wall
hold
of
my
China.
model.
I've never been to the Chrysler
correct
Building,
trigonometry.
and I
Your
never
model
did.
doesn't.
What, Brian?
You're trying to say that, hey, no, my model doesn't have to use trig because trig doesn't work on my model, but you do have to use trig on your focal point.
Yes, because that focal point is directly above your head, Brian. And we know the physical distance
Approximately
between
about
the
4,000 miles away when it's over my head. But it's going to focus in different for everybody. It's going to
But if
focus in
it's
at
4,000
4
miles
degrees.
above your head,
Hold on, Dale. It's going to focus in for each person at about 0.54 degrees angular size. But the distance is going to be about 4,000 miles for every person.
Brian,
It's just a focal point.
4,000 for you.
That's
right
just an
above your head.
approximation.
Brian, listen. If it's 4,000 miles above the surface of the Earth, where you are standing,
it's
focal 4,060.
No it.
Great. It is 4,000 miles above the surface of the Earth where you are standing. When I look up at the sun, the hypotenuse of that triangle is 4,060, which is 60 miles greater for me than for you, and that's only 700 miles of difference.
Okay, I just told you roughly, and you just told me it's roughly that distance away. So there you go.
Great.
Look,
The
I'm gonna tell you
altitude.
one more time, bro. Trig
The amount.
trigonometry doesn't work on the sun on any model, Lil. You hear me? On any model.
It
So give it
would
up.
on a flat Earth.
No, it wouldn't. On your flat Earth model, maybe. On any normal person in the world's flat Earth model, no.
That's because flat Earth doesn't have a model. They have to
I'm
reject
telling you the model,
trigonometry.
bro. And
Flat
I'm
Earth
telling you
doesn't
why
need
it's
a model
exactly what
because
you're
we don't
saying.
claim that reality is anything other than what it is.
How about this model? If I place a light bulb in a doorway, which is a point source of light, turn that on, and pull a string from the top of that door of that pull a string from the top of the light bulb to the floor, and from the bottom of the doorway, right directly below the light bulb, and measure the distance. Guess which line will have a greater distance?
The hypotenuse.
Yes, but
Yeah,
it's the
but how
same.
about this, Lil? So, Lil.
It's the same far away
So in
from
your
me.
model,
if I'm
the sun's
standing.
physical, right? The sun's physical, and you know the
Yeah,
size and everything.
made of
Okay,
matter.
so let's do the trig to the sun in your model.
I'd already told you you can't because it's not in the
Okay,
atmosphere of the
so you've
Earth.
got reasons. You can't because of reasons. Okay, now I'm telling you that in my model you can't either because reasons.
No, I'm giving you
You're not gonna hold. You're not
specific
gonna
reason.
scrutinize my
The
model.
Earth
And I'm telling you
rotates.
why you can't
The
do
Earth
trigonometry.
rotates, and it is 93 million miles away.
No, it's not. See, that's just as
In
easy
a
as me saying
heliocentric
that.
model, it
Saying that
is.
about my model, I'm saying it about yours.
I am saying that it is 93 million miles away
No,
from
it
the
can't be,
surface
bro,
of
because
the
I can
Earth.
do the trig. I can do the trig.
How?
That work.
Do the
It's
trig
not
with
93
something
million
that is
miles away. The math says it's not.
great. Do something with something that is 150 times larger.
Yeah, but you
than
assume
the Earth.
that. That's a baseless assertion. Do the trig anyway.
You can't.
Then it's wrong. Then it's wrong.
If the Earth is traveling revolution
You
around the
said
sun,
the sun is a physical thing,
wait,
bro. You
it
know
is
it's
a
physical.
physical.
We should be able to do the trig.
Can I please finish my statement?
Yeah, sorry, bro.
If we are revolving around the sun, and in that revolution, we are relatively centered in the middle of the sun, how many Earths fit between the bottom of the sun and the top of the sun
Bro,
in the
I'm
heliocentric
got
model?
too many ifs, bro. You're living in a fantasy.
No,
All you can keep
no,
saying
I'm
is
not.
if.
How many Earths fit between the bottom of the sun and the top of the sun
That ain't got
in the
shit.
heliocentric model?
In the heliocentric model, bunch. Okay?
Yeah,
Just divide 93 million
and we are
by
generally
divide
centered in
90.
the center of
Lil, Lil, why should I accept your model when you won't accept mine, pal?
because our model is our model. You don't have to accept that
why
it's
should
true,
I
but it is
accept
our
your
model.
model when you won't accept mine?
Because flat Earth doesn't have a model. You've already stated that.
I just told you our model, and I've been destroying you since you got here, bro. You've been
Your
making
model.
shit up, excuses.
Your model, not
I'm having
any
to
other
make
flat
arguments
earthers
for
model.
you, bro. You're trying.
Brian,
You can't do trig to
Brian,
your. You said you
Brian.
know the sun is a physical thing, yet you can't do the trig to the sun. I'm telling you, and you won't accept the fact that I'm telling you it's a focal point, and that's why you can't do exact trig to it, and you won't accept that. But you're just fine and dandy for not doing the trig to your model, even though you say you know what it is, you know the size. So I don't accept that, Lil. That's biased.
Yeah, that's a double standard.
It's not biased because if the sun is a lot larger in our model, how do you
Nobody
do
knows what the
something?
sun is, Lil. We're both just modeling
In
and
our
guessing.
model, we do claim to know what the sun is.
And in my model, I claim that it's a
Undermining
focal
the
point.
model.
Why are you making a model with no measurements?
We do have measurement in our
No,
model.
you don't.
So electric, if I take a tool like a let's say a tape measure and measure across the distance of my bedroom, and I get a laser
We're not talking about your
measuring
bedroom.
tool.
We're talking about the Earth and the sun.
Great. Let me finish what I'm stating.
I should be able to do spherical trigonometry even if your bedroom was curved, Leo.
Guys, come on. Let's let him finish because I noticed now there's a lot of interrupting now. I just want to.
Yeah. Okay.
And I take a lasering measuring tool and measure the same distance across my room. Is a laser measuring tool an accurate way to measure distance?
Yeah, terrestrial objects.
What does it matter?
You don't know the actual distance to the astronomical object?
Leo, shouldn't I be able to do
We can. If the object is
trigonometry?
physical, it can bounce off of it. As in the example of the laser bouncing off my wall, it gives me a reading of 26 feet, or whatever the distance is.
So you think you're bouncing lasers off the sun?
Yes, they have.
I should be able to use
have you even
spherical
looked into
trigonometry,
the
right? And get the distance to your sun, but it doesn't work.
Leo, do you think they're shooting lasers 93 million miles there and back? For reals?
Did you look into the experiment that claimed this? Have you looked into them?
So his laser must be conserving momentum, right?
Radio waves.
Sounds like
the radio waves are conserving momentum, bro?
Radio waves.
So since when do radio waves conserve momentum? Because
Yeah,
and minutes now far away from where we're
because they are light.
How come we're not taking angle measurements anymore? Now we got these radio waves to measure distance.
Why do we need to take angle?
That's what you were doing until now.
He wanted the way to know the measure, to not strawman our argument. You can't take an angle measurement of say, like I have an angle of 63 degrees that I measure of the angle of the sun and deduce how far the sun is from that angle.
I should be able to use spherical trigonometry, bro, but it doesn't work.
How? How do you use spherical trigonometry to tell me the distance?
And I incorporate
to the sun?
the arc tangent to the distance. You know the freaking you know that the sun is a physical thing. So if you know the size of your ball, I should be able to, like I said, use just trigonometry and add the arc tangent basically to both sides and get the ratio for the distance. Okay, but it doesn't work.
The problem is we're talking about distances like
I'll get a distance closer to around 250,000 miles if I do the math, the spherical trig. So once again, your model ain't is, it's just assumptions, bro, assumptions. But you have a reason. I'll give you that. Now I'm gonna be reasonable and say, yeah, you have a reason. But well, so give me the same respect, and why we can't do the exact trig in our model because of a reason, a fair reason. It's focal point doesn't focus in the same for everybody. We can debate past that, but at least accept my model for what I'm claiming here today and right now.
You're not
for the sake of a smooth conversation, right?
I gave you specific reasons like the sun is many times larger than the earth and that the earth revolves around the sun pretty much right at the equator of the sun. So we're
you're
always
in Narnia.
directed in the
Narnia.
center of the sun.
I'm telling you, it's exactly what we see. We see it go by and it does just that. And here's just it. Here, I think you're entering Narnia when you start talking about millions of miles and freaking and all these tilts and spins and orbits. Then you want to fire radio waves, but radio waves don't conserve momentum, Lil. And in 16 minutes, do you know how far away we would be? Do you know how far away we would be from where we shot that laser in 16 minutes in your model?
Wave
a long way,
travels
bud.
at the speed of light.
Right. So 16 minutes round trip, right? Do you know how far the Earth travels in 16 minutes in your model, Lil? A long way.
Does that make a difference?
Yeah, because you'd never be anywhere even near where you were when you fired the laser. You'd be freaking thousands of miles away, bro. You're not firing radar or lasers at a sun 93 million miles away. Don't believe the bullshit.
Yeah, I like bringing that up. why would a straight radio beam bounce and come back to you if Earth is spinning? Exactly, Brian.
What? That question makes no sense.
I'm sorry you don't get it.
And Brian, when we say 93 million miles, we're not giving an exact 100% number.
I know, bro. It's a mathematical
It's an
model,
estimate
man.
number. Because, like you said, in our model, we would travel in 16 minutes around the sun, a far enough distance that we can't get a 100% to the nanometer distance to the sun.
You've been hiding under a rock.
Precision enough tool.
Globe is dead, Lil. Newsflash, bro. Globe's dead.
So say like this.
You got to let science evolve, bro. You got to let the young kids give them tasks. They got a model to finish, and we give them the basics. And they got a lot of work to do, man. They got a lot of fucking work to do. This next generation, man. Don't take that from them. You're fucking trying to out with the old, bro, in with the fucking new. There's a lot to do, and you're trying to stop progress, bro.
I don't know if he's truly trying to. Maybe indirectly, unwillingly.
I just messing with Lil, man. I mean, I'm just throwing a point out there, but you know, we're tired of the kids' heads, all the greatest minds stuck in outer space. We want them going on real adventure voyages, looking for shit, man. And we want them, not looking. And even still, even with space, our adventurous minds want to explore, even though we can't go nowhere in their model. Everything's already been discovered. You're just going to circle back around on yourself. Even still, we look off into space and dream because that's what we do. But our young minds are looking into fucking quantum computers, like fusion, chasing pipe dreams, man. And they've been chasing that for like 90 years, bro, and they ain't even to even yet, much less getting anything from it. And it's just like we got all the smartest minds behind telescopes, man, making up stories and shit, man. It's ridiculous, man.
It is like the worst of both of those, like hijacking our ability to actually explore and then feeding us lies that they're the ones exploring, and then taking our tax money to do it and convincing all these children that that's what they're doing. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, and then giving them a dream, that none of them are going to be able to fulfill, and then the lucky few get to lie to the fucking world and just automatically lose their soul. It's fucking disgusting, dude.
Wait, how do you lose your soul if you have an incorrect opinion about the shape of the Earth?
Because if you have to act like you went to the moon or something, bro, and you have to lie to keep your family safe and shit, basically, you got to make a choice, man. Lie to the world and lose your soul, basically, and lie your whole life. Or you could hide out like Neil Armstrong. I feel like he had a lot of integrity, so he just kind of hid out, man. And that's probably what I would do, man. But I would be miserable, bro. I'd probably get drunk, but I don't know, man. Just pretty much what's happening.
Both Neil and Buzz believe they went to the moon, so they're not feeling
they did everything they could to hint to us they didn't. Like Neil's one speech to the gifted class, he said that there's a lot to be discovered out there. He didn't say nothing about space. He said there's a lot of discoveries to be made and a lot to learn if you can get past get past truce protected layers. That's the best he could do. For us people who know what's going on, we know what he meant. What the hell do you think he meant? What's truce protected layers, bro?
So when he told young people to explore the world, that means he didn't go to the moon?
He didn't say go. He didn't tell them to go to space. He said there are a lot of new things to be discovered, a lot of this and that, for those who can see past truce protective layers. What did he mean by that, please? What's truce for? What does he mean by those who can see? I consider myself one of those who can see past truce protective layers. Do you?
Yeah, it takes
what it
effort. It takes effort to learn about the universe around us. So there's these
what's truth's protective layers, bro?
the difficulty with which we come to knowledge. It's it's hard to learn new things about the world. That's what he's talking
God,
about.
bro, go to YouTube and listen to
Oh, I'm
yourself,
sorry.
bro.
You're right. I didn't learn enough at YouTube.
That's what you got out of his message to the world, to the kids.
Right.
Like
the plain meaning of what he said. That's what I got out of it.
Why did Buzz Aldrin tell that little girl that we never went to the moon?
He did not. You took it out of context.
because we didn't go there, and that's
What
how
exactly?
it happened.
Does anybody remember the exact statement?
His exact quote for quote, because we didn't go there, and that's how it happened. So in the future, if you want
to her question about why we haven't been back.
Right. But he said, because we didn't go there, and if something in the future, and that's exactly how, and that's what he said, because we didn't go there, and that's exactly how it happened. He said, in the future, if we want to go places, he said, but that's not a 8-year-old's question. That's my question, but I think I know why. I think I know why we didn't go. He said, but in the future, if you want to keep doing things, you keep it going. He said, so if you want to, that's, and then he finally squeezed in, if you want to keep doing things, but he said point blank, because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
So when he said point blank, when we went to the moon, was he lying then?
Bro, he can only say so much, man. We've got him on film saying, if you publish that, I'm going to sue your ass, bro. He said, we're just passengers going on a ride, bro. Go talk to the directors at NASA. When Bart Sabrell showed him the footage and kept the camera rolling and Buzz didn't know it, I got respect for Buzz, man. I don't want to dog him. I think he's done everything he can to let us know. Even with mocking faces, with the president talking shit about Space Force, he's doing everything he can, bro. Kids, his family, he don't want them to die. He's already lost his soul. Maybe God will forgive him, man. But I'm just saying, he's done everything he can to let the cat out the bag, man. That astronaut that y'all said was joking, I looked into it, and he was with a group of flat earthers, and I got a picture right here of him with the AE map at a conference. In his interview, he wasn't joking. It was not falsely interpreted. The dude says that the earth is flat. I assure you, it's flat. Not a smile, no laughing audience. The guy's serious. He's part of a he was at a meetup, a flat earth meetup, holding or with the AE map right there, bro. It's not, y'all just make shit up, dude. You're making shit up, bro, and you don't realize that you're being deceptive. I hope you don't realize it. But when you just make shit up like, oh, he was joking, you don't know that. Look into it first before you just go making shit up, I know it's going to happen. We do the same thing. We have to correct ourselves, but don't stand behind bullshit. Let's all be honest. We don't know what the fucking this place is, man. That's how God made it.
We have to remember, Brian, that Matthew here, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 always being a glober and 10 being a potential flat earther, I think, tell me if I'm wrong, Matthew, said 0.
That's right.
So, Brian, you're talking to a true believer on the globe side. He's a really good guy. I've come to consider him my friend. So thanks for being Matthew. Thanks for being my friend, Matthew.
Ain't that who you debated last week?
Yeah, we had a good time.
Yeah, I enjoyed that.
Yeah, we did the biblical cosmology thing on the 19th of November, and then we did the kind of the flat versus globe, last Saturday. So Matthew and I have been together about 4 hours here. It was good times. I think I have one Glober friend for sure, and that's Matthew. I might have one over on TikTok. I'm not sure yet. But
plus all your friends in real life, they're all Globers, right?
Well, Globies.
Well, okay.
Yes. If you want to put a GLOB in front, you're right. So much fun. I got one of the big Globers just about an hour ago to commit to a debate next Tuesday night with a guy by the name of Troubling Tribune as moderator. Troubling Tribune has talked to David Weiss recently and talked to Jaron. He's got like 12,000 followers, so he's gonna moderate the debate for us next Tuesday over on TikTok.
Yeah, I talked with David Weiss once for a little bit.
Yeah. So Troubling Tribune, he's like, you know, he believes like, you know, Brian and I do, but he's very fair. So,
and who's the Glober you're going to debate?
His name is Globy somebody. He is very, very confident, and we've talked before for an hour and a half, 2 hours, but we're going to make it official next Tuesday for 2 hours, just one-on-one. I didn't tell you, Matthew. I'm doing a lot of debates now because I want to next February go to credentialed academics, kind of like you. And so today I started sending out requests.
When is February?
I want to in February start debating credentialed academic people in February. So I started sending out inquiries today.
You got a good delivery, man. It's like it's the right amount of aggressive, man. I liked it.
Well, thank you, Brian. Very much appreciate it. I enjoyed watching you and Austin against those two guys.
Yeah, funny, wasn't it?
That was hilarious. Those two guys, Brian, I gotta say this. Those two guys were clueless.
It was pretty obvious, wasn't it?
Oh, it's terrible. You had a great sense of humor the whole time. I really enjoyed it.
I mean, I'm gonna just be that guy and say what I'm thinking. That dude with the bald head, not the older gentleman, the younger cat. Like an hour into that debate, he started looking around his room like there was like flies.
He was spiraling.
He was like, his eyes were darting around. He was looking up, looking down, looking left, looking right.
I kind of felt sorry for those two guys because they didn't have a chance. But you know, it's funny. It's funny when you debate somebody, and not Matthew, but when you debate somebody and you know they're absolutely clueless, it's kind of like fun. And you know, the nice thing about Matthew, he's very fun to talk with, and he always has great responses, and he's very pleasant, and so you know he's a lot of fun to talk with. But those two guys with Brian, you know, with you and Austin, was like, that was hilarious.
Yeah, it was, man. They said some shit that I couldn't help but laugh. I couldn't even talk one time. They had me laughing so hard. Like he's literally his on screen, his teammates doing what he's accusing us of as like he wasn't looking at the screen. I couldn't even talk, bro. It was so funny. I'm like, is everybody seeing this? He's literally accusing us, and his partner's showing the exact thing he's accusing us on screen. But I'm gonna say this, man. Their argument is just. It's lost its punch, man. And all they could do is invoke like specialist academia, NASA, all the shit, and they won't back them up. They're on their own, bro. And we've called their bullshit out, and we're just squeezing them down into a corner. I guarantee you, all these globers, when they hear experienced flat earthers like yourself and me, Austin, Geo, and just the list goes on. When they hear somebody who knows how to call out their bullshit, and then they got a deep down feeling that we might be right. I guarantee you, even if it's 1% or 10%, they know that there's a good chance we might be fucking right, and nobody knows what the universe is, and that's the way God made it. Or they wouldn't.
I've never had that deep down feeling.
Say that. I think it's there. That's my opinion. Maybe you're an exception, Matt.
No, well, yeah, I haven't felt it if it's there.
How do you prove that every vertical
guys
is its
won't
own?
even back you up? You know, like academia. Why won't they back y'all up?
I have absolutely no confidence in the idea that every plumb line is its own vertical and none of them are parallel. Like I have a big problem with that. That's like part of the reason I'm not a Glober.
I've come to. Well, you're a flurf, Jesse. So that's 3 times. That's 3 times as worse as the Glober. Anyway, so anyway.
Hey Jim, did you happen to catch that presentation earlier?
Presentation.
From the nice lady over at the Tartaria.
No, I left
You didn't catch
Tartaria. I left Tartaria because like 75% of the text, the voice text is Globers, and then one of the moderators didn't like me picking on him one night, and this was like 2 days after Matthew and I talked over there, and he didn't like what I was saying about him. He's a moderator, so he muted me, and then he kicked my text messages, and then he muted me again. And it's just like, and I couldn't mute him because I'm not a moderator. But he can mute me, and I can't mute him. So I said, screw this. And so now I'm over here, and on 24/7 and other places. But no, I said goodbye to Tartaria. I'm not in the Nazi. I don't like Globers are
I'll
one
tell
thing.
you,
Nazis are
amigo.
another.
I'll be your eyes over there.
Yeah.
Because I'll send you this presentation. It's pretty good. I think you'll learn from it.
Yeah, I don't. I've come to accept people who believe we live on a ball and push for it. But I will never like Nazis. I will never ever be around Nazis again. I hate Nazis. I hated Nazis when I was in politics. I hate Nazis when I'm out of politics. I hate Nazis. I hate Nazis.
I'm not going to say unfortunately, but for me, my grandfather was a quote unquote Nazi in the German army, but he was a baker. He never hurt anyone. He truly never like hurt anyone. So he was just a baker. And there's a lot
I'm sure
of
they thought. I mean, everybody probably thinks they're the good guy. Who knows? But I don't think we should dive too deep into that one. But yeah, that's cool. At least you didn't hurt nobody, man. You know.
Yeah,
It's very around, isn't it?
I have an opinion since I've become a wild man with the globe and with tiny invisible microbes and with the United States of America history that Roosevelt, Churchill, Mussolini, Hitler, Stalin, the guy the guy in Japan, Churchill, all were on the same team, taking directions by people who ran the war, because all wars are bankers' wars, all wars are genocide wars, and that's all they were. And World War II was kind of changed the world because it got us ready for the United Nations, which started October of 1945, and the first war that was a practice war for the UN was Korea, because MacArthur wasn't in charge of U.S. forces; he was in charge of UN forces. So that was the United Nations' first practice war.
They didn't waste no time, did they?
They waited about 5.5 years, didn't they?
Yeah, but to form.
Yeah.
Like to freaking consolidate. What you say? 45, October 45.
Yeah, they formed it in June of 45, and then they officially started it in October.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hearing a whole new version of history that I'm like, damn, this is kind of valid.
Here's a fun one for you. You probably heard this one already, Jesse. But August 2nd, August 4th, 1964, no evidence, none, of North Vietnam attacking American ships, none. No pictures, no video, no nothing. August 2nd, August 4th, 1964. 3 days later, the Congress gave LBJ permission to go into Vietnam, and that was 64. So 11 years later, 3 million, yeah, Gulf of Tonkin, 3 million Vietnamese dead, 58,000 Americans dead, who knows how many wounded, and more bombs dropped on Cambodia, Laos, and the 2 Vietnams than dropped in Europe, all during World War II. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable, yeah. All because of deception. Like,
do I gotta say myself for
it's
edgy
not
comment?
declassified, so they don't even deny it because they'd be lying.
I gotta be that guy. You guys gotta like not take this the wrong way. But just hear me out, because I was a person that used to strongly defend like Holocaust denying used to really offend me. But now I'm coming across the idea that they painted this whole disgusting narrative around Hitler because they didn't want people to.
You want to depopulate the world, keep the population down as much as you can. So you have some staged and scripted wars, and then you if we weren't online on YouTube, I'd tell you what else, but I'm gonna refrain. It's really you can look at things a lot different than 206 nation states that belong to the UN, and supposedly that's where the world is, made peace or made war. You can look at that entirely differently.
I have close friends growing up in 6th grade. When I moved to this town, I started punching some kid. I literally yanked his shirt down and like held him to the ground because I saw him calling someone a Jew. Like, and then that kid he was calling a Jew ended up becoming my best friend for years. Like, we hung out. I know his parents. I know his brother. I hung out with his whole family around Christmas time. So it's not like I don't got problems with anybody. It's more just, how the hell are you going to tell me one man is responsible for 6 million people dying? That's like, I don't know. Does anybody else have that on their jacket?
Yeah, nobody believes that everything they tell us.
Who else got that on?
Stalin's responsible for even more than that.
Oh yeah, I mean, somebody's responsible for. I don't want to say. Yeah, I'll say it. Yeah, hundreds of millions of deaths.
So what do we say George Bush Jr. is responsible for?
The fact we're grown men and can't talk about something.
For going to Afghanistan and
giveaway.
Iraq. How many people did quote unquote George Bush kill? Do we know that number?
A lot. If you're putting him responsible for Iraq and all that.
Is George Bush truly the person that like commanded this stuff around? I think he's kind of just like the talking head. He's the puppet. He just looks like he's the guy. He's playing a role.
Yeah, they kind of proved with Clinton a long time ago when they bombed Libya, or we're supposed to only be able to bomb without the president say so, or without the majority, or without defending our country. And they proved back in Clinton that they don't need any of that shit. They can bomb whatever the fuck they want. They showed that to me a long time ago, and I ain't trusted them since. And didn't they warn us? Who was it, Roosevelt, or who was it who warned us about them?
I'll tell you why I'm becoming extra speculative about the war. So there's a story about the bombing of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, how like the amount of bombers it would have taken with a different kind of bomb, it like all lined up. Like the amount of time you needed, how far they had to travel, how many bombs they needed. It would have worked perfectly for a different kind of bomb on a different day. It was like, the story's crazy. So there's like all this deception about what happened around World War II. And I have to think that I don't trust what they told us about Hitler anymore. And I hate to be that guy because I used to come at people for being Holocaust. I literally have to accept that, like, this story is so fucked up. Like, anything that we take as face value, we have to know that, like, they're lying when it comes to face value.
All you have to do is take August 6th and August 9th, 1945, put mustard gas, napalm, and a whole bunch of TNT and explode it, and it would have looked exactly like it did that we think it did as a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, I agree that they did have some big ass bombs. You know, if you mix uranium with what you call it, enriched plutonium.
Well, I
But
don't.
as far as all that radiation shit, Galen Windsor showed that that's what scared everybody was all that lingering death, the invisible death. You know, so they had big ass bombs, but if you didn't die from the explosion, you wasn't gonna melt freaking a week later. You know, but I do agree they got some big ass bombs. Look at that one in what was it? Freaking like last year in Beirut. Man, that was crazy, man. So they got some big ass bombs, but yeah, you survived the explosion. I think you're all right. I think Galen Windsor proved that. That's my opinion. I ain't an expert.
Yeah, I've come to the understanding in the last year, 18 months, that nuclear weapons do not exist, just like the globe doesn't exist, just like tiny invisible microbes that cause illness don't exist. The Cold War never existed. One of the reasons, Antarctic Treaty. There's so many things that didn't exist, and they told us they existed for one reason. That was fear. That's all. Fear was the only reason that these things exist. Global warming, you got to have a globe before you have global warming. All the global warming is a fear tactic to make us fear that we're burning ourselves up.
Yeah, World War II is just like so many lies.
I think World War II was fought for one reason. Oh well, three reasons, but one reason was to get us ready for the UN. I think absolutely.
It's amazing, dude, when we point this shit out and there's people, the people who haven't heard it, okay, that's fine. We haven't got them the message. Let's help get the deception out there, and the people hearing it and defending it. Like even some of this declassified stuff, it's like, bro, how do you not see all the bullshit going around? Do you think it stops, man? It's crazy that some people just can't see through it. I don't feel blessed. I feel like it's pretty obvious, and some people just don't, and I don't get it.
Yeah, we're coming up, and I'll be real politically correct about this because it's Geo server. We're coming up on the 3-year anniversary of Christian Drosten taking Carrie Mullis's PCR. Carrie Mullis died August 7th, 2019. He's the creator of the PCR. He got a Nobel Prize for it. He died in the middle of the summer from pneumonia. We're coming up on the 3-year anniversary of Christian Drosten, Carrie Mullis PCR, and he took it to the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization within 12. Oh my goodness.
Hey, what's up, ladies and gentlemen?
What's up, bro?
Hey, did you guys know that?
Did you say hi?
Yeah, what's going on?
What's up, Bubba? How you doing?
What's going on,
How
good
you
man?
doing? Everything good?
Hey, I was gonna ask you. I know Zanik, you know this, but did you guys know that 20% of the U.S. is powered by nuclear energy?
Yes, did know that.
I thought I heard somebody say
before?
that.
I didn't know it was that high.
So 20% nuclear, 20% renewables, and the rest is fossil fuels. And somehow they think they're going to overnight just get rid of all the 60% and turn it into renewable.
We should all have nuclear energy, man.
Yeah,
that's what they use at the North Pole and the South Pole, like and all the bases. They have little small nuclear power plants. I forgot what they call them. There's a little fancy name for little small nuclear power plants. That's where they get their electricity.
We have a couple up here,
but we can't take a shit there.
Wait, so Jim, if nuclear weapons are fake, do you think the nuclear power plants are fake too?
It's two different systems. It's two different systems.
Not really fake, man. Just not what they say. Like they got some big ass bombs, nuclear, whatever you want to call. My opinion is what Galen Winters is just the residual effects, all that radiation lingering around, and half life of, like a environment destroyed for 1,000 years. All that's visible. Survive the explosion for the most part. You should be all right, according to Galen Windsor.
My uncle had a really good theory. He was the astrophysicist I mentioned occasionally. He said we should take all these nuclear waste from all these nuclear power plants and go to one spot in the middle of Arizona, and he had the dimensions all worked out, like how deep it'd have to be and how much it would grow with all this waste that's be generated by all these plants, and it would actually decay and be isolated so well that it would be a non-issue for any kind of danger for the rest of the world.
The problem is nobody wants the trains carrying that nuclear waste to go through their neighborhood. So even if you could get Arizona to agree to do that, it'd be hard to transport all this stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That was part of the challenge for sure. And Waterworld, while I got you on the phone here, you there?
What you got, sir?
I think we were going at it a couple days ago. I want to apologize for my wrong take on what you had said. There was whenever the battle people man their battle stations, we get in fight mode, and all I heard was, "I'm gonna make you look stupid. I'm gonna eat your lunch," and I associate that with your buddy Matthew, and so just want to let you know that I must have heard it wrong, and I misspoke, and I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. I hate to have words with people, and so I apologize as well. And I hope we can get past it.
Sure. I think we already are. Good. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing it up, Sanic.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, we both had our take on things, and we all want to be heard. And I think any of us gets frustrated when we feel like we're not being heard or being misunderstood. And then there's a forum where it tends to get out of control, at least for me, too easily. So I got to work on that.
It's all right. Thank you very much, and I very much appreciate you.
Thanks. Yeah, that number that.
Yeah, there's nuclear power plants right by my house. It smells up and down the highway right here.
Where'd Coach go? Took off. Well, gone. Yeah, that's one solution, nuclear power, but I don't think we're going to convert 60%.
What's wrong with alternating current?
Well, it's still produced by some type of mechanism, and you're not going to do it with renewables right now. The statistics are the values of these, the weights of the type of power that we're getting generated by different types of sources is pretty interesting. If you look at the entire power consumed by the United States, what percentage of it is fossil fuels used for transportation? Pretty interesting statistic.
None, because it doesn't come from fossils, bro. It comes from pressurized.
Well, yeah, it's a term.
Wood, vegetation.
Oil-based petrochemicals. greenhouse gas generating fuels. Well, the interesting thing is that I didn't know this until I looked into it, is half of all the energy we use in this country, more than half, is used just to power vehicles. Crazy. They better come up with nuclear fusion real soon, or we got to just make more fission reactors, or we're going to use the oil anyway. Might as well use it from us rather than use it from Venezuela, who makes it pretty dirty.
You're like an evil villain in a comic book. More fission reactors.
More fission reactors. Turn on the fission.
I'd like to think that, like, this utility grid that we all get our power from. Think of it like this. Like, Tesla wants to make everybody drive his electric cars, but the charging stations are still going to need to draw energy from the grid. So you're not really, like, getting away from anything yet, right?
Right. Exactly. And the grid comes from, like I said,
alternating current generators, bro. We need those.
Yeah, but the generators are coming from where's this energy source? Only 20% of them is coming from nuclear. Another 20% is coming from renewables. The rest is coming from petrochemicals, natural gas. That's how they're making the energy. And of all that total energy, half of it is for transportation, and that's fossil fuel right now. You're not going to be able to change this grid in the time that they think it took.
So
like
fuck
100
this
years
grid,
to build
bro.
it.
I don't like this grid no more.
Well, I like to be off the grid if I could.
Think of all the gas lines that are just ready to blow. Like, it's so crazy.
Oh yeah, it's scary, right? I freak out about that all the time. Think about these things are aging. Eventually, they will go.
Dude, they're from like 100 years ago.
I know, right? I know exactly.
What are we doing? We have the means. We literally can do it.
I like to be off the grid. If there's some way of just being off the grid and have just like a big, huge solar array on my roof and electric cars fed by that too, I think that'd be good. But I don't think it's possible.
Yeah. No, we need more fission reactors pumping through these gas lines.
No, the fission reactors go with the gas line. The fission reactors would get rid of the gas and just give electricity. But the grid can't handle it. I mean, the wires, everything. We need double everything. Anytime you see a power pole, think about wherever that power pole is or any wire you see, you've got to basically double it. It's a Herculean task. And in no way it's getting done in 10 years. So
don't you think it's crazy how like Elon Musk poses himself as like some kind of green energy hero, but it's really nothing's changing? Like, that's kind of
that's it. And he's the benefactor of all that, of that confusion and that ignorance, basically.
Like, what an actor, man.
All he's going to do is pollute the world more, mining more lithium, and pollution. The net pollution is not going to change a bit because it's using the same. And the grid will have to be built twice as strong.
Oh, yeah, those freaking batteries. That's right. I forgot about that.
In batteries, those are nasty. And who knows? The accidents are going to be spectacular. I mean, you think about the accidents we have today.
Like the fireworks videos of Teslas blowing up.
Fender benders are going to be major meltdown fires that like burn through the tar and go out the bottom of the bridges.
I want a satellite to see a Tesla exploding from space.
It's burned for a long time, an uncontrollable fire. I burned one of those things one time, just for fun. Smacked one with a hammer and threw it down a gopher hole. Figured I'd smoke them out. That thing was.
Wait, what'd you do?
Had a big like 4 amp hour lithium ion battery, LiPo battery, and just it was dying. It wasn't keeping it. It was bloated, so I just smashed it with a big, huge mallet, and instantly the thing just started like fireworks, gassing, shorting, fire, everything. Stuffed it in a gopher hole and buried it, and all the fumes that came out of it, flipping nasty. It's like sweet, and the next day,
so random.
I know. And the next day, that stuff's so crazy. Next day, it was a full-on hornet's nest because it was sweet smelling. Maybe this it had some kind of whatever chemicals are released when batteries ignite like that. They were a full-on hornet's nest, like out of control. And I got stung by like 4 or 5 of them. It was brutal. The story gets better later, but it's kind of funny. It's kind of dopey, but to kill these wasps, but it was
Oh man,
not good. It's just
dude,
why
wasps are
introduce
fucked
more,
up.
why introduce more chemicals into our world? We don't really need to. Nasty chemicals that cannot biodegrade or can't dispose of them properly. I think it's really a big mistake to rush into it. I think eventually we need to do it, but we're rushing into it, man. We're just blowing it out of you know, and it's costing us trillions of dollars to do that, taxpayers' money. So other people can have the rich people can have the fancy Tesla Plaid.
Yeah, when I think of like myself younger wanting green energy, I didn't think it would come in this way with like Elon Musk and Tesla and the slow build of his car company. Like that's not how I pictured the rise of green energy, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you.
Rather, we should be talking about there should be laws getting put into play where you literally aren't allowed to sell this stuff anymore. But they're not doing that.
So what was the Jesse Gordon and Matthew conversation earlier? You guys around or? I guess it was a couple hours ago, I guess.
You're talking about the moon landing, I think. Oh yeah, Buzz Aldrin. Zanuck, do you believe we really went to the moon?
Yeah, I think it's a belief. I believe they did. I mean, I saw these pictures when I was younger in Life magazine, and I just think it looks pretty dang real. Makes sense. Seems complicated, very complicated, but I did think we went.
There's so many lies, though.
Yeah, there are a lot of lies. I don't know how much of it are political posturing and things we were doing because it was a Cold War era. I don't know.
Yeah, remember all the space prop? You ever see the videos of the space propaganda and Russia supposedly putting robots on the moon? And how fake those videos looked and how they were peddling to the public that they were really doing this. America just took it a step further and said, yeah, we don't just have robots on the moon. We got people on the moon now. They staged that too.
Yeah, I think we went. I mean, the evidence kind of shows that we did, but what's your strongest evidence for thinking we did not go? Like top 3 real evidence. Real strong evidence.
Specifically, okay, so there was an interview that was, I guess it was like the missions leading up to the moon landing, where they were discussing, there's like news articles about it, there's interviews about it, where they were saying that the moon is actually not, you can't land on it. They were saying it was like a super plasma or whatever they were saying. And then lo and behold, what do you know, like a couple weeks later, they're going to the moon. So before they ever went, they said that they couldn't go, which is interesting.
That's number 1. So weeks before you read something where they said the moon is probably plasma and they can't land on it, but now then a week later they went. That's 1.
Similar
That's
to how
2.
they change narratives in the news today. Like, you know, the first thing you hear about 9/11 is that it was Osama bin Laden, and then, oh, lo and behold, it turns out, yada, yada, yada. Commission report says this and that.
Right.
Plus, I don't trust the government, so that's another reason why I don't think they went.
That's not evidence. They're just not credible. That's the evidence.
Okay. What else? The videos of them supposedly being on the moon, they don't look real to me. I think they definitely staged it. Stanley Kubrick, they like released all the behind the scenes where he was the one that supposedly filmed the moon landing. Like I can find those videos if you want me to. They're not hard to find.
Yeah,
You know,
a couple of times would be good. Watching the lunar rover, the way it sprays up dust, it's kind of be very difficult for them to fake that. I don't know how they got the gravity value such that, and the lack of oxygen or lack of air or atmosphere, so that the trajectories of all the particles did follow what would be expected in a low gravity and no atmosphere environment. So that's a tough one, whether you speed it up or slow it down or whatever.
Okay. So they're in a place where they could, recreate what no gravity might look like. I'm not going to deny that they might have recreated no gravity. That's fine. What about, I don't know. Okay, so there's also the shadows. If the sun was really causing the light on the moon, then the shadows shouldn't be pointing in different directions, right?
No, that actually is more perspective due to the wide angle lens. You get that effect even on the Earth if you have a wide angle lens.
But nothing else is doing that, only the shadows.
No, that's everything is doing it. The wide angle lens is giving you a field of view that actually would dictate those shadows having a kind of a divergent pattern, a non-parallel path. That's what you're getting
Okay,
at.
you want to scrap that idea, but okay, the things are piling up still anyway, right?
Yeah, just their trajectory, how they fall.
You got Buzz
There's no,
Aldrin talking to a little girl, and he goes, "We never went to the moon," or he says, "We didn't go there," or something, right? So what's
yeah,
up
I
with
think
that?
I think that's a 91-year-old. My dad was that old, and he's smart. He's obviously a NASA guy too.
But
At the
you're in a
time.
classroom talking about like you went to the moon, all
No,
right?
but
And a little
you got
girl
to.
is asking you about why didn't we go back to the moon, and you say
Oh
because
yeah,
we didn't
because
go there.
no, I think he was responding like, I don't know. That's not a question from a little girl. That's an adult
All right, we can
question.
move on from that. All right, fine.
And he's trying to articulate. I can see his frustration. His brain's trying to figure out, conjure up words to explain his feeling. But he's really saying, I think he's just saying, yeah, we should be going back. I don't know. It's a great question. We should have gone back, but we didn't.
The technology, yeah, that's another reason. The
He didn't
technology
say the technology.
has disappeared. We can't use it, right?
Well, it is antiquated and old and not not been maintained and not ready to go. Computers have all changed. Software is all different. No one's trained on it. It's gone.
It would
Like
be
everything else.
better if the computers change. If they're improving, then our methods would be better after the fact.
They are, but they've had no real reason to go. But I think he was just.
But see, this is why people don't believe in the moon landing.
Well, I mean, he wouldn't say something like that 10 years ago when he's been interviewed, or 20 years ago. He never said these kind of belligerent types of thoughts because he wasn't 91 years old. When 91-year-old people talk, they can't get their thoughts out very straight. So I wouldn't hold too much weight on what he said and how he said it, because I get it. I know what he was trying to say. I could tell he was, that's a that's a great question. That's not a little girl question. That's an adult question. I didn't mean we didn't go. He meant we should have went. We should be going.
I get stuck on that one, right? What's another one? Did you ever see the craft that they supposedly landed on the moon? That thing does not look like it could travel through the southern sphere. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because it was protected the entire way there, and then when there was no atmosphere, nothing to act on it, it can be made out of paper
So
mache.
what?
It's got no atmosphere. So no matter how fast you're going, nothing's going to be hitting it. There's no real need to protect anything on it because there's no wind, there's no aerodynamic drag forces on it.
Dude, you don't really believe that craft went to the moon, bro. You got to look at the pictures of the thing. It's so silly.
Yeah, it's pretty flimsy.
Yeah, like what?
I mean, if they got in like a
You
fight
couldn't
inside
pay.
the,
You couldn't pay
if they
me
got
enough money.
if they got a fight
If you
inside
told
the
me you're
thing,
gonna send me to
one of
the
the guys
moon,
could fly through
Ash
the
King, you
window,
couldn't
right?
pay me $500 million. I'm dying on that thing going to the moon.
Yeah.
Like, why would I take the money? I'm not coming back from that. That's not gonna. Well, that's what I think.
Right. I get it.
So I don't know. I'm trying to make a big
It is
stack of
flimsy.
reasons for you right now.
Yeah. Okay. We'll post it up.
I think the number one thing is the first thing I brought up is how all the missions before they supposedly went talks about how they can't actually walk on the surface. That it's not a surface, it's a plasma. I could find those articles. Have you ever seen
Yeah,
those?
show me that. No, show me that. I've never seen that or heard it either.
God, I'm kind of lazy right now. All right, Zanuck, I promise you that I will find this for you. I'm not going to do it right now, but I'm interested myself to refine this.
Okay, you got it. Thanks. Talk to you in a few. I gotta get some to eat.